HTML or Hypertext Markup Language is the foundation of every website and an essential tool for web developers. It is a markup language that enables the creation and display of the content on the internet. HTML has played a critical role in shaping the online world as we know it today. HTML5, the latest version of HTML, includes new features enabling developers to create more interactive and engaging web experiences, including audio and video playback and offline storage support. So, in summary, HTML is a fundamental technology that powers the web and is essential for anyone interested in web development or online content creation. So hey everyone, here I am with a new video of Simplilearn on HTML full course that will help you know everything you need to know and learn about HTML to start your web development journey. Today, we'll take you through the basics of HTML, and by the end of this tutorial, you will be able to understand what HTML is and why we use it. But before we begin, let me tell you guys that we have regular updates on multiple technology videos. So if you are a tech geek in a continuous hunt for the latest technological trends, then consider getting subscribed to our YouTube channel and press that bell icon to never miss any updates from Simplilearn. We'll start this video with an introduction to HTML in just 10 minutes, followed by essential HTML topics like HTML tags, HTML elements, and attributes in HTML. We'll then go through some topics which are quite helpful for the structure of a web page. We'll cover HTML images, tables, HTML classes and IDs, and the style tag in HTML. All these HTML elements are used to make a web page visually appealing to the user. Then, we'll see how JavaScript is used with HTML to make a web page responsive to the user. Once we finish with these topics, we'll take you through HTML layouts. Here we'll see how HTML is used to create the whole layout of a web page. After that, we'll create some basic HTML projects like content boxes and image sliders, and we'll see how to take users' input in HTML. Following that, we'll go through HTML forms and we'll create the login and a sign up form using the HTML form tag. We'll then take you through the most frequently asked HTML interview questions that will be useful while appearing for web development interviews. And it is rightly said that you can master any language only after creating projects. So towards the end of this full course, we'll create some fun and exciting projects like the front end of a website and a quiz application using HTML. So I hope you guys are ready to learn something new. So without any further delay, let's hand over this session to our training experts.
Now, what exactly is the basic web architecture? Now, web architecture is made up of three essential elements. That's the website, that is the front end of a web application that is visible to the user. Then there is the server, which constitutes the back end of a web application and holds and manages all the data. And finally, there's the IP address, that is the address assigned to a website in order to be accessible on the internet. First up, let's have a look at what website is. So your browser starts by loading the main HTML file and then the CSS and JavaScript. The user interacts with the website and is not concerned with the backend of an application. Now secondly, we have the server. Once you've developed your website, you'll have to host it on your server to make it accessible on the internet. Server, along with the database, contains all the data of a website and facilitates user interaction. Lastly, there's IP address, which is the third element of the web architecture. Now, a website is hosted on an IP address. We put a domain name over that IP address the same way we put names over people's phone numbers. When you type a domain name in the browser, it will give you the server call. The server will then send over the website to you. Next, what is HTML? HTML is the most widely used markup language for developing and structuring web pages on the internet. It defines the structure of websites and formats these web pages. So what exactly is CSS then? Now CSS is a simple design language used for making web pages look more beautiful and presentable. It can be attached to any HTML element to style it or even position it according to the developer's choice. Then you must be wondering, what exactly is JavaScript? Now, JavaScript is a powerful interpreted language targeted for web development. It is used for making web pages interactive and bringing the web pages to life. So now let's create your first website. Now HTML, short for Hypertext Markup Language, is the coding standard for documents designed for web browsers, consisting of a series of elements or tags and which can be used to structure a web page, right? So these elements can include headings, paragraphs, div containers, tables and more. HTML tags are nested, meaning there are opening and closing tags with the content in between those tags. So now let's write a simple HTML code that will help you understand the basics of the language. So for this, I'm using the text editor, that is Visual Studio Code. You can go ahead and download this text editor from their official website. So here I've created a simple .html file in my VS Code and I've added the initial HTML files. Now let me explain to you one by one. Now doc type is not so much of a tag, but it is more of an instruction. Now this indicates the browser that the document type to be served to the user is in fact an HTML document. Now this doc type instruction should always be included at the very top of your HTML page. Next up, you have the HTML tag that is used to contain all the web page's HTML code, right? So it contains an opening and closing tag with contents in between them. The HTML tag can also have attributes. Now, for example, there's the lang attribute allowing you to specify the spoken language of the contents of the page. Followed by the HTML tag, there's the head tag. Now, this is the first section of the code that contains all of the information about the web page's properties, links, and more. It could have page's title, description, additional meta tags, and CSS code. So here I've used the title tag, and let's give a title, say HTML in 10 minutes. Alright. You can also add CSS to the head tag by using the style tag and change the display styles of HTML elements that are being used. The next section is the body tag. Now the body tag contains all the displayable contents of your web page, including headings, paragraphs, div containers, tables, and more. Now the HTML header tags are used to add headings to a web page. There are several types of headings available for developers to add to a web page, right? So first up, let's have a look at them. I'm going to create a simple h1 heading tag, and the message I'm displaying is this is the first heading. Alright. After this, I'm going to add a paragraph tag which creates padding in the top and bottom of the element to help separate the text between each paragraph. Right. So I'm going to add a p tag and say this is the paragraph tag. After this, let me add a simple h2 tag, which is another heading tag, and say this is the second heading. Now you can also add line breaks, which are helpful from time to time. If you want to provide a single line break in your content, you can do so by adding the BR tag. So here, let me just add one for better understanding. Now the HTML div tag defines a division or a section in an HTML document that is used as a container for other HTML elements. Now these elements can include content areas, sidebars, page bars, page headers, footers, etc. This tag is used to apply styles to HTML elements that cannot be added otherwise. You can also make use of the HTML image tag to add images to a web page. Now these images in a web page are a very common sight and they can make the website look more attractive. So for that we can use the image tag. So say img, within which I mention the source. I'm adding the HTML logo, so let me just mention that here. And then I'm going to provide width for it and then a specific height. Alright, so when you save the file and when you look at the browser, you can see that the first heading is displayed, then your paragraph tag is displayed, followed by the second heading and then the image. Now let me show you how you can add styles for some of these headings and paragraph tags. So here back in my first heading tag, let me just say styles, and let me change the font of the content that is being displayed, and I'm going to change it to career new. And for my paragraph tag, let me display the content in italics, so I'll say font style and make it italics. So let me save this, and when I look at the browser, you can see that the font has changed and so has the font style here.
Before we go through the different tags present in HTML, let's discuss what a tag is. A tag refers to a special word wrapped in angular brackets which are used to define a particular type of content on a web page. After using a tag in an HTML file, the browser decides how to render or display the content on the screen. The list of tags present in HTML is pretty huge. We'll go through some basic tags in today's video, and we'll go through the remaining tags while working with them. So let's start with the most basic tag we have in HTML. You can see here we have a basic program written over here. All the tags mentioned over here are mandatory for all HTML programs. The first thing we have here is the doc type as HTML. You can see it over here. We have written doc type HTML. So this is not an HTML tag but an instruction for the system about the type of document. Basically, we are telling the system that this is going to be an HTML document so that all the browsers can know that this particular document is an HTML document and work accordingly. The next tag we have here is the HTML tag. You can see the HTML tag starts from here and goes till end, right? We have ended this HTML tag at the end of our HTML document. Now this tag is necessary for all HTML documents. If we are working on an HTML document, then this tag is what we are going to need. The HTML tag represents the root and the end of the whole document. This is a container tag that contains all the other tags within it. So this tag is pretty mandatory in all HTML documents. Now the next tag we have here is the head tag. You can see the head tag over here, and the ending of this head tag is present over here. We have certain tags present inside this particular tag. Now you can see that this head tag contains meta tags and the title tag, right? You can see the meta tag over here. We have 3 meta tags, and then we have a title tag as well. Now the meta tags doesn't appear on the page itself, but only in the page's source code. Meta tags are essentially little content descriptors that help search engines what a web page is all about. Now the next tag we have here is the title tag. The title tag is used to define the title of our web page. Basically, we write the name of our web page inside this tag. For example, if we see here, the title of our web page is document for now. If we change the title of this HTML document and write here something like first document. Fine. Now save the program, open it with live server. Now you can see it over here that the window name is changed to first document. There is no change in the web page itself. So what we are going to do is we are going to reduce the size of our VS Code and the browser. We are going to keep them side by side here, so that any changes we made in this HTML document are reflected in the web browser. Other tags we can use inside the head tag are the style tag, the script tag, and the link tag. Now the link tag is used to link any external CSS file to a HTML page. We have to provide the source of that file, and then any styling changes we make in that particular file will get reflected in the web page. For that, so let's create a CSS file first. What we are going to do is we are going to create another file over here. Let's name it as style.css. Now this particular file has .css as extension. This will tell the browser that this particular file is a CSS file and we are going to use it for styling purposes. Fine. So we have this style.css over here. Now we are going to link this with our HTML document. For that, what we have to do is we have to write here link. So this is the tag. Now we have to write here rel and we have to write here style sheet. Fine. Now the next thing we have to do is to provide the source code of this particular file. So for that we are going to use href. Href is going to be style.css. Now close this link tag. Now this rel tag over here specifies the relationship between the current document and the link document. Now you can see it over here. We have this rel as style sheet. This means that this particular file is a style sheet and we are going to use this for styling purposes. Another important tag we have inside the head section is the script tag. This tag is used to declare or use any script within the HTML document. Basically used for JavaScript. So it's not necessary to use this tag within the head section only. We can use it anywhere, but for now we are going to use it inside the head tag. The syntax is also easy. We have to write it like script src. Now src is going to be the file name. So let's add another file over here. We'll write first.js. So this will tell the browser that this particular file is a JavaScript file. So we are going to write here inside this now. We are going to write first.js. Now we have to define the type as well. So type is going to be text and the file is a JavaScript file. So we'll write here JavaScript. Fine. Now close this tag and the script tag will closes automatically. You can see it over here. Fine. The script tag is closed. Keep one thing in mind that we have to close the script tag every time, but the link tag is not necessary to close. The next tag we are going to discuss is the body tag. The body tag defines the document's body. Now you can see it over here. If we go back to our HTML page, you can see the body tag over here. Now the body element contains all the content of an HTML document such as headings, paragraphs, images, hyperlinks, tables, lists, etc. There can only be one body element in an HTML document. Any tag we are going to use within the body tag is going to define the structure of a web page. Now the next tag we are going to use is the heading tag. There are 6 different types of heading tags starting from H1 and goes till H6. H1 refers to the most important heading and H6 refers to the least important one. The font size of H1 is the largest and the font size of H6 is the smallest among all. So let's use them all here. What we'll do is we'll write here H1. Now inside this H1 we'll write this is heading 1. Save the program and you can see it over here. We have a heading in our web page which says this is heading 1. Similarly, we have the H2 tag as well. So if we write here H2 and inside this if we write this is heading 2. Save the program. You can see the change in the font size. You can see the difference over here. The font for H1 is greater and the font for H2 is a bit smaller than H1. Similarly, we have H3 and for H3 we are going to write here this is heading 3. Fine. Then we have H4 as well. So we are going to write here H4 and inside this we are going to write this is heading 4. Fine. Similarly, we have H5 and H6 as well. So we are going to mention them first here. So we'll write here this is heading 5 and finally we have H6 which is used for heading 6. So we are going to write here this is heading 6. Fine. Save the program and you can see the difference in all the headings over here. The size for H1 is the largest and the size for heading 6 is the smallest. We can use any of these headings according to our needs. Similarly, we have the paragraph tag as well in HTML. It is used to write a paragraph or any content within the web page. The syntax is simple. We have to use the P tag for that. So if we write here P and now inside this paragraph tag, whatever thing we'll write. So let's say we are writing here, this is a first HTML document. Fine. Now save this program and you can see it over here. We have some text present in the web browser, right? So these are the most basic HTML tags we discussed in today's video. As we said, the list of tags is large and we'll discuss them while working with them. A simple definition of tags states that a tag refers to a special word wrapped in angular brackets, which are used to define a particular type of content on a web page. After using a tag in an HTML file, the browser decides how to render or display the content on the screen, right? Now, keeping this definition in mind, the definition of an element in HTML states that an HTML element is the collection of a start tag, its attributes, an end tag, and everything in between the tags, right? So an HTML element is basically a collection. Let's understand this with the help of an example. What we'll do is we'll write over here inside the body of this HTML document. We'll write P. Fine. Now this paragraph tag over here is an example of a tag. It has opening tag and a closing tag. So this whole thing is a tag. This paragraph is a tag over here. Now if we add an attribute to this tag like an ID or a class, so what we'll do for that, we'll write here, let's say ID is equals to para1. Fine. This tag now has an attribute within it. ID makes this whole tag unique. We can access the content of this tag with the help of ID attribute. We'll discuss attributes in detail in the upcoming video. For now, let's add some content inside this tag. So what we'll do is we'll write inside this tag. We'll write over here, let's say this is a paragraph. Fine. So we'll write here paragraph. So this is the content of a paragraph tag. Now we have 4 different parts present over here. We have the starting tag over here. So this is the starting tag. This whole thing over here is the starting tag. Then we have attribute. So ID here is the attribute. Then we have the content of this tag. So this is the content present inside whole tag. And then we have the end part of a paragraph tag. So this represents the end part. Right. So the combination of these 4 things is known as the HTML element. Now let's talk about the case sensitivity of HTML tags. So HTML tags are not case sensitive. So you can see we have paragraph tag over here with small p present inside angular brackets. What we can do is we can write here capital P as well. So these 2 things are pretty same. So let's write something inside this as well. So let's say we are writing here, this is paragraph 2. Fine. So this is the content present inside this paragraph tag with capital P inside angular brackets. Now save the program. And you can see we have 2 paragraphs over here. The first one says this is a paragraph and the second one says this is a paragraph 2. So what we have to do is we have to remove A from here. Save it now, and now it says this is paragraph 2. Fine. So I hope you guys got that HTML tags are not case sensitive. Fine. Now let's move ahead and we'll now discuss empty elements in HTML. Most HTML elements have a start tag and an end tag that indicate where the element begins and where it ends. For example, we have this paragraph tag over here. This is the start of this paragraph tag and this is the end part, right? So this indicates that this paragraph tag ends over here. Now there is a group of elements that are exceptions to this rule. So these elements are called empty or void and only have a start tag since they have no content present inside the tag. So they must not have an end tag in HTML. Example of empty elements are like the break tag we have image, link and many more such tags. The list is quite long. So what we'll do is we'll add an image using the image tag. So image tag is basically an empty element. So we'll use that particular element and you guys will understand what empty elements are. So as mentioned earlier that empty elements do not require any closing tag. So what we'll do is we'll write here inside angular brackets, img is the tag name. Then we'll write here src. So src over here is attribute. We'll discuss attributes in upcoming videos. So inside this we'll provide the path of our image. So let's say we have this image present inside images folder, which is a folder present in a system, so where we are saving all our HTML programs. So the next thing we'll write here is alt stand for alternate. So if the image is not shown over the browser, then the alternate text will be shown. So let's say we are writing here image1. Now we'll close this image tag. So that's all. We don't have to close this particular image tag. We don't have to write here like this. So you can see we don't have to write here like this anything. So if we not write it over here, that's fine because image element is an empty element. So let's save the program and you can see we have an image over here in the browser. So the image size is quite large. What we'll do is we'll reduce the size. So we'll write here this for now. We'll discuss all these things in the upcoming videos, so don't worry about it. For now, you can see that we have an image over here. So this is our image. This particular image is what we have added using the image tag. So this is done. Now the last thing we'll discuss in this video is the nesting of elements. Nesting means we can use a tag or element within another element. For example, you can see we have a paragraph over here. So this is a paragraph which says this is paragraph 2. Let's add some more things over here. So let's say we are writing over here HTML stands for hypertext markup language. Fine. And save the program. So this is the paragraph over here, you can see. Let me increase the size of our browser a bit. So now I think you guys can see it much better. Now what we'll do is we'll use a particular element or tag within this paragraph tag. So let's say we want this HTML to be cursive and bold in nature. So what we'll do over here is we'll use the B tag over here. So B stands for bold. So what we'll do next is we'll cut HTML from here and we'll paste it inside this B tag. Now save the program and you can see HTML is bold in nature now, right? Similarly, what we can do is we can nest one more tag inside this bold tag. So what we can do is we'll write here I. Now we have to put this HTML inside both these tags, save this program, and you can see the HTML is cursive in nature now. So you can see we have three different tags, or we can say we have two different tags inside a particular tag. This is known as nesting of elements. So we can do it with HTML as well. I hope you guys must have got an idea about what HTML elements are and how elements are different from tags in HTML. Now that we already have an idea about elements, let's discuss what attributes are. Let me write the basic syntax of an HTML element over here first. So what we'll do is we'll write over here. Let's use the paragraph tag. So we are writing over here. This is a basic example of elements in HTML. Fine. I hope you guys must have got an idea about what this is. This is actually a basic HTML element. We have nothing else over here, just a simple example of HTML element. An element consists of a start tag, an ending tag, and the content within the tag, right? So this particular thing is an element. Now, attributes in HTML refer to the additional properties or characteristics of an element. For example, if we write here, let's suppose we are writing over here. Let's say we are writing over here ID as para 1. Fine. Now save this program and you can see over here that we have a paragraph which says this is a basic example of elements in HTML. Now we have this whole element with ID as para1, or we can give any ID of our choice. Now this ID is unique for this particular element. For now, you don't have to worry much about this ID or any other attribute. Just focus on what attributes are. We are going through the working of attributes basically. So we can use the ID of this attribute to style this particular element. So basically this ID attribute defines what this HTML element is. We have to use the style tag element, or we can say we have to use the style element for styling this particular paragraph. You will understand it once we go through the tag. So let's do it over here. What we'll do is we'll use the style tag over here. So we'll write here style. You can see this is a style element basically. It has start tag, it has ending tag. Now we'll write some content inside this particular tag. So let's say we are writing over here hash para1. Now inside this what we'll do is we'll define some styling properties. So let's say we are writing over here background color as red and we'll write here color. So this color here refers to the font color basically. So we'll write here blue. Now save this program and you can see the paragraph in our browser is changed. So what we did here is inside this style element, we access this particular ID. So ID is unique for each element. We'll discuss it later on. So basically this particular paragraph tag has an ID named para1. So we are using that particular ID. Then we have some CSS properties. So these properties are used to style a particular element. So we have used it over here. You can see it over here. If I zoom out a bit in the browser, you can see the background color of this whole paragraph is red and the font color is blue. Fine. What we want to say here is This ID over here is basically an attribute. It is used to identify or change a particular element. We have many attributes present in HTML, so we'll go through some of them. Let's say we are adding an image over here. So let's add an image and you guys will understand about HTML attributes here as well. So we'll write here img. So this is basically an empty element. We have discussed it in the previous part wherein we went through HTML elements. Now what we'll do is we'll write here src. Now src is also an attribute. This attribute is used to provide the system with the source of a image. So if we go back to this particular HTML folder, so here we have a HTML folder. You can see we have a folder here named as images, and we have an image present inside this particular folder, right? So what we have to do is we have to provide this path inside a HTML file. So what we are going to do here is we are going to get back to VS Code, and inside here we'll write images. So this is our folder name, and we have a file name html.png present inside that particular folder. So src is the attribute, and this particular thing is the value of our attribute, right? Now the next thing we are going to do here is we are going to write here alt. Now inside this alt, let's say we are writing HTML over here. Now this alt attribute is used when we add an image on. So basically what happens is when we add an image to a web browser, sometimes what happens is the image is not shown over the browser. So in that case, the alternate text will be shown. So if this particular image is not shown in the browser, then this particular text will be shown. So let's save this program. We'll open a web browser here side by side as well. You can see that this particular image is present over here in a web browser. The size of this image is quite large. We can change the size in two different ways. We can either use the ID attribute here as well and then use that particular attribute in the styling tag or CSS file to change the size of this image, or we can simply use the height and width attribute in the image tag over here. So that's the simple one. So what we are going to do is we are going to write here height. Height is an attribute. We have to define the height in pixels. So we have written over here 300 pixels. Save the program, and you can see the height of this image is 300 pixels now. Same thing goes for width as well. If we write here width, and if we define the width as 300 pixels as well, save the program, and you can see now the height and width of this particular image is 300 pixels, right? So guys, this is all about the basics of attributes in HTML. I hope you guys understood this. If you guys remember when we came across empty elements in HTML, there we saw the syntax for image tag in HTML. Actually, the image tag falls under the category of empty elements in HTML. That's why we saw it there as well. It means that this particular tag in HTML does not require any closing tag to work. It has attributes. We'll go through them in a moment. Before that, let me clear this one thing to you guys. Any image we see on a web page is not inserted into that page. Instead, it is linked to a web page. What the image tag does, it holds a space for the referenced image. You will understand it much better in a while. So let's go through the syntax of adding an image or attaching an image, we can say, to a web page. Using the image tag is not at all a task for the user. It's the easiest thing to do in HTML, we can say that. So what we'll do is we'll write here inside the body tag. What we are going to do is we are going to write here img. So this is the tag, and we already know that this is an empty element, so it does not require any closing tag. Now, inside the image tag, we have to add attributes. So we'll write here src. So let's discuss some important things before we move ahead. You can see over here that we have used the src attribute inside the image tag. This is a necessary attribute while using the image tag in HTML. Why so? This attribute specifies the path to the image. Any image we want to attach to a web page needs to be stored somewhere, either in the system or it can be anywhere on the internet as well. So let's move back to the main folder. So what we are going to do is we are going to move back to our main HTML folder. So here we are inside the HTML folder. Now what we are going to do is we are going to make large icons over here. So here we are in the HTML folder. You can see we have all the HTML files over here, right? Here we have an image named Python. So if we double click on it, you can see this is an image and the name of this image is Python, right? So what we are going to do is we are going to click on it, right click basically, go to properties, and here you can see we have the name of a file and then we have the type. Type here is PNG. PNG means Portable Network Graphics. It is basically an extension for images and pictures. So HTML do support other extensions like JPEG, GIF, SVG and many more other extensions. So we can use any of those files with those extensions. Now, to attach this image to a web page, we need to provide the path to the system through which the system can understand that this particular image is stored in this part of the system or the drive. Fine. So the path you can check here is at the top of this window. Click on it and you can see the path over here. So this is the path. So this Python file is present inside the C drive users. Then we have a name, this folder name as Kaushal Bisht. Then we have desktop and HTML. Fine. So this is the path of our image. Let's move back to VS Code, and we don't need the whole path as of now because the current HTML file we are in right now is present inside the HTML folder. So we don't need to specify the whole path as of now. All we have to do is we have to write the file name here inside the src attribute. What we'll do is we'll write here the file name. So our file name is python.png. Fine. So this is our file name. Save the program and you can see we have an image over here on the browser. The size is quite large as of now. We'll see how to manage this thing after some time. For now, let's reduce the size of the whole web page. What we are going to do is we are going to reduce the size and you can see the whole image over here. Fine. Another possibility is we can store all the images inside a single folder. So here if we go back to our HTML folder, here you can see we have a folder named images, right? Double click on it and you can see we have different images present over here. We have 3 different images basically, HTML, CSS and JavaScript. We can use any of these images. So let's get back to VS Code again. And the next thing we are going to do is we are going to access any image from that particular folder. Fine. So what we are going to do is we are going to write here after this img, then src. Now inside src, we have to write the folder name first. Fine. So we'll write here images, then we'll use slash and then we'll write the file name. So we have 3 different files over here. This is the benefit of using VS Code. We have all the 3 files we can use over here. So let's use css.png as of now. Close the image tag, save the program and you can see the image over here. So let's do one thing. We are going to use the br tag, use it now. Save the program and let's use it once again so that it will be easy for us to understand. So here we have 2 different images, the Python one and the CSS one. So basically what we have to do is we have to give the correct path of that particular image. Fine. So the next attribute we'll discuss is the alt attribute, or we can say the alternate attribute. Let's write it over here first. What we are going to do is we are going to write here alt, press enter and write something over here. Let's say we are writing over here CSS. So this alt attribute we have here provides an alternate text for an image. If the user for some reason cannot view it, so basically it can happen because of slow connection, an error in the source code or in the source we can say, or if the user is using a screen reader. So it can be any of these reasons, but if the user is not able to see that picture, then an alternate text will come at place. Fine. So the value of the alt attribute should always describe the image. So that's why we have written over here CSS, so that the user can understand that this particular image over here is a CSS image, or it can be basically anything that describes the image. Fine. So let's do one thing here. What we'll do is we'll make an error over here in the src attribute. Let's change the file name over here. Let's say this is the file name. That's a simple error, right? Nothing major over here. Let's save the program and you can see the image is not here anymore. Fine. So I believe you guys might not be able to see because I have to increase the size for that. So you can see here now there's no image present at this particular part of our web page because the source is wrong. So the file name is wrong basically. Instead of that, we have text present over here which says CSS. Fine. So this is how the alt attribute works in the image tag. Further, and talking about the actual size of these images over here, we can change the size of these images in two different ways. So let's start with the easier one first. What we'll do is we'll use the height and the width attribute, just like the source and alternate attributes we have. These attributes are also used within the image tag. All we have to do is we have to write here height is, let's say, 250 pixels, and then we have width as well. So width again is, let's say, 250 pixels. Save the program and you can see the image height and width is now 250 pixels. We can do the same thing for this file as well. So what we'll do is we'll write here width as, let's say, 100 pixels and height as again 100 pixels. Save the program and you can see the size of this image is 100 pixels in width and height now. Fine. Another way of using these attributes is to use them within the style tag. We can use this tag anywhere in the program. Although this tag is related to CSS and we can also define these things in CSS files. But as of now, we are not talking about that concept. So we'll stick to HTML only. So what we'll do is we'll write here to use the style tag. What we have to do is we have to write here style. Now what we want to do is we want to access the image tag. So we have to write here img curly braces. Now we have to define the properties inside here. Fine. So what we'll do is we'll define the width over here as 500 pixels and the height as well. Fine. Height is again going to be 500 pixels. Now one thing to notice here is this image tag or these properties will be applied on both the tags because we are using tag over here. Fine. So we are changing the properties of a tag. So both the image tag will be affected. Save the program and you can see the image size are now changed. Both are 500 pixels. So let's do one thing. Let's remove it from here and this as well. Now change the size to, let's say, 200 pixels and 200 pixels. Save the program and you can see we have both the images over here. Both are 200 pixels in width and height. So this tag is also working fine. What we summarize from this is we can use these attributes within the image tag itself, or we can use the style tag to change the style of the image. So these are some of the basic attributes we can use within the image tag in HTML. I hope you guys got it. Try it by yourself and let us know if you face any problem. A table is a set of data elements that allows us to store or represent data into rows and columns. Just like we create tables in normal life for representing the data, the same table we create in HTML as well. A table consists of rows and columns. We can arrange any kind of data like text, images, links, other table, etc. into rows and columns of cells. Fine. The table tag in HTML is used to create a table. So let's do it here side by side and you guys will get a better idea of what we are talking about here. So let's create a simple table first. We'll discuss each step here. So what we'll do is we'll write here inside the body tag. We'll create a new tag. So this table tag. This is a table tag. Whatever data we want to put in the table will go inside this table tag only. Now save the program and you can see we are not able to see any table here. So we'll see it in a while. Now let's add some data here first. We know that a table consists of rows and columns, right? The table row tag defines any row in HTML or in a table, we can say. The syntax for it goes like this. What we'll do is we'll write over here inside the table tag only. We'll write TR. Now this TR represents table row. Fine. One thing to notice here is we are nesting one tag inside another tag. The table tag is responsible for creating a space for the table. The table row tag is used to add a row to that particular table. Now the next step is to add columns inside the table. Each row can contain one or more than one column. The table data tag is used to add data in columns. So it might sound a bit confusing at the moment, but let's do it over here and you guys will know how easy it is to add data in columns. What we have to do is we have to write here simply td TD stands for table data, and we have to put the data inside this TD tag. TD means table data tag, and this tag represents a column in a table. Fine, so let's write it over here, R1, comma C1. Fine. Let's give some space over here as well. Then again we are going to use the TD tag. So we'll write here R1, comma. Fine. Now here we are. We have added 2 columns inside the first row. So let's check the output now. Save it, and you can see we have the data over here. This is basically the table data. R1 means row 1, C1 means column 1, and similarly R1 means row 1, C2 means column 2. So this is a single row with 2 different columns. Fine. Now we are not able to see the structure of the table, right? In order to get the structure of the table, we have to include an attribute inside the table tag. What we have to do is we have to write here inside the table tag. We have to write here border, and inside border we have to mention the border width, so which is basically 1 pixel. Right now save the program, and you can see this border attribute will show the border all around the table and the cells. Fine. We can change the width of this border by changing the value of border over here. So for example, if we write here 10 pixels, and now if we save the program, you can see the border changing. So this looks nice, right? So for now we'll write here 1 pixel only. So this is the table border. Moving ahead, let's add another row over here first. What we'll do is we'll use the table row tag again, and the rest HTML will take care of. We can add a row in a table anywhere in the HTML. Keep this thing in mind. Until the table row tag is nested inside the table tag, HTML will manage to add the row in the table. Fine. What we'll do is we'll write here after this table row tag, we are going to add another row. So we are going to write here tr. Now inside this we have to write some data, or we can say we have to include some columns. So this is going to be the row 2. So we are going to write here R2 C1 for column 1, and then we'll write here TD again. We'll write here R2, then we have C. Fine. Now save the program, and you can see we have another row over here which says R2 and C2 and R1 and C1 obviously. So adding rows and columns seems an easy task now, right? I hope you guys got it. Moving further, we'll now discuss the table heading tag. So every time we arrange some data in the table, we need some reference to that data, right? Let's say we are creating a bill for a restaurant. What we need in that bill are the name of the product and the price. Fine. So we need to mention it at the top of each column. To do so, we need to use the table heading tag. The syntax for this tag is pretty easy. What we have to do is we have to write here after the first table row tag. The syntax for this tag is pretty easy. What we have to do is we have to write here before the first table row tag. So we have to write here only, because this is going to be the heading. So it has to be present at the top of the table before any row and column. We have to add another row over here. Now inside this row we have to mention headings. Fine. So we have to use the table heading tag. So the syntax is this. Now we have to write here the first heading. So let's say the first heading is item, and then we have the second heading as price. Fine. Save the program, and you can see we have 2 headings over here. Now let's change the table's data first, and we'll create a bill for some restaurant, let's say. So what we are going to do is we are going to add another column over here in each row. So we are going to add a column, let's say it's SR number. So it's going to be the serial number. Then we have to change the data here only. Fine. So we'll remove the data from here, from each row basically. So we'll remove this as well, and we'll remove this as well. Fine. Now this is going to be the first row after. Let's save the program once, and you can see over here we have empty cells present over here. We have 3 headings: serial number, item, and price. Let's work on the first row now. We need another table data tag. So the serial number is going to be 1 for first row. Let's say the item name is T. Then we have the price. So let's say the price is going to be rupees 20. Save the program, and we have our first row over here. Now for the second row, we have to put the serial number as 2. Then we have coffee, or let's say black coffee. Then we have to use another table data tag. Now we have to mention the price. The price is, let's say, 30 for black coffee. And we are good to go with this as well. We are going to copy this whole row from here. We are going to paste it here. The serial number is going to be 3. The item name is, let's say, cappuccino. So we'll write here cappuccino, and the price is going to be a little higher than black coffee. Let's say 60 for cappuccino. And then we are going to add another item over here. Fine. So the serial number is going to be 4. Instead of cappuccino, let's write here espresso. Then let's change the price to 90. Save the program, and you can see the table over here. It looks nice, right? Now we have 3 columns. The procedure is the same, and you just saw it, right? Just like we added the table heading here in this table, similarly, we can give a caption to the table as well. Like here we can write the restaurant's names, or we can write the bill, or anything we want. So that particular caption will be present at the top of the table. So what we have to do is we have to write here at the top before this table row tag, before the first row, we have to write here caption. Caption is another tag. Now we have to write here, let's say the restaurant name is XYZ restaurant. Save the program, and you can see the caption over here as XYZ restaurant. Fine. Now the next thing we are going to discuss in this video is the row span and the col span attributes. Suppose we want to merge 2 cells and create a single one. Merging 2 cells means, let's say we want to merge these 2 cells. Fine, this one and this one. So for that, we can use the column span attribute or the row span attribute. Fine. So for example, let's suppose we want to print the grand total of all the items. For that, we don't need the serial number. So what we can do is we can merge the first 2 columns of this row with the help of col span. So we are going to create another row over here, and we are going to merge these 2 columns. Fine, in the new row. So what we have to do here is we have to write here, after this row we are going to add another row. So for that we have to write here table row tag. Now inside this table row tag we have to mention the table data tag, and then we'll write here col span. Col span is going to be 2 because we want to merge 2 cells. Fine. Now what we'll do is we'll write here grand total, and we are going to add another cell. So we are going to write here TD again. So let's add it, and the total price is, I guess, 200. So we'll write here 200. Save the program, and you can see we have 2 columns merged over here. Fine. Similarly, we can also use the row span attribute whenever we want to merge 2 rows. One thing to keep in mind is we can use these attributes within the table data tag only, not in any other tag. For example, if we want to merge 2 rows, fine. So what we can do is we can write here row span, and we are going to write here 2. Save the program, and you can see these 2 rows are now merged. Fine. So let's remove it for now and save the program again. So this table looks nice now. The next attribute we have in tables is the background color attribute. We can use this attribute to change the background color of the whole table or of any particular row or column. Fine. We just have to use the BG color attribute as per our requirement. For example, if we want to change the background color of the first row, which contains all the headings, what we have to do is we have to write here inside this first table row tag, we have to write here bg color, and this is an attribute. Now let's say we want to color it as red. Fine, save the program, and you can see the output. The whole row is red in color now. Fine. Similarly, we can change the border color of the whole table with the help of border color attribute. We have to write here inside the table tag. So this is the main tag, and we have to write here border color is equals to, let's say, yellow. Fine, save the program, and you can see the border is now yellow in color. One thing I want to tell here is we can change the background color of any particular cell. Fine, so let's say we want to change the background color of espresso. Fine, let's do it. Let's change this background color to brown. Fine, so here we have espresso inside this table data tag. What we have to do is we have to write here bg color, and we have to mention here brown. Save the program, and you can see it's brown in color. Fine. So guys, this is basically how we can create and add data in a table in HTML.
What is an HTML class? An HTML class attribute is used to specify a single or multiple class names for an HTML element. The class name can be used by CSS and JavaScript to do some tasks for HTML elements. You can also use this class in the CSS with a specific class with a period character followed by the name of the class for selecting elements. So let's jump onto the demo to understand the classes and ID better. So we are on our Sublime text editor. Let's add the standard boilerplate of HTML. We'll give the title as classes and ID in HTML. Let's start with a basic example. We'll see how to define an HTML class. So inside the body tag, we'll add one h1 and we'll give this a class name of head1. We'll add some text here. This is the heading 1. Now you can copy this part because we'll need it enough for the lines. So for the h2, this will be the heading 2. For h3, this will be heading 3. And let's add one more h4. This is the heading 4. So as you can see, we have used the same class name in all our h1, h2, h3 and h4. So if you save the file and go to the page and refresh, you'll see the headings are there on the page. This is the heading 1, heading 2, heading 3 and heading 4. Now let's learn how we can use this class name for our styling purpose. So we'll open the style tag here and you will mention the class name by period followed by the class name. So head1, open the parenthesis and let's set the color to light cyan. And we'll set the font family to set to it cursive. Keep the background color to black. Okay, so you can see we have mentioned the class name dot head1 for our styling purposes, and we have given the color font family and background color for it. So just save the file and go back. Refresh. Now you can see we have designed this h1, h2, h3 and h4 using a class tag. Now let's use another example with a different class name. So here only we'll make the changes. Let's name this class as h2, this h3 and let it be h4. Now you can style them separately. For the head2, we can set the color to say light pink and we can set the font background color to red. Okay. Now similarly for the h3 dot head3, set the color to I don't know what color this is, let's say Puchisa, and set the background color to, let's say, blue. Okay, save the file and go back to the page. Now you can see we have designed our h1, h2, h3 and h4 using the different class name. This is the example of using the multiple classes on the same code. One thing you should note that these class names must be separated by the space. There are few points you should know while working with the class. So the first one will be the class attribute can be used on any HTML element. Like any HTML element can have a class name. The second point will be the class name is a case sensitive. Head1, and if we change here to say, we'll keep this H as capital. So this will be wrong. The style won't be implemented on the page. Now if you refresh, you can see the style is not implemented. So the class names are case sensitive. Let's change this back. Refresh, and now you can see our design is back. So this was all about HTML classes. Now let's move on to the ID attribute. So the HTML ID attribute is used to specify the unique ID for an element of the HTML document. It allocates the unique identifier which is used by the CSS and the JavaScript for performing certain tasks. In cascading style sheet, that is CSS, we mention an element with a specific ID by using the hash symbol followed by the ID. So let's work on an example to understand this better. So we'll use the same previous example. We'll mention the h1 and this time we'll use the ID. So ID, and we'll name it as head1. This is the first heading. For h2 also, we'll mention the ID name as head1 only. Head1. This is the second heading. Now to style the heading, we'll go back here, we'll open the style tag and we'll use the hash symbol to mention the ID. So hash head1, open the parenthesis, we'll set the color to light green, we'll set the font family to cursive and we'll set the background color to black. Okay, now save the file and go back and refresh. So you can see this works in a similar manner to the class, apart from it that we use the hash symbol to mention the ID name. So now let's change the example and use the different ID names for different h1s. So this can be h1, This can be h2. Let's add one more. We'll name it as id head3. Okay, so we'll style the head2. We'll set the color to red. For head3, we'll set the color to yellow. Let's use green yellow. Okay, save the file, go back and refresh. Now you can see we have the different style for different IDs. So in this way you can use the different IDs to design your HTML page.
CSS stands for Cascading Style Sheet. It is a rule-based language used to describe the formatting and looks of a web page. CSS stands one among the top 3 basic languages required for front-end web development. There are 3 languages which are HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. HTML, as we all know, is used to create the layout or structure of a web page, while CSS is used to format that web page. It means to make changes in the style of elements of a web page. JavaScript, on the other hand, is used to make a web page more responsive to a user. All 3 languages together are used for basic front-end web development. Let's not go deep into that, and we'll now go through the different ways of adding a CSS file to a web page. We can use CSS in 3 ways in a HTML document. External style sheet. Define style sheet rule in a separate CSS file. The CSS file's extension is going to be .css, and then we can include that file in our HTML document using the link tag. Another method we have is the internal style sheet. Define style sheet rules in the header section of the HTML document using style tag. Another one we have is inline style sheet. In this method, we define style sheet rule directly along with the HTML elements using the style attribute. Remember the difference. In internal style sheet, we use style tag, and in inline style sheet, we use style as an attribute. So let's go through each of them practically. You guys will understand it much better. We'll use an external CSS file first. We'll attach it to a HTML document. For that, let's write something over here on the web page first so that we can then style that particular element. So what we'll do is we'll move to the body of a HTML document and we'll use a div tag over here. So we'll write here div, and inside this, let's write something over here. So let's say we are writing over here styling using external CSS file, or we can say styling using external style sheet. So this is a basic example of creating a division. Save the program, and you can see here we have some text present over here, right? The next thing we'll do is we'll attach a CSS file to this HTML document using a link tag. Then we'll style this div tag in that file only. So let's do one thing first. We'll create a CSS file first. So we'll go to this section, we'll add a file, and let's name it as style.css. .css is the extension for external CSS files. Remember this, guys. Press enter, and you can see we have another style sheet present over here. So this is empty for now. We just created this style sheet. Now let's move back to the HTML file for now. Now, what we'll do is we'll link this style sheet to a HTML document. For that, the task is simple. We use the link tag. So we'll move to the head section of a HTML document and we'll write here link. Fine. So after link, what we'll do is we'll write here rel, and rel is going to be style sheet. Then we have type. So this defines the type of a document. So we'll write here text/CSS. And then we finally write here href, and a sheet name is style.css. Fine. So we'll write here style.css. Close it now. The rel attribute here signifies the relationship between these two documents, which means the HTML document and the CSS document. Fine. The type is CSS and the href refers to the source of a CSS file. Save the program and you can see nothing happened over here on the browser. Now what we'll do is we'll style this div tag in the external CSS file we just created. So let's move on to the CSS file, and what we'll do here is we'll write over here. So we are going to style a div tag. Fine. So for now we'll write over here div. This is the syntax for styling any HTML element. Fine. So let's style it. So let's say we are writing over here background color as blue. Fine. Save it now and you can see the background color is changed to blue. Next thing, let's change the font color as well. So let's say we are writing over here antique white as font color. Save it now. You can see the font color is also changed. Let's add some more CSS properties. So let's say we are writing over here font weight. So font weight is going to be bolder. Then we have, let's say, font style. So font style we are going to write here italic. Fine. Save the program and you can see the text is bolder and italic in nature. Fine. Next thing, let's add a border as well. So we'll write here border. Border is also a CSS property. So we'll write over here 3 pixel. This is the thickness of our border. Then we'll write here solid. This is the nature of our border. And let's say we are writing over here the color name. So silver is going to be the color name. Save it now. And you can see this div tag or division we can say now has a silver border with some background color and font color as well. The last thing we are going to write here is text align. We are going to align this text at the center of a division. Save it now and you can see the text present at the center of a division. Fine. You can see the change over here on the browser. We created the layout here with HTML and then we styled our div tag using CSS. We can style any HTML tag here either with the help of tag name or the ID and class attribute. Fine. The second way of styling an HTML tag is with the help of inline CSS. This method is used to apply a unique style to a single HTML element. For inline CSS, what we need to do is we need to move to the HTML file first, and here what we are going to do is we are going to create another division now. Fine. We don't need any special tag or external CSS file for inline CSS, or we can say inline style sheet. So what we'll do is we'll write over here. Let's use the break tag first to make it look more tidy. So we'll use break tag twice and then we'll write here div. Fine. So this is going to be another division and we are going to write here P. So let's write here styling a document using inline CSS. Fine, save it now and you can see this division has the same styling as the previous one. This is because we have used the tag name over here inside this style.css and both the tag names are same. Both have div tags, right? So what we'll do is we'll remove this line for now. Now save it and you can see both of them don't have any style right now. Fine. So what we are going to do is we are going to write here again. Now we are going to style it with the help of inline CSS. For that, we need the style attribute. So we'll write here style. Then we are going to define the background color as, let's say, aqua. Then we have, so let's make it tidy. So we'll apply the font color as well. So let's say the font color is going to be black for this one. Then we have, let's say, font style. Font style is going to be italic. And then we have font weight. Font weight is again going to be bolder. We have discussed all these properties in the external CSS part as well. So let's mention all of them here. So we are going to use the border as 3 pixel again. Let's say dashed for now. So we'll write here dashed and then we'll write here the color name. So let's say the color name is gold and we have the border as well. So at the end we'll write here text align at the center. Fine. So the style attribute plays a significant role in this type of styling and you can see it over here on the browser. The moment we save, we have another division over here. So you can see it over here. This division has dashed border, which is also 3 pixel thick, and it looks different from the previous one, right? So let's mention the link over here as well again. So we'll write here link. Rel is going to be style sheet. Type is going to be text/css, and then we have href. Href is going to be style.css. Fine, close it, save it now, and you can see the difference between both the divisions, right? The first one uses the external CSS file and the second one uses the inline style sheet. Okay. The output is almost the same as the previous one apart from the colors and all. So inline CSS is easy to use, but it can make an HTML document look more confusing, and we need to style each element separately if we use this method to apply a style to an HTML document. It doesn't matter if we want to apply similar styling to more than one element. Inline CSS can be tricky and lengthy in such tasks. Moving ahead, let's talk about the last method we are left with for the HTML style sheet, the internal method. So it uses a style tag inside the head section of a HTML document. So for that, what we are going to do is we are going to remove both these divisions, save it now, and we are going to remove this link as well. We are going to remove the link for our external style sheet as well, save it now, and you can see we have nothing over here on the browser. So what we are going to do is we are going to create another division. Now inside this we are going to use a paragraph. So let's say we are writing over here styling a document using internal style sheet. Fine, save it now, and you can see we have a paragraph over here, nothing else. Now this method is used to style elements of a single web page. We can apply the same styling to a bunch of elements simultaneously with the help of internal CSS. The task is simple. So let's do one thing. Let's create another division over here. So we are going to create it after the break tag, and let's paste it here, and let's write something over here as well. So let's add here style sheet 2, and you can see we have 2 paragraphs now. These 2 are in different divisions. So what we are going to do is we are going to style both the divisions at the same time, or simultaneously we can say. So for that, what we are going to do is we are going to move to the head section of our HTML document, and we are going to use the style tag. So style can be used as a tag or as an attribute as well. If we are using inline CSS, then we are going to use style as an attribute, and if we are going to use internal CSS, then we are going to use style as a tag. Fine. So let's write it over here. So we have a div tag. Now what we'll do is we'll style both of them. So we are going to write a background color as, let's say, red for both of them. Then we have color, which refers to the font color. So let's say we have the font color as black again. Then we have font weight. Font weight is going to be bolder. Then we have font style. Font style is going to be italic. Save it now, and you can see the difference in the browser. Both the div tags have same styling as of now. Now the next thing we are going to write here is border. Fine. So we are going to write here border. Let's make it 5 pixels this time. We are going to write here solid again, and let's change the border color to, let's say we have yellow. Fine. So we'll write here yellow, save it now, and you can see the border color is yellow now. So the last property we are left with is text align. We are going to align it at the center, save it now, and you can see the difference. On increasing the browser size, you can see the difference. The text is aligned at the center of both the divisions. Fine. This method is also good to use if you want to style any particular web page only. I hope you guys must have understood all the 3 methods of using CSS by now. The question that arises now is which method we should use to keep the whole document neat and clean. The answer to this question is external CSS. This is because external CSS allows us to style multiple documents at once. It keeps our HTML document clean and less prone to error as well. So I want you guys to use all the methods and then let us know in the comments which method you like the most or which method you are more comfortable working with. JavaScript is a lightweight scripting language used to make a web page more interactive and livelier to the user. It is one of the most popular scripting languages present in the world today. It's almost impossible to cover the whole of JavaScript in one small video because JavaScript in itself is an interesting topic. In this video, we'll go through the ways to attach JavaScript with HTML and some basic examples of what this language can do. So to include JavaScript in an HTML document, we can either keep the JavaScript code in a separate file and then include it wherever it's needed, or we can just define functions inside the HTML document itself using the script tag. Let's go through both the cases one by one. Firstly, we'll create an external JavaScript file. The benefit of using an external JavaScript file is if we are going to define a functionality which will be used in various HTML documents, then it's better to keep that functionality in a separate JavaScript file and then include that file in your HTML documents. It will help us keep the HTML document neat and organized as well. So a JavaScript file always has a .js extension and the script tag is used to attach a JavaScript file to an HTML document. Let's move on to the programming part directly and then we'll see what we can do with JavaScript. Let's create a JavaScript file first. So we'll go here and we'll click on create a file. Now we'll create a file. Let's say the file name is going to be new.js. .js is the extension here and we have the JavaScript file now. Now it's time to attach the JavaScript file to our HTML document. We'll use the script tag after the body. So what we'll do is we'll move here and we'll write here script. Now inside the script tag we need two attributes. First one is going to be src. Src is going to be new.js as this file is saved in that same folder. The next attribute we need is type. So we'll write here type. Type is going to be text/JavaScript. Fine. So src here defines the path where a file is actually saved and type defines the type of file, that is JavaScript in this case. So we are done with attaching the file. Now let's move on and make our web page a bit interactive to the user. Fine. We can write small functions known as event handlers and then trigger them using HTML only. Adding responsiveness to a web page means defining an event that will tell the system to perform a specific action upon calling. Sounds a bit confusing, right? So let's understand it with the help of an example. We are all aware of adding buttons to a web page, right? So if the user clicks on a button, then what should happen? We can either create a pop-up alert on the button click or we can do whatever we want. So let's create a button here first and we'll then add functionality to it. Fine. So here we are in a HTML document. We'll create a button over here. So we'll write over here button and let's say the button name is going to be external for external file. Save it now and you can see we have a button over here on the browser. Fine. Now click on it and you can see nothing is happening as of now. So let's add some functionality to this button now. For that, what we'll do is we'll write here inside the button tag. We'll define an event first. So let's say we are writing over here on click and we'll call a function on button click. Fine. So let's say a function name is going to be message and save it now. Fine. What we are doing here is we are asking the system to call the message function on clicking this particular button. Let's define this message function in a JavaScript file now. So here we are in a JavaScript file. Now we need to create a function named message. Fine. So we'll write here function message and this is the syntax for creating a function in JavaScript. Now we'll write over here alert. Inside alert we'll write button clicked. Fine. So here we have this message over here. Now this alert is a method present in JavaScript for creating pop-ups. Save the program and now click on the button over here. You can see we have a pop-up here which says button clicked. You can see the message right over here. Now the number of such things we can do with JavaScript is uncountable. Let's move ahead and we'll see another method of using JavaScript with HTML. The internal script method we can use for this. This method is useful if we want to use JavaScript for a particular file or a particular tag. We can write a script code directly into a HTML document. Usually, we keep the script code in the header section of the document using the script tag. Otherwise, there is no such restriction and we can put a source code anywhere in the document, but inside the script tag. So we'll move back to our HTML file and we'll create another button over here. This time, we'll use the internal script tag to add functionality to it. Fine. So we'll move to the body section and here we are going to create a button. So we'll use the break tag first. Again a break tag. Now we are going to create a button. Then the button name is going to be internal. Save it and you can see we have this internal button over here as well. Click on external and you can see we are getting a message. Click on internal. You can see nothing is happening as of now. Now, to add functionality to this button, we need to add an event first. So we'll move inside the button tag and we'll write here on, let's say, mouse over. So this is another event we have in JavaScript. We'll see what this event can do in a while. So we'll write over here the function name. So let's say the function name is going to be internal for this particular button. Save it now. And now what we are going to do is we are going to define the JavaScript part. Fine. We'll move to the head section of our HTML document and we'll write here script. The script tag will remain the same in both the cases. Here you can see we have defined the src and type, but here what we are doing is we are using it internally. So we'll create the function over here only. So we'll write over here function internal and this is going to be the body of this function and we'll write something over here inside the alert box. So let's say we are writing over here internal script tag. Fine. Save this program and move back to the browser. Now you can see the moment we take a mouse cursor over this internal button, a pop-up will appear with the message internal script tag. You can see the message over here. Fine. This is because of the on mouse over event we used. So guys, we went through both the methods of adding JavaScript to an HTML document. I hope you guys got it. Although JavaScript is a very long topic to discuss, it is a language and if you want to learn it, then you can go through our channel and find the JavaScript playlist here. Before we move on and start creating the layout of any web page, let's discuss what a layout is. A layout refers to the arrangement of things. In HTML, a layout refers to the arrangement of elements in a way to make the web page look more neat and clean to the user. Creating a layout also allows us to manage the content present on our web page more effectively and efficiently. You can think of it, right? A well-planned website is easier to manage and edit if we have an idea about all the sections present on a web page. We have used the header and footer tags before, along with some more tags like nav and section to create the layout of a web page. This time, we are going to use the table tag to create a layout, and then we'll use the div and span tags as well for the same. So we are going to use two different methods for creating the layout of a web page. We'll use a bit of CSS as well to differentiate between the different sections of the web page. So let's move on to the programming part directly and we'll create a first layout. A question may pop up in your mind, why are we using tables for creating the layout? It is because tables are already arranged in columns and rows, so we can utilize these rows and columns in whatever way we like. So let's understand it with the help of an example now.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
So what we'll do is, we'll move to the body tag of our HTML document directly. We'll remove this h1 tag from here. And now we'll write here table. So we are going to use the table tag first. Now let's style this table a bit. We'll write over here width. Width is going to be, let's say, 100. And then we'll define the border as 0. Fine. So we have used these two CSS properties for this table tag here. Now close the table tag and you can see we have the whole table element here. Now inside table tag, we need the table row. Fine, tr tag we can say. So we'll write here tr. Now inside tr, we need the table data tag to mention the data inside the table. So what we'll do here is we'll again style this table data column, or we can say table data tag. So we'll write call span. Call span is going to be 2, and then we'll write style. Fine. We are going to style the background color over here. So let's say the background color for this is going to be green. Fine. So let's use green yellow instead of green. And now inside the table data, we need to mention a heading. So we'll write over here h1, and inside this we'll write this is the title of a web page. Fine. Now save this, and you can see over here we have this division, or we can say block with the heading. This is the title of a web page. So if I increase the size of our browser, you can see this is the title of a web page. We have this over here. Fine. Now what we are going to do is we are going to come out of this table data and table row tag, because we are going to use another table row tag for another section of the web page. So we are going to write here tr. Now close this tr tag. Let's style this as well. So we'll write here v-align, and we are going to align it to the top. Fine. Save it now. Now we have another table row. So we'll write over here table data again. So we'll write here table data. Now inside table data, we need to style this table data tag. So we'll write over here style, and we'll write width again. So width is going to be 100% for this, and then we'll write over here background color. So background color is going to be, let's say, aqua. Let's change this background color a bit from here. You know, we can do it in Visual Code. So let's change it to this. The RGB value will change for this background color. Now we have to close the table data tag as well. So the next thing we are going to do is we are going to put the content inside this. So we'll write over here inside the bold tag. So we'll mention B over here. Let's say this is going to be the main menu. So we have this bold over here. Now we are going to use the break tag again. So we'll write over here this, save it now, and you can see we have this main menu present over here. Fine. So you can see. Now let's do one thing. What we are going to do is we are going to mention here 100% the width, and save it now. Let's see if this makes a change, and you can see now both the divisions have full width of the web page. Fine. So the next thing we are going to do is we are going to do HTML, and then of course we are going to put a break over here. Then we'll write here CSS, again a break we need. Then we'll write here Python. Let's write each of them in capital letters. So BR again for this as well. Then we'll write here JavaScript, BR again. So this is basically the content of our web page. Save it now, and you can see we have this main menu present over here. Fine. Now we are done with this table data tag as well. So let's move on, and we'll create another table data tag inside this same table row. So what we are going to do is we are going to cut this section in two different parts. The left part is for the main menu, and the right part is for the other things. Fine. So let's zoom it out again, and we are going to use the table data tag here again. So we have this table data tag, and now what we are going to do is we are going to style it. We are going to write here inside the style. So let's say background color we are going to mention. So let's mention any color over here. We'll write here purple, and then we'll change the color from here. Let's make it light purple and save it. You can see nothing is happening over here on the browser, or you can see this purple color over here. It's smaller in size as of now, right? So let's do one thing. Mention the height and width as well for this particular block. So we are going to write here after this, width is going to be 100 pixels, and then we'll write here height as well. Height is again going to be, let's say, 200 pixels. Fine for this box, and we are done with it. So let's mention over here something. So let's say we are writing over here tutorials present in the website. Fine, all this thing refers to the content we have in our website. So save it now. So you can see we have two sections present over here in our website. For this particular section, we have the main menu sections, and then we have the tutorial section as well. So now let's do one thing. Let's move back here again, and now what we are going to do is we are going to add another table row for the footer section, for the bottommost section of a web page. So we are going to write here td again, then we need call span is going to be 2 again, then we'll write here style will mention the background color is going to be, let's say, red this time. Let's change the color a bit because we want light colors, so let's use this color over here, and you can see it over here. It's not completely visible, but it is here. So let's do one thing. Let's mention something inside this box as well. Now what we are going to do is we are going to write here this, and now inside this table data we are going to use a paragraph tag. So inside the paragraph tag, let's write something. So let's write copyright, because this is always mentioned over here. So let's say we are writing over copyright ABCD, save it now, and here you can see we have copyright written over here. Let's put it in the center. For that we need to move back to the style attribute, and we have to write here text align at the center. Save it now, and you can see the text is aligned at the center now. You can see the layout of this web page. We designed this layout using the table tag, and we have all the tags present within the table tag. We have the table row, table data tag, and we have the table tag as well. So this is the complete layout of a web page. Fine. Let's move ahead and we'll create another layout. This time we'll use the div and span tag for creating the layout. We'll create a new file for that layout. We'll create a file. So we'll move here and we'll write here how2.html. Save it now, and you can see we have another file over here. Fine, let's do this, and we have the HTML code over here, the basic HTML code. Now we'll move to the body section directly, and what we'll do is we are going to use the div tag and the span tag for creating a layout. Fine, so let's open it with live server once, and here you can see we have this document. So let's write the code now. So we'll use the div tag for creating divisions. So we'll write here div style is going to be the width is going to be 100%. Fine, so let's write over here 100%. Now this is the main division. Fine, so we are going to create the layout inside this particular division only. So we'll use another div tag inside this particular div tag. We'll write here div style is going to be the background color we have to set. So we'll write here background color. So background color is going to be, let's say, blue violet. Let's change the color from here. Save it now, and you can see nothing is happening as of now. So the next thing we are going to do is we are going to mention the width over here as well. It will take the 100% width of whole div tag. So we'll write here 100% and we'll close this div tag. Fine, so we have this div tag. Now we have to mention our content inside this div tag. So we'll use the h1 tag again, and we'll write here this is the title of a web page. Fine. So we have this, save it now, and you can see we have this division present over here. It says this is the title of our web page, and you can see we have this whole section present over here, which basically refers to the navigation bar of any website. So this is the layout first. Now what we need to do is we are going to create the whole layout, so we need different sections, right? So we are going to use the div tag again for creating another section present in a web page. So we'll write here div. Now inside this div, what we are going to do is we are going to use style first. So we need to mention the background color again. So the background color is, let's say, this is the gray color, and then we'll write here height of this section. So height is, we are going to write here 200 pixels. Then we have width as well, so we'll write here width is going to be 100 pixels. Fine. And we'll write here float as well. Float is going to be left. Now let's mention the data inside this so that you guys will be able to see it. Now what we'll do is we'll create another division inside this division, and we'll write here in block letters, or we can say bold letters, main menu. Fine. We did the same thing in the previous layout as well. Now after this we'll write here all the languages we have. So we'll write here HTML, then we'll put a break tag over here, then we have CSS, then we'll put a break tag again here, then we have Python, so we'll write here break again, and then we have JavaScript. Fine. So we have this div tag over here. It's almost done. Now save the program, and you can see float left means the whole division will float at the left side of the whole web page. So it's basically we are taking the division and we are putting it in the left hand side of a web page. If we write here float as right, the whole division will move to the right hand side of the web page. You can see it over here. It's on the left hand side. We can also put it at the right hand side as well. So let's create another section now. So for that, what we are going to do is we are going to use another div tag. So we'll write here div. Now we need background color, height, width, and float properties again. Fine. So basically what we are going to do is we are going to copy it from here. We are going to paste it here, close the div tag, and that's it. Fine. Now what we are going to do is we are going to mention something inside here. So let's take the text from the first layout we had. So let's write tutorials present in the website here, copy it from here, paste it here, and that's it. Fine, let's put it inside the paragraph tag so that it's not confusing for you guys. Save it now, and here you can see we have tutorials present in the website present over here. Fine. So before we move ahead, let's change the style of this particular section. So for that, what we are going to do is we are going to change the height and width. So height will remain 200 pixels, but the width we are going to change. Let's keep it 350 pixels. Save it now, and you can see it over here. Fine. So you can see we have this whole section present over here. So we have put a main menu at the left hand side, then we have tutorials at the center, and then we can keep something at the right hand side as well. So let's do one thing. Let's move here and we will create another section now. So what we are going to do is we are going to copy this div tag from here. We are going to paste it here again. Now we are going to change some style. So this time we are going to write here float as right. Fine. Then we'll change the width and height as well. Width is going to be 100 pixel and height is going to be 200 pixels. Save it now, and let's see the change over here. You can see we have this layout, or we can say this section present over here, and I guess it looks fine now at 175%. We can also use this space as well. Fine. So let's do one thing. Let's create the bottom side of this layout first and then we'll discuss what we can do. Fine, so here we are. We need another div tag now for the bottom side, or we can say for the footer section. So we'll write here div style. Style is going to be again the background color we are going to mention. So we'll write here background color. Background color is going to be, let's say, blue. Blue is good. And then we'll write here clear. Clear is going to be both. And then we'll write here text align. Text align at the center for aligning the text to the center of a division. Now inside this we are going to use the paragraph tag again, and we are going to write here copyright ABCD, save it now and move back to the browser. You can see it's present over here. Now you can see many things are wrong in this particular layout. So how we can correct them? What we can do is we can increase the size according to our needs. So let's increase the size of these sections a bit and we'll see if it works or not. So let's change the color for this section first. Let's make it red. And now we are going to change the width of this particular section. Save it now. And you can see it's greater in width, so it went down. Now what we need to do is we need to remove the width by a bit. So let's write here 350 pixels. Save it now. Let's see, and it's a bit more again. And now we'll write here 300. Let's see if it's working. And you can see it works fine now. It looks fine now, right? So what we can do is we can change the width of each section according to our needs. That's how we can create the layout of any web page. So guys, here we have seen two different methods of doing the same thing. We created two layouts, one with the table tag and the other with the div and span tags. In my opinion, the latter method we went through is a bit simpler because the only thing we need to keep in mind while working with the div and span tag is the area. Fine, we need to keep the width and height of any division in mind. If we are clear with that, then we can create the layout very easily. So that's why we prefer the latter method to create layouts for a web page. Responsiveness of a web page may refer to different scenarios. Let's go through the meaning of responsiveness first. In web designing, adding responsiveness has two different meanings. One is done with the help of JavaScript. Whenever we go through a website and we see something happens on a button click, it refers to responsiveness as well. We use events for it, right? Let's suppose we go through an e-commerce website and try to purchase a product whenever we click on the buy now button. Something happens, right? It either takes us to a different web page or opens any kind of pop-up regarding the same. This phenomena is called the responsiveness of a web page, and we use JavaScript for that. This was for your reference that if someone says responsiveness, then you should not get confused. We are not going to discuss it in today's video. Responsiveness in HTML means creating a layout in such a way that it will be adjusted automatically to different screen sizes and viewports. Let's take an example here to make it easier for you guys. Let's say we have a website opened on a desktop. What we want to do is we want to open the same website on a mobile device as well. But at the same time, we want all the content to adjust automatically according to the mobile screen. In that case, we need to design a website in such a way that it automatically adjusts itself to such devices. We can achieve this task using two different methods. We can use CSS media queries, or we can do it with the help of HTML and basic CSS as well. We'll be discussing the latter method in this video, which is the HTML method. And in the upcoming video, we'll discuss media queries as well. So don't worry about it, guys. Let's move on and start using HTML to make the content of a web page responsive to different device screens.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
For reference, let's add an image to our browser first. So what we'll do is we'll move to the body section of a HTML document and we'll write here img. So we are going to add an image over here. So let's write here source. The image is present inside the images folder, and let's say we are using space.png. Now we need the alt attribute as well. So let's say we are writing over here alt and space. Fine. Now save the program, and you can see here that we have an image present on the browser. The image size is larger here, right? Let me zoom in a bit for you. So you can see this is an image. So you can see the size is quite big according to a browser. Now, we want this image to adjust itself accordingly if we reduce the size of a window. For this, we need to make some changes to this picture. So what we'll do is, we'll add a class here first. So let's say we are using class as responsive. Fine. So here we have a class. Now we'll make certain style changes in this image. So we'll use the style tag. Now inside it, we are going to access our image. So we have a class as responsive, and inside here we'll write width. Width is going to be 100%, and let's say the height is going to be auto. Fine. Save the program, and you can see here the image adjusts itself according to our window size. So if we increase the size of our browser, you can see this whole image over here. The width of this image is 100% of the screen, and the height is automatic. Fine. Now, the moment we decrease the size of this window, or we can say if we increase the size, the image is adjusting itself accordingly, right? On increasing or decreasing the size of our window, the image is adjusting. Fine. We don't need anything else to make it look more responsive. Fine. Another thing we can do here is we can use the max width and min width properties to make an image responsive to the window. So what we can do here is we can write here inside this min width. Min width we are going to write here as 500 pixels, and we are going to define max width here as well. Max width is going to be, let's say, 1000 pixels. Save the program now, and you can see the image size is 1000 pixel over here. Go to inspect element, and here you can see if you take your cursor over here on the image source button, you can see the rendered size is 1000 into 469 pixels. Now try decreasing the size of this image. So you can see it over here. We have this size of our window. Now take your cursor over here. You can see the rendered size is 719 pixels. Now decrease the size completely. Now you can see the rendered size is 500 pixels. The image is not going below 500 pixels in this case. Fine. It means that the image will adjust itself down to 500 pixels only. Fine. Now let's write here 400 pixels for your reference. Save the program. Now decrease the size of this window so it's at the lowest, and take your cursor over here. You can see the rendered size is 423 pixels. It can't go below that because this is the maximum size we can go with a browser window. Fine. So this is how we can make an image responsive to the window screen using HTML and basic CSS. We are not using any advanced CSS for making an image responsive as of now. I hope you guys got it.
So in this video, we are going to create something like this. This is the content box with the icon and the description of the content box. The icons here used is from the font Awesome CDN. So let's start creating. So I have my two files open, which is HTML and CSS. Let's add the standard boilerplate. We'll add the content boxes in HTML as the title. Let's link our CSS file. Now inside the body, let's add a div class container. Inside the div class container, I'll create another div box. I will require 3 such boxes, so we'll copy paste this 3 times. On the style sheet, let's set the margin to 0 and padding also to 0. We'll set the font family to sans serif. Now, for the container class, we'll set the position to relative and we'll set the width to 1200 pixels, which is the whole width of the content box. We'll set the height to 300 pixels and we'll set the margin to 240 pixels and auto. For the boxes inside the container, we'll add the position relative and we'll set the width to 100. Let me explain you what this is. This CSS type function is used to perform a calculation to be used as a property value. This is specifically used for the width of the div classes. It requires a mathematical expression. The result will be used as a value. So we'll be using a lot of this calc function here in this code. We'll set the height to 300 pixels minus 30 pixels. One property of calc function is that it takes single expression as its parameter. The expression can be any simple expression combining the following operators: plus, that is addition, minus, that is subtraction, multiplication, and division. We'll set the background to #000. We'll set it to float left and we'll specify the margin to 15 pixels. We'll set the box sizing to border box. Overflow will be hidden and border radius, let's set it to 10 pixels. Just save the file and let's go back to the page to see how it currently looks. So you can see our boxes are in the proper places. We have the background black with the proper margin between them. Okay, so we have the structure. Let's code more. Now we need the icon. For that, we'll require an icon from the Font Awesome CDN. So we'll add the Font Awesome CDN to our page. So we'll search Font Awesome CDN 4.7.0. We are using the older version because it is more stable. So go to this Font Awesome libraries. Here, select the version and copy the link tag. Go back to the page and add it here. Delete this integrity part. Now, here inside this class box, add one div which will be named class icon, and inside here we'll add the link of the icon. So search here Font Awesome icon 4.7. Go to the first one. Here you can search any icon you want. Let me search for, say, information. So I'll go to the information and I'll copy this. Go back to the code and add it here. Now inside this I'll create another div which will be used for content. So we'll name it class content. And inside this I'll add one h3 info, and inside it I'll add some text. Copy this much from here to here. Now delete this whole part and put it inside p tag. So inside the p tag, add them. Yeah. So let's go back to the file and see how it looks right now. Okay, so you cannot see the icon here because it is black. Let's try to change the color here so that you can see the icon. So let's set it to FF0. Okay, so you can see I have the icon in place. This is the text that we have added to this content box. Now let's style this content box first. Set it back to 0, 0, 0. Now container.box.icon. We'll set the position to absolute. We'll set the top to 0, left to 0, and we'll set the width to 100%. We'll set the height also to 100%. Background will be #F00. We'll set the transition to 0.5 seconds and we'll keep the Z index as 1 so that the icon will be visible. Okay. Refresh. Yeah, you can see the icon here. Okay. Now let's add the hover effect on that. So container.box.hover icon. We'll set the top to 20 pixels. We'll calculate the left to 50% minus 40 pixels. Width 80 pixels, height keep it to 80 pixels as well, and let's set the border radius to 50%. Okay, so now that we have repeat. So now that we have added the hover effect, let's save and go back to the page. Now let's design the icon. So container.box.icon.fa. Okay. Also, we set the position to absolute. Top will be 50%, left 50%. Transform, let's translate it to minus 50%, and keep the font size to 80 pixels, transition 0.5 seconds, and we'll set the color to save the file and let's go back to the page. Yeah, so you can see our icon has now bigger size, and with the hover effect it shrinks for text to be visible. Okay. Now we need to add the hover effect to the icon so that the font size increases. For that we'll add container box.hover We'll keep the font size to 40 pixels. Okay. Now it's time to design the content inside the container box. So we'll set container dot box dot content. All the positions are absolute. We'll set the top to 100% so that when the icon shrinks, the whole text will be visible to the text box. We'll set the height to, we'll calculate it, 100% minus 100 pixels. Text align center. Keep the padding to 20 pixels for proper spacing. Box sizing as border box. Transition to 0.5 seconds. And we'll keep the opacity to 0. Okay. Save the file and let's go back. Yeah. Now you can see the icons are in the center of the shrinking circle. Now let's add the hover effect. Now when you set the opacity to 1, now the text okay, we have not designed yet H3 and P, so let's start designing it. So container dot box dot content H3. Pixels. Keep the padding to 0. Color and let's keep the font size to 24 pixels. Now you will see the text will be visible inside the box. So refresh. Yeah, you can see this is the heading of our this content box info. Now similarly, let's style the paragraph tag. So container dot box dot content P. Margin will be 0. Padding will be also 0. And color will be FFF as usual. Save. Yep, we are almost there. Now we will design these two boxes with some spacing and effects over here. Now inside this delete them. We'll copy paste the above code here. Yeah. So copy from here, div class container. We'll change the icon classes here. So for this, let's keep search as ARCH. Instead of copying the class by going back to the font CDN, we can directly add the class search here if you know the name of the class. And here we can add location. So the class name for location is map marker. save the file and let's go back. Yeah, now you can see these things are here with the good content box. When you hover over this box, this whole thing shrinks and you can see the text visible. Now we'll add some styles, we'll change the color and we'll add one background here so that when this shrinks, the background color of the black changes. Okay, so we'll go back to our code. So to change the color of the box, we'll add here dot container dot box and we'll use the nth child property. So nth child 1 because of first box dot icon. So we'll keep its background to pink. Okay, and dot container box nth child 1. Its color will be, when it shrinks, let's keep it to orange. Yeah. So save the file, go back and refresh. Okay, so you can see we have the icons in places, and when you go click on here, so the hover effect shrinks this, and this is the pink in color. We have the background orange with some text here. You can see smooth transitions. So this is all for the content boxes in HTML. You can use different icons here using this font at awesome icon. There are several icons here, you can use any of them. Just make sure that the padding and the text are aligned in the proper places. Our image slider will look something like this. We have the background image and these images that I have taken for example purpose. We have these radio buttons, and we click on the radio buttons, we can go through our images one by one. Also, the images will change automatically after some time, as you can see. So let's see how we can create this image slider. So here on the desktop, I have created one file where I have the required images and an HTML and CSS file. So first, in the HTML file, let's add our radio buttons. So we'll create one div and name it div class slider. Inside this div, I'll create another div which will be named as div class slides. Inside this div class slides, we'll add the radio buttons. So input, the input type will be radio, and let's give this name radio button, and we'll tag them with ID radio 1. So as you can see, we'll need 4 buttons here, so we'll add 4 radio buttons here. So just copy paste this 4 times. Here, change the ID to radio 2, radio 3 and radio 4. So we can distinguish between the 4 radio buttons. So after the creating of radio buttons, we'll add our required images. So we'll create another div and name it class slide first. Inside this div, I'll create an image tag and specify the path of the image. In a similar manner, we'll create a 4 div tags for 4 images. So just we'll do it swiftly. Another div with class name slide. Inside this image 2.jpg. So just save the file and let's recheck our code. We have the radio buttons, we have the images. So let's just go back to our file and see how it looks. So if we refresh, we'll see we have the 4 radio buttons here and some distorted images. So let's just fix these images in the CSS. So inside our CSS file, we'll add the body and we'll set the margin to 0 pixels, padding to 0. We'll set the height to say 100 vertical height. We'll set the display to flex. We'll justify the content to center. We'll set the align items to center. And we'll set the background to black. So just refresh this file. So we still need to fix these images. So just set the slider width to 800 pixels. Okay, there's an error. We'll set this width, not windows. We'll set the height to 500 pixels. We'll set the border radius to 10 pixels. And overflow we'll keep as hidden. For the slides part, we'll set the width to 500%, height to 500 pixels, and display to flex. So let's save the file and see how it looks on the page. So yeah, you can see the image is now in a proper size. We have to fix this radio button. We have the background black. So let's fix these things. So for the slides input. Okay, before styling this, let's add some more HTML content here. So after adding on the image, we have to create the automatic navigation button and the manual navigation button. So after this, div add another div, the class name navigation auto, let's say, and inside this navigation auto we'll add div class auto button 1. We need the 4 buttons, so we'll copy it 4 times. And this will be my button 2, this will be button 3, and this will be button 4. Outside this div, we'll create another div which will be for the manual navigation button. So we'll name this navigation. Make sure you spell it right. Navigation manual. And inside this div, we'll add our radio buttons, which will be manual. We'll name it class manual button, MAN. We'll need the 4 buttons, so we'll copy it 4 times. We'll change the label to radio 2, radio 3, and radio 4. So I think this will work enough. So here we have the navigation. Okay, we have a spelling mistake here. Div class and navigation manual. Just a class here. So let's recheck our code. It's a good practice to recheck your code so that you don't encounter any error. So okay, we have a div class slider here. And inside the div class slider, we have the 4 radio buttons, radio 1, 2, 3, 4. We have added our images inside the div tags with the name slide. Okay, we have created a navigation auto with the 4 buttons and navigation manual with the 4 buttons. Okay, so let's save the file and go back and refresh it to see how it looks. Okay, we have to add some CSS here. So inside the slides input, we set the display to none. For the dot slide, we'll set the width to 20%. And we'll set the transition to 2 seconds. Now we'll add a style for image. We'll set the width to 800 pixels and we'll set the height to say 500 pixels. Okay, so let's save the file and let's go back to see how it looks right now. Okay, so you can see the images are properly aligned here. We have to style our radio buttons for here. So let's go back to our CSS. Now the code we are going to write here will be for the manual slide navigation. So just add here comment manual slide navigation. So that repeat, so that we will remember the code. So we'll add the first class navigation manual. We'll set the position to absolute. We'll set the width to 800 pixels. We'll not have the height here, we'll set the margin. So the margin top will be minus 40 pixels. And display will keep it as flex. And the justify content will be center. So let's just save and go back to the page to see how it looks right now. Okay, the images are in the center. You can see. Now we cannot see our radio buttons just as now. We have to add some color to it so that the radio buttons will be visible. So we'll go back to our CSS. We'll add the manual button. We'll set the border to say 3 pixels, solid and red. You can take any color you want. We'll set the padding to 5 pixels. We'll set the border radius to say 9 pixels. We set the cursor to pointer so that when you hover over buttons, the cursor will look as a pointer. And we'll set the transition to 1 second. Save. Go back and refresh. So now you can see the buttons are here, not properly spaced, but yeah, they are here. So let's add the spacing and everything else. So we'll set the manual button. We'll set the margin right to 40 pixels. Now it's time to add the hover effect. So for the manual button, the hover will be say background with the color blue. So just save the file and go back and refresh. Yeah, so you can see our manual buttons are in place. When you hover over it, you can see the blue effect, and when you click, nothing happens right now because we don't have any JavaScript to respond to this radio button. We'll add them in the end. First, let's design these buttons. So this was for the manual button. Now we'll add one code which will be used when you want to select the radio button by default. So let's understand how those radio buttons work in this file. So the radio buttons will be used where 2 or more options are identified which are mutually exclusive and the user has to choose exactly one choice. In other words, clicking on a non-selected radio button will erase any other button that was selected on the list previously. Radio buttons include lower cognitive load as they permanently keep all the options visible such that users can easily analyze them. Radio buttons are also simpler to use for users who have difficulty making effective mouse movements. So we'll add hash radio dot check. So the sign that we have added here is now a sibling combinator. It combines two sequences of simple selectors having the same parent, and the second must come immediately after the first. So we'll add dot first, and for this we'll set the margin left to 0. Okay, so this will be radio 1, the label that we have added in our manual buttons. We'll need 4 such buttons, so we'll copy this 4 times, 1, 2, 3 and 4. This will be my for radio button 2, and we'll set the margin left here to minus 20 pixels. For radio button 3, we'll set it to say minus 40 pixels. Don't forget to add pixels here. And for the last button, we'll set it to minus 60 pixels. So all this code was for the manual navigation button. Now let's design for automatic navigation button. So we'll open dot navigation. We'll set the position to absolute. We'll set the display to flex. We'll set the width to 800 pixels. We'll justify the content to the center. And we'll set the margin top to say 460 pixels or 450 pixels. Let's set 460 pixels. Now, so I'll add the style to navigation auto div. So navigation auto div. Then set the border to same border that we have used here. It will be 3 pixels solid red. Make sure you keep this 3 pixels solid red in both the navigation auto and navigation manual, because if you change the color here, you will see the 2 manual buttons there. So for just example, let's change this to green. So when you save and go back and refresh, yeah, you can see the 2 buttons here. This is green and this is red. So if there are 2 colors, both the buttons will overlap, will not look good. So we'll just keep it here red. We'll set the padding to 5 pixels. And we'll set the border radius to 9 pixels. And we'll set the transition to 1 second. Now same code as here which I added for checking of the radio buttons. So we'll just copy this whole code and paste it here. We'll have to tweak some things here. So the class was navigation.auto. So we'll add here navigation auto dot auto button 1. We'll set here some background. So we'll delete this code. Background, let's say any color, pink. So copy this code, Control C, delete this whole thing, Control V, and just change the radio button here. This will be radio button 2. This will be 3. And this will be 4. Now we have all the designing in place. Let's go back to the code and refresh. So now you'll see everything is in place. The background is black. The image is perfectly aligned. We have this button. So let's click. So when you click, you see the images slides. This is the fourth image, third, second, and first. So your beautiful image slider is ready. All that now is left is to add the JavaScript code for this image slider to function in an automatic manner. So now we'll go back to this HTML5. And below this div tag, we'll open one script tag. And inside this script tag, we'll create one variable named counter. We'll set it to 1. We'll create one function, set interval. So what this part specifically does is we have created one variable named counter, and it will check against the ID that we have created as radio. When the radio button is checked and it encounters, the counter will be plus plus, that counter will increase by 1. So after the counter has reached the 4, so it will get back to the starting point, that is 1. So the whole point of this code is to make the images slide in a loop. So just save and go back. Now when you refresh, you will see the images will move after some time. Specifically 2 seconds. Now when the images reach the last stage, it goes back to the first. You can also change it by clicking here manually.
Whenever we go through a website or fill out a form, we see that there are certain ways of filling a form, right? Sometimes we use radio buttons to select one option from a group of options. We use passwords, emails, checkboxes, and many more such things while going through a form. The input element in HTML is responsible for adding different input types to a web page. The type attribute within the input element determines what the user will input in that particular input area. So let's go through the syntax of input element first, and then we'll go through the different input types we can get from a user. Now the input element in HTML specifies an input field for the user to enter data. So let's say if we want the user to enter his username, in that case we'll need an input field, right? So what we'll do is we'll write here inside the form tag. We have the form tag already present here, so we'll write here first, let's say first name. Fine, now we are going to use the input element. The input element in HTML is an empty element, so we don't need any closing tag for that. Save the program, and here you can see on the browser that we have this input field present. We can write anything over here inside this input field. So you can see we are able to write anything over here. Now let's create a small form, and you guys will be able to understand the concept of type attribute in the input element. We'll create a form wherein we'll include different types of input areas for the user. So first of all, we'll write here first name and input. So we already have this written on a program. We use the label here as first name. However, we use the label tag for this task, but right now I don't want you guys to get confused. So we'll keep it like this only. Here we have used the label name as first name. So the type attribute will hold the value as text over here. Anytime we want the user to input values like name or any sort of text value, we use the type attributes as text. So what we'll do is we'll move to our input element and we'll write over here type. Type is going to be text first. Fine. Save the program and you'll see nothing happening over here as of now. You won't find any difference, and this is the default value of the type attribute as well. So we can write anything over here, like we can write any text value or we can write numbers here as well. So it's making no difference over here on the browser. Now the difference we'll see when we'll go through other input types. So let's move ahead and we'll now go through the button type first, or we can say the submit button first. So what we'll do is we'll create a submit button first. Fine. So we'll write over here, we are going to use the break tag for 2 times and we are going to write here input. Type is going to be submit for a submit button, and we'll write over here value as submit. Fine. Now save the program and you can see the submit button present over here on the browser. So this submit button generally submits the form. Like if we are writing anything over here, like we are writing any first name, submit it, and you can see the page gets refreshed and there's no other value now because the submit button is on work and it submits the form. Fine. Now similar to a submit button, there's one more input type that also creates a button, but the task is a bit different. The value of the type attribute as reset will do some important things for us. For example, if we write here the same thing, so we are going to use the input tag again, and here we'll write type as reset, and let's give the value as reset once again. Fine. Close the input element and save the program. So here you can see we have this reset button present over here, Now write something over here like any value or any name, click on reset, and you can see the value of that particular field gets reset. Fine. We are done with the buttons. Now the next input type we are going to see is the password. So passwords are confidential, right? So we need something which can hide the user's password. HTML has an input type as password. So let's go through it. What we'll do is we'll add a label over here, like we'll write a password first to let the user know what he or she needs to do. So then we'll write here input type as password. Fine. Now save the program, and here you can see we have another input box over here. So let's do one thing. Let's use the break tag here to keep the form neat and clean. So here you can see we have password over here. If we try to write anything over here, you can see that particular text or number, whatever we are using in password, is encoded. So we can write any name here, and here we have the password. Click on submit, and here you can see it says check your password. So there's an error over here. So you can see the password here is encoded, and HTML provides us with this feature. Moving ahead, the email input type. This type of input is used for emails. It validates the email address whenever the user clicks on the submit button. For example, we'll write here email. So we are going to create another input field. We'll use the input tag or input element. We'll write here type as email. Fine, save the program, and here you can see we have another input box over here. We'll copy these break tags from here and we'll paste them here. Save it, and here you can see it looks fine now. Now write an email over here, or just try to write a single word. So let's say we are writing over here Ram. We'll provide the first name as well. So we'll write here Ram, then we'll write here any password, let's say. Fine. So click on submit, and here you can see it says please include an @ sign in the email address. Ram is missing an @. So we'll include @ over here. Click on submit again, and here you can see please enter a part following @. So it will not allow the user to move ahead until the user enters a correct email ID. So let's say we are writing over here @gmail.com, submit it, and here you can see the form gets submitted. Fine. We have been through some important inputs till now. All of them we discussed till now are commonly used in every form we create. Now we'll discuss radio buttons. So radio buttons allow the user to choose a single option from a number of options available. For example, what we'll do is we'll go through the example directly. So we'll write over here, let's say input type is equals to radio, and then we'll write over here value. Fine. Value is going to be, let's say, HTML, and here we'll write HTML. Okay, so here we have a first radio button. So we'll write here once again input type is equal to radio. So we have done a mistake over here. We'll write over here value again. Value is going to be CSS, and we'll write CSS here as well. Now save it, and here you can see we have two options, HTML and CSS. Let's do one thing. Let's include one more over here. So we'll write here input type is equals to radio. Fine. Then we'll write here value, and let's say value is going to be JavaScript, and save it. And here you can see we have 3 radio buttons present over here. We are going to use the break tag here as well, and here you can see we have 3 radio buttons, HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Now if you guys remember, we already said that we can choose any one option out of all the available options, right? So we are not able to do it here because of the name attribute. So for that we have to include the name attribute here. So let's say we are writing over here name as language for each of them. So let's write here name as language. Save it now, and now try to click on these radio buttons, and you can see we are able to select only one out of all the available options we have. Fine. So the name attribute plays a vital role while using radio buttons in an HTML form. Checkboxes also do similar tasks, but we can select more than one option at a time with checkboxes. So what we'll do is we'll use checkboxes as well. So let's say we are using the label tag over here. We'll write here label, and let's say we are writing over here choose your vehicle. Fine. Now we'll move ahead and we'll write over here, we'll use the break tag first, and we'll write over here, let's say input type is equal to checkbox, and then we have to write here name is, let's say, vehicle 1, and that's it. So let's use the value attribute as well. So value we are going to write here bike. Fine. So we'll write bike over here, then we'll use input type is equals to checkbox, then we'll again mention name here. So we'll write here name as vehicle. So let's do one thing, we'll write here vehicle again, and we'll write here value car, and we have to mention car here as well. Do it one more time, we'll write here type is going to be checkbox again, and name is going to be vehicle, and value is going to be, let's say, scooter. Fine. So we'll write scooter over here and save it now. So here you can see we have 3 different options for checkboxes. What we'll do is we'll put the break tag over here, save it now, and here you can see now we have bike, car and scooter. Although the name attribute in this case holds the same value for all the 3 checkboxes, it has vehicle for all of them. So but still we can choose, you can see, more than one option at a time. So this is the difference between checkboxes and radio buttons in HTML. The next input type we are going to use is the date type. This type is mainly used for date of birth, but you can use it for other specific dates as well. It allows the user to select a specific date along with the month and year. So what we have to do is we have to write here, let's write it over here, let's create an input box for date of birth of the user. So we'll write over here input type as date. Fine. Save it. And here you can see we have this date of birth input box present over here. We can choose date from this calendar. So we can use any month, or we can say any year as well. So let's say the date is 17 February 2016. We can choose the date from this calendar over here. So HTML gives us this feature of choosing date. And if you want to select time as well, so then we have to write here date time local. Fine, save it. And here you can see now we are able to select date along with the time. So you can see we can choose time as well along with the date. So here you can see the date is 5/7/2022, which is 5th of July 2022, and the time is 10:43. So it follows 24-hour format in case of time. Now the next type we are going to discuss is numbers. This input type describes a numeric input for the user. It does not allow the user to input any value other than numbers. So what we'll do is we'll go through the syntax directly. We'll write it over here. After the break tag, let's say we are writing phone number, and for this we are writing input type is equals to number, and that's it. Save it. And here you can see we have this option of phone number. So let's make it a bit cleaner. And now we'll try to write any text over here. So you can see we are not able to write any text. Now we'll try to write numbers, and here you can see it allows us to put numbers inside this particular input box. We are not able to print text over here. So this is why the input type as number is used for in HTML. The last input type we'll discuss is the file type. Sometimes we need to upload a file while filling out a form like a CV or something. In HTML, we can use the input type as file for this task. So what we'll do is we'll take you through the syntax for this as well. So we'll write over here select a file, and we'll write input type is equals to file. Fine. Save the program, and here you can see we have this choose file option present here on the browser. we can use it to choose a file from our system. So this is how the file attribute, or you can say file input type, works in HTML. Now, apart from all these input types we have discussed, we have some more input types present in HTML like range, week, month, and many more. We can't discuss all of them in a single video, but whenever we'll go through any of them, we'll definitely take a look at each of the input types we use. So HTML is not only used for creating the structure of a web page anymore, but it also provides interactivity to a web page up to some extent. So I hope you guys will learn something from this HTML tutorial.
So just like my previous example, this time I would like to also introduce you to another very interesting application, which is called navigation. Look, when we talk about HTML based development, so in HTML based development, navigation is very important, where you have multiple pages attached to, so that when you click on this page or click on any hyperlink, it will take you to the new page now, so that you can move back and forth. So this navigation is very essential part of any web development, so that you can offer the navigation. So this simple application of HTML, we would like to start from scratch. So let's go and create a new folder now and give the name called navigation. And inside this navigation, we want to create some new pages. So here I'm going to create index.html. The CSS name will be app.css, and along with this we would like to also create some new folder. Inside this I'll keep all the navigation files inside this, so I can say pages. Inside this pages, let me have total number of 3 pages with me. One is called about.html. Then we create contact.html. Then we create one more, that is called services.html. So these 3 links we will create it one by one, but first let's start with the index.html. So what's there in my index.html file? So first thing, I would like to start with my same HTML syntax here. Well, this is my basic construct. So I will start with my link rel from here, so that I can have my style sheet with me. Link rel equal to style sheet, href equal to app.css. Though I have not written anything, but I just left it as a blank. In my body tag, I would start with navigation. So HTML5 brought you some new tags known as called a nav tag, which is once again won't change anything drastically in your browser. However, they are called semantics, which will help you for the SEO, that stands for search engine optimization. So I'll start with my nav. Inside my nav, I will start with my div. I'll say navigation bar. So, but before that I say class equal to heading. That is my div tag, and inside my div tag I want to bring my heading, so I say h4 and I say navigation bar. And after the div tag, I will start with my URL tag, which is the unordered list. Inside my unordered list, I can set li, that stands for list items, and I can offer lot many links inside this. So URL, I just offer the class equal to nav hyphen links, and inside this my li tag I say a, which is the anchor tag. So a link href equal to, now here I offer the name, I say index.html, and that's it, and this will be by default active, so we say class equal to active. A class equal to active and href equal to index.html file, and here we offer home for home page. I'll copy this line and paste it for other 3 URLs. So here the active won't be there. Instead we say href equal to the location called pages under this pages we say about.html, and here we say about. Okay, copy this, paste it, and a part of this about we always say services.html, and here we say services. Inside this we offer contact. Okay, and once the nav tag is over, I will offer the div class equal to, just give the name body hyphen text, and I just say h1 tag inside this, and this is the home page. That's it. So that's my home page, which is ready with me, and along with this, whichever the other pages are also available, those pages I also want to use. So first of all, let me check how this page looks like in. Well, it looks like a pretty basic page. So once this page is ready, what I will do is, here I copy the content and pasted it here and above, and let's see what's there in my above. See, few things will change. Number one, here this app.css, now here we have to just use dot. There's an app.css for me, so we have to offer some title too. So after this link rel, we offer title. This title I can say about. Okay, so rest everything is fine. So h4 navigation bar, nav links. Here I have to offer the links for my base HTML page. So when I talk about index.html file, okay, it won't come, so index.html file. So I won't say it is an active anymore. I just remove this line. Class equal to active is just a normal href, but about would be active in this case. So a class equal to active, href this, services contact is as usual same, but I would not be having any pages anymore because we are in the same location, that's why. And here I say this is the about page, so that's it. I'll go back and check if it all fine. Home is active right now. About, you can see it as an about page right now. The about page is just appear as it is saying. Contents are more or less looks like and same, that is why you are able to see. Now just like that, I will just go back and copy the others. Now here app CSS, navigation bar, active, it is in contact, so I will make contact as an active. So index.html file remains same. This is contact page. So that's how it is. And we will say about my other properties, which is my services. We copy it. Sorry. Copy this contact. And here I'll be activating my service in this case. So class equal to active, I remove it from here, make it available here. This is service page, navigation, index, pages, about, active, yeah, all looks good. Heading, about, okay, here I change service, I change to contact, so looks fine. Let's see. Okay, service, contact, about, so for about we need to check where we need to go. So we have got pages, about.html pages also there. So all there. So we will like to see how the about page will be activated here. So index.html file also contains an about. So here when I refresh, well, we would call index.html page. Talk about call about. Where is an about page now? Services. So like this, it is happening for you. Okay, so that's how exactly my thing is. So we're all good, and services, contact, home, all good. Well, my page is now ready, and going forward we would like to beautify my pages by offering the CSS. Well, let's get started with our CSS file. So in my CSS file, I will start with my common properties, which is margin. I'm saying 0 pixel, followed by padding. I'm making it a 0 pixel again. Again, we want box sizing. This I say border hyphen box. Okay. Well, going forward, this is my standard settings for all different type of properties. Now I want the other properties to be get introduced, that is called box body text dot body hyphen text. Inside this body text, I set display flex. Now when I see where the body text is available, go to my index.html file. Body text is available here, div class. So here in my CSS file, I can say body text display flex. I say font family. I can give anything. Just giving called mont serif sans serif. These two we are offering it. Later on, align items, NL item center, followed by justify content. We're making it center. Then margin top, to 50 pixels. These are the properties are there. Followed by, okay, first let's check what is an effect. Here, see, it looks better now. Now we would like to go ahead with the nav. I already have this nav with me. Nav, display, flex, then justify content, space around, followed by align item. Align items I want to make center, and then we want to say min height. So we say min hyphen, okay, so min height we are giving 8vh, followed by background color, just set teal, same color, and same font family. We just copy this font family and make it available here. Well, let's check. There we go. So nav bar looks awesome, but I still feel the links needs to be justified. We want to make it even more better. But before that, I offer the nav links. So here I say nav links. So dot nav hyphen links. This nav links will have display flex, and then justify content that I want to make it space around again, followed by width. So width would be 30%. Perfect. And now nav link li dot nav links li this list style none. Let's see how it is changing. There we go. That it looks really nice. So nav links are ready, and I want to make it a heading. I want to make it more organized. So let's see about a heading. So here I say dot heading, and inside this heading I say color, which is white, followed by text transform, text transform uppercase, followed by letter spacing. This letter spacing will be 5 pixels, and followed by last font size, and this font size is just 20 pixels. That's it. And let's see how it is differentiated here. Awesome. So this navigation bar is now looking great, and it is giving me all the basic operation whichever we have expected. Now this nav links whichever we have created, okay, they are working fine, but I just want to make it even more beautiful. And how I can make it more beautiful? To make it, I would like to go ahead with the nav links again. Dot nav links of type anchor tag. Now I would like to activate my anchor tag by making it color white. Okay, followed by text decoration none, and followed by letter spacing 3 pixels, and then font weight bold, and font size 14 pixels, and padding 14 pixels and 16 pixels, both options. That's it. And followed by, we want to use the nav links. When I will hover it, so the color should change. So we are saying dot nav links, and here with li followed by a dot active. When the anchor tag is active, then in that case I want to change the background color to light sea green. I can say lights so we have this option called light sea green. This one, light sea green, that looks beautiful. And followed by same, I copy this and this active. So nav links li dot active, background color we are using, but if it is not active, then in that case what you will use. So I can just change a small thing here. I've changed this color. Now let me try to copy this first. I tell you about what I want to copy this, and I paste it as usual. Here what I see is when it is an active, okay, when it is an active, I will change the color to, I think the spelling is wrong, active, it should be active. Background color I want to change it to green. So for that we are just using the color hash this is a green color when it is an active, and when this is not active, so we can just say a colon active, which we've used now li colon active, or we can say a colon hover, a colon hover, a colon hover, and here we say colon not dot active. That's it. Let's see how it works. Awesome. This looks beautiful. Home is active right now. They say it is on a home page. Now you can see it is an about page. It is a service page. It is a contact. Now you can see it looks even more.
In the most basic definition, a form is something we use to take the user's data. For example, if the user wants to register on a website, then they have to give us their names, email, and some more info about them. A form takes input from the user and then posts it into the backend application for further processing and other stuff like validation and all. The HTML form tag is used to create a form. It's quite simple to create a form in HTML. We'll move to the programming part directly and create a simple form to start with. So the first and foremost part is that we need to use the form tag to create a form. So what we'll do is we'll move to the body of our program and we'll write here form. So this is the form tag in HTML. Save the program and you can see here nothing happened on the browser. So this form tag created an area for a form. It basically worked like the div tag we used in the previous videos. Now to include data in a form, we need text areas, or we can say input boxes in our form. There are various form elements available like text field, text area fields, drop-down menus, radio buttons, checkboxes, etc. So let's start using them in the form here. First of all, we'll create a text box for the user's name. For that, what we have to do is we have to write here inside the form tag. So we'll write here first name, and then we have to write here input. So input is another tag. So we have to write here input, and then we have to use the type attribute. So the type is going to be text for this text box, and we'll write here name. Name is going to be first name. Fine. Now save this, and you can see here we have an input box for the first name. The same code we can use for the last name as well. What we have to do is we have to copy it from here. We have to paste it here. So we'll use the br tag before using it again. Now we have to change first here with last. So we'll write here last, and in name as well we'll write last. Fine. So we have this last name over here, save it, and you can see we have first name and last name. We have two different text boxes present over here. We'll use the br tag one more time, save it now, and you can see it clearly now, right? So here we are done with the first text box of us. Now this input tag over here is used to create these text boxes, and the name refers to the text box's name. Fine. Another thing we can do here is we can write here placeholder, and inside placeholder we can write something. Let's say we are writing over here first name, and you can see first name over here. It's permanent until we write something inside the box. The placeholder value will appear on the text box. Same thing we can do here as well. We have to write here placeholder. So we have placeholder for last name as well. Save it now, and you can see the value of placeholder over here. The moment we start writing something over here, you can see the placeholder value is not here anymore. Fine.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
Now, there are different types of form controls that we can use to collect data using HTML form. They are text input controls. We can use checkboxes, radio buttons. We can use select box controls, and we can also use file select boxes. So we can use radio buttons in our form. For that, what we need to do is we need to change the type in our form. So that's the only thing that will change no matter what controls we are using. So what we have to do is we have to write here. Let's say we are using break tag first. So we'll use two break tags over here. in order to make the whole web page clear and easily understandable for you guys. So next thing we'll do is we'll write here gender. So let's write here gender, then we'll use break tag again, and after this we'll write input type is equals to radio, and we can write here name is going to be, let's say, male, and the value for this is going to be male again. Fine, we can use the value attribute here as well, so we'll use it later. Now the next thing we'll do is we'll write here input again, we'll add another gender. So let's say we have type here as radio again, and then we have name as female, and we'll write here fine. So save it now, and you can see two radio buttons over here. We can check them in, and you can see we have radio buttons working totally fine. We can use these values later on as well. Similarly, we can use checkboxes as well in our form. We'll see how in the upcoming video, where we'll create something like a login or a sign up form using HTML only. So there are three different types of text inputs used on forms. We can use single line text input controls. So this control is used for items that require only one line of user input, such as search boxes or names. They are created in HTML using the input tag. We discussed them till now. So these all are the example of single line text input controls which we discussed till now. The next are password input controls. This is also a single line text input, but it masks the character as soon as a user enters it. They are also created using the HTML input tag. So the syntax goes like this. We have to write here after this. So we'll use the BR tag again over here. And now we'll write here input. So before that, let's write password. So this password is going to be the user's password for our website, for login or maybe for sign in. So this is the password. So we'll write here input type is equals to password, and then we'll write here name as password. Fine, save it now, and you can see password written over here with a text box. Fine, right inside here will get masked. So if we write anything over here, you can see it in the form of password. It will get masked as soon as we enter it. So this is done to make the password a secret. Now we can also set the maximum length of a password using the max length attribute. So what we have to do is we have to write here max length, and the max length is going to be, let's say, 8. Fine, save the program, and now if we write something over here, you can see, and now we are not able to use more than 8 characters inside this particular text box, right? Because we have defined the max length as 8, and it will allow only 8 characters inside the text box. Fine. The last one we have are multi-line text input controls. This is used when the user is required to give details that may be longer than a single sentence. So multi-line input controls are created using HTML text area tag. The syntax for a multi-line input is simple. We have to write here after this. So we'll use the BR tag again for 2 times, and then we'll write here, let's say, description. Fine. So after description, we'll use the BR tag to make it more clear, and then we'll write here text area. So this is the tag, and then we have to define rows and columns here. So rows are going to be 5, and we'll write here calls. So these two are the attributes. We'll write here 50. This basically we are defining the area acquired by this text area. Fine. Then we'll write here name, and we'll write here description. Then we'll write something over here. So let's say we'll write over here enter description here, and that's it. Save the program, and you can see we have a text area present over here. It's bigger in size than the normal text boxes we had earlier. So what we can do is we can remove it from here, and we can use the placeholder attribute inside the text area tag to write such thing. Fine. The last important thing in a form is the submit button. So this button is used to submit the form data. We can either use the input tag or the button tag for a submit button. Fine. So let's use the input tag for creating a button first. What we'll do is we'll write here after this, we'll write here the break tag, and then we'll write input type is equals to button, and then we have value is equals to submit. Fine. Save the program, and you can see the button over here on the browser. So here's the button. We can further make this button work with the help of JavaScript, but we are creating the layout only for now, so let it be this way only. The next method we can use for creating a button is by using the button tag. So what we have to do is, we have to write here, just use the br tag once and write here button. So this is the tag, and write here the name of button. Fine, so we'll write here submit, save the program, and you can see here another button. Fine, so here's the button. You can see both the buttons are exactly same, no difference between the buttons. We can style this form according to our need. Whenever we go through the login or sign up portal of any website, we see that on the login page, we use credentials like ID and password name. Sign up page on the other hand refers to the form we need to fill in order to be a part of that particular website. So what we'll do is, we'll create a login page and a sign up page in today's video, and we'll see what we can learn from this video. So without wasting any more time, let's move on to the programming part directly. We'll start with the login page first. So first of all, here we are in the HTML file. We'll start using the form tag, but before that, we are going to provide a heading for this login page. So what we'll do is, we'll move to the body tag, and we'll write here H1. So H1 stands for heading 1. I hope you guys already know this particular element. So what we'll do is, we'll write here login form. Fine. So we have written login form over here, save it, and you can see we have login form written on the browser. The next thing we are going to do is, we are going to style it a bit using the style attribute. We have been through it already. So we'll write here style. Now inside style, what we'll do is, we'll align this text at the center of our web page. So we'll write here text align, and we'll text align it to the center. Fine. So here we are done with text aligning. Save it now, and you can see it moving in the browser. So it's in the middle of the web page now. You can see it over here clearly. The login form is present at the center of a whole web page. Fine. Now the next thing we are going to do is, we are going to use the form tag over here. Fine. So we'll write here form, and this is a form tag. So we are going to create the form inside this particular tag only. Now let's style this as. So what we'll do is, we'll write here style. Again, the style attribute comes into play. So we are going to use the border attribute now. We are going to keep the border 3 pixel thick, solid in nature, and let's use this particular color. So we'll write here F1, F1, F1. So this is white color basically. So here you can see it's not completely white, off-white or a bit grayish we can say. So here you can see the form body. So I hope this is visible for you guys. So the next thing we are going to do is, we are going to use a container now. So what we'll do for that, we'll use the div tag, we'll style it, and then we'll move on further. So we'll write here div. Now inside div, we are going to use the style attribute again, obviously. So we are going to provide padding over here. Now we'll write here 25 pixels. So what is padding? You guys repeat. So what is padding? You guys might be wondering about that. Padding provides the space between the border and the content of an element. Fine. So the space between the border of that element and the content is known as padding. So padding is going to be 25 pixels for all the sides. So padding is basically 4 sides from top, right, bottom, and left. Fine. So we can provide all the values, or we can provide a single value for all. Fine. So here padding is 25 pixels. Now we are going to set background color for this, and the background color is going to be, let's say, light blue. Fine. Save it now, and here you can see we have a container which has a border of gray color, and the background color is sky blue, or we can say light blue. Fine. Now the next thing we are going to do is, we are going to start creating a form. So here we are inside the div tag. So you can see we have the form tag first, and inside the form we have a particular division. Fine. So what we'll do now is we are going to create a login form. So we'll use the label tag. So label tag stands for the label of any form. So you will see it over here. So we'll write here username and we'll put colon over here. Save it now. And here you can see we have username present inside the container, or we can say inside the form. Fine. So let's put a space over here, save it now, and now I guess it looks fine. The next thing we are going to do is we are going to create a text box now. So for that we are going to use the input tag. So we'll write a input type is equals to text for this username, and then we'll write here placeholder. Placeholder will write enter username. Fine. Now after this we are going to write here name. Name is going to be, let's say, username again, and then we'll write here, let's say, required. So required is another attribute we have. So what will happen now is if we leave this box empty and if we don't write anything over here, and if we try to submit a login form, then a pop-up will appear which says credentials required or something like that only. So HTML provides us with this feature. So save it now, and here you can see we have a label, username, and a text box which says enter username. Fine. Similarly, we'll create a label for password and a text box for password. Fine. So we'll write here label again, and we'll write here password. Save it now, and here you can see we have a label for password as well. Now what we'll do is we'll write here again, we are going to use the input tag. So we'll write here input type is equals to password. You guys are already aware of this type, and then we'll write here placeholder, and we'll write here enter password. Fine. So we'll write here enter password. Then we have the name for password. We'll write here name is equals to password, and then we'll write here a required again. Fine. Save it now, and here you can see we have another text box. Now, so let me make it a little more clear for you guys. So here we are done with the username and the password. The next thing we need is the submit button now. Fine. So we'll write here button type is going to be submit, or we can use the input tag as well as we did in the last video. So we'll write here login. Fine. So this is the button name. Save it now, and here you can see we have the login button as well. Now what we are going to do is we are going to create a checkbox, or we can say a remember me function. Fine. So for that what we'll do is we are again going to use the input tag for that. So we'll write here input, then we'll write here type is equals to checkbox, and then we'll write here after this checked is a property again, so we'll write here checked as checked. So then we'll write here remember me. Fine. Save it now, and here you can see we have a checkbox and a remember me option. Fine. And the next thing we are going to do is we are going to create another button, the cancel button. Fine. So we'll write here button, and type is going to be button again. Then we'll write here ID is going to be, let's say, cancel button. Why we are using this ID? Because we need this ID in the CSS part. We'll see it later. Then we'll write here the name of button is cancel. Fine. Save it now, and here you can see we have a cancel button as well. Now the next thing we are going to do is we are going to put some links over here. So for that we are going to use the anchor tag again. We'll write here a href. Href is going to be, let's say, hash, because we are going to write here forgot password. So we'll write here forgot password, or we can write here forget password. Fine. Save it now, and here you can see we have a link present over here. Now what we are going to do is we are going to use a break over here, and then we'll add another link for the sign up page. Fine, so we'll write here a href again. Reference is going to be signin.html. So this is going to be the sign in file or the HTML file for the sign up page. Then we'll write here register. Fine. Save it now, and here you can see register written over here on the browser. So we are already done with the login form. The next thing we are going to do is we are going to use CSS for that. So we are almost done with the HTML part for this login page. All of you guys are well aware of the style attribute till now, right? This attribute is used to change the style of any particular element. Let me tell you guys another way of using this style attribute in HTML. We can use all these styling properties inside the style tag as well. For that, what we need to do is we need to move to the head section of a HTML file, and we have to write here style. Fine. So here we are here with the style tag. So what we are going to do is we are going to style a HTML document inside this style tag only. Fine. What we'll do here is we'll write here body first. Fine. So what we are doing here is we are styling the body tag, the whole body tag now. Fine. So what we'll do is we'll use the font family first. So we'll change the font family. We'll write here. Okay, we are going to use Gill Sans. We are going to use this. Then we'll write here the background color. So we'll change the background color of this page. We'll write here RGB. The RGB values are, we have to write it in small letters. The RGB values are 134, 132, 133. Fine. We are done with it. Save it. And here you can see the change. So the RGB values are not working because we have written RBG over here instead of RGB. Save it now. And here you can see the background color is gray now. Fine. So it looks nice. Now the next thing we are going to do is we are going to style the button. So the button tag we have used here, you can see it over here. We have used the button tag for cancel button and for submit button. Fine. Or we can say for login button. So we are going to style both of them at once. So we'll write here button. We'll write here the tag name basically. So button is the tag name. Now we'll change the background color of this button, which is going to be, let's say, #150.5ff. So guys, I'm already aware of these colors, and you can do what we did in the background color video, or you can change the background color according to you. You can use the color name, you can use the hex values or the RGB values. The next thing we are going to do is we are going to provide here the width. Width is going to be 100% of the whole tag. Fine. Then we'll write here color. Color is going to change the font color of this button. So we'll write here RGB again. And we are going to write here 248, 248, 248. Fine. Let's see what it is. So here you can see the login and cancel button are changed now. So the font color is white. The button color is blue. And next thing we are going to do is we are going to write here padding. Padding again is going to be 15 pixels for all the sides. Then we'll write here margin. Fine. So we'll write here margin. Margin is going to be 10 pixel and 0 pixel. Fine. So what is margin, guys? Margin provides the space between the border and the outer element. There's a difference between padding and margin. Padding provides the space between the border and the content of element. So here in this case, this is the content and this is the padding. Fine. Margin on the other hand refers to this space between this element and the next element. Fine. So margin as 10 and 0 pixel means 10 pixel from top and bottom and 0 pixel from left and right. Fine. The next thing we are going to do here is we are going to write here border. Fine. So border will define as none. Save it, and you can see the buttons here now. The next thing or the last thing we are going to write here is we are going to change the cursor to pointer on taking over these buttons. You can see the cursor change now. Fine. The next thing we are going to do is we are going to style the input tags. So we'll write here input and we are going to style them. So we'll write here type is equals to, we have used a lot of input tags, right? So we'll write here type is equals to text, and then again we are going to write here input, then we'll write here type is equals to password. Fine. So we have two input tags for username and for password. So we are going to style them at once, side by side. We are going to style them. So the next thing we are going to write here is we are going to set the width as 100%, and then we'll write here margin again. So we'll write here margin as 8 pixels and 0 pixels. Fine. Save it now, and here you can see the login form is looking more, and here you can see the login form looks much better now. The next thing we are going to do here is we are going to define the padding as well. Padding is going to be 12 pixel and 20 pixel. Fine. Then we'll write here display as inline block. Then we have border over here. Border is going to be 2 pixel, solid in nature, and we are going to define the RGB value again. So RGB is going to be 109. For green we have 8, and for blue we have, and for blue here we have, let's say 240. Fine, save it now, and here you can see the borders over here. Now what we are going to do is we are going to remove pixel from here, and here you can see we have the input boxes, or we can say the text boxes, working totally fine. Now what we are going to do last is we are going to write here box sizing. You can see these boxes going out of area, so we'll write here box sizing as border box. Save it now, and here you can see the login form is almost done. Fine, so let me close it once. Now the next thing we are going to style is the button tag again. So we'll write here button, and then we'll write here a property. It totally depends upon us if we are going to use these properties or not. So we have to remove from here, we have to write here hover, and on hovering the opacity will change. So the opacity will change to 0.7. Now look it carefully, and here you can see when we take our mouse cursor over any button, there's no change, right? Now save the program, try to take the mouse cursor again. You can see it's still not working as of now. We have to remove this, and here you can see now it's working totally fine. On taking the mouse cursor over any button, it hovers now. The opacity will change. Fine. The last thing we have to do is we have to style the cancel button. So we are going to use the ID over here. So here you can see in the HTML part of cancel button, so we have used the ID as cancel button over here. So we are going to use this ID to style this particular button. Fine. We'll write here inside this cancel button width is going to be auto. Then we have padding is going to be 10 pixel and 18 pixel for top, bottom, and for left, right. Fine. Then we have the margin as well, and margin is going to be 10 pixel for top, bottom, and 5 pixel for left, right. Save it now, and here you can see the login form is completely done. Fine. Now that we are done with the styling part, let's check the final output. Save the program, and you can see here. So here you can see on the browser we have this basic login form. It looks fine, right? We can make it more attractive, but we need CSS for that. With HTML, we can do this only. So let's move ahead, and we'll now create the registration form or the sign up page. So let's move ahead to another HTML file. So here we are in the HTML file. So this file is for sign up page. Here you can see the title for sign up. So we'll remove this form tag from here. It's a mistake. Save it now. And now what we are going to do is we are going to open it with live server again. So here you can see this HTML file has no output as of now. So let's create the sign up form now.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
So what we'll do first is we are going to write here the style tag and we'll finish it later on. Now moving to the body part, what we'll do is we'll style the body first. So we'll use the style attribute now. We are going to define the font family here. Font family is going to be this one again. Let's say we have used this in the sign up form, or we can say the login form as well. So the next thing we are going to do is we are going to change the background color for this whole body. Now what we are doing here is we'll write here RGB. Then we'll define the values as 134, 132, 133. The same one from the previous login form. Save it now, and here you can see the change in the background color of the whole body tag. Fine. Next up, what we'll do here is we are going to use the h1 tag again. We'll style it as well. So we'll write a style. We are going to align it to the center. We'll write a text align. And we'll write here text align at the center. Fine. So here we are. Then we'll write here registration form. Save it now, and here you can see we have registration form written at the center of a web page. Fine. Next thing, we have to include a lot of text boxes and a lot of labels in this particular registration form, because for login form we need only 2 text boxes or 2 labels, right? The username and the password. But the sign up form is different. We need a lot of information about the user. So for that we are going to use a lot of input tags. First thing we are going to do is we are going to use a break over here. Then we'll use the form tag, and that's it. Inside the form tag we are going to change the style over here only. So we'll write a style, and we are going to use the border. Border is going to be 3 pixel, solid in color, and or we can say solid in nature, and off-white or gray in color. Fine. So here you can see the border on the browser. Now what we are going to do next is we are going to use the div tag again. So we'll write here div. Here we have the div tag. So let's style this div tag over here only. We are going to use the style attribute. For that we are going to define the padding. Padding is going to be 25 pixel for this as well. Background color we are going to use light blue again. Save it now, and here you can see the container on the browser. So it's similar to the login one. Now what we are going to do is we are going to use label first. So we'll write here label. Then we have the label as first name, and save it. You can see we have our first label over here. The next thing we need is the input area or the text box for this first name. So we'll write here input type is equals to text. Then we have name. Name is going to be first name. Then we have size, or we can say the length. So we'll write here max length. Max length, let's define it as 15. And we are done with the first text box. Use the break tag again over here, and that's it. So we are done with first name. Similarly, we have to mention the middle name, last name as well. So let's define them here. So we'll write here label again. This time we have the label for middle name, and that's it. Save it, and here you can see we have middle name written over here. We'll copy this piece of code, or we can say the input tag from here. We'll change the name to last name and save it. Here you can see we have another text box present over here. Fine. So one thing we forgot to mention here is the placeholder. So we can write here placeholder, enter, first name. Fine, save it now, and here you can see the placeholder on the browser. So we'll copy it from here, we'll paste it here, we'll mention for last name or for middle name as well. Save it now, and here you can see something is wrong. Save it again, and there's something wrong. Fine. Hey, so there's a problem with the live server. So what we'll do is we'll open it again with live server, and here you can see it's not working as of now. Okay, the break tag, we have something wrong over here. Let me check, guys. Okay, we forgot to mention this over here. Save it now, and it's still not working with live server again, and it's working now. Fine. So it's working as of now. We'll do the same thing for last name as well. So we'll copy this piece of code from here, we'll paste it here, we'll change middle to last everywhere. So we'll write here enter last name over here, then we have name as last name, and we have to write here enter last name, or we can say last name over here. Save it now, and here you can see we have another text box and another label present over here for last name as well. Now what we are going to do is we are going to select, or we can say we are going to use options, or we have to mention them over here. So for that we'll write here label. So we are going to mention course over here, and for course we are going to provide drop down menus. So for that what we need to do is we need to use the select tag in HTML. So inside the select tag we have to provide options. Let's say the value of option is, first value is going to be course, and then we have to write here course. It is going to be a drop down list, so we have to mention a lot of options over here. So we'll write here option again, and then we'll write here value is going to be BCA, then we have to write here BCA. Save it now, and here you can see we have course over here. So here you can see till now it has two values. Let's add some more values over here for options, or we can say let's add some more options over here. We'll add, let's say 3-4 more options. We'll write here BBA instead of BCA for this. Then we have, let's say BTech, and we'll change the value over here as well. We'll write here BTech. Then we have MBA as well, let's say. So we'll write here MBA. Then finally we have, let's say MTech as well. So we'll write here MTech. Save it now, and here you can see if we click on this code, you can see we have different options available. We have BCA, BBA, BTech, MBA, and MTech. So the select tag, or we can say the option tag and select tag, both are used for drop down menus. So here's a drop down menu. So we have to put a colon over here. Save it now, and I guess it looks fine now. So the next thing we need to do is we need to use the radio buttons for gender. Fine. So what we are going to do is we are going to use the break tag, and then we'll write here gender. So gender is going to be the label, so we have to put it inside label tag. So we'll write here label, and we have to put gender inside it. Fine. Save it now, and here you can see we have gender present over here. Now what we are going to do is we are going to put a break again over here, and then we have to use the input tag. So we'll write a input type is equals to radio for radio buttons, and then we have to write a name is going to be male, and the first value is going to be male. Fine. Then we have to put the BR tag again, then we'll copy it from here, we'll paste it here, for female. Then we have to change the value here as well. Female we have to write here, we have to put a BR tag. We'll copy it from here again, and let me close it once. We'll copy it from here, we'll paste it here. Now we have to write here instead of female, other. Fine. So we'll mention other over here as well. Save it now, and here you can see we have 3 radio buttons over here for gender. We have male, female and other. Fine. Now next thing we have to include is we have to include the phone number. For phone number we need 2 input boxes, one for the country code and the another one for phone number. Fine. So we need to write here, and we'll put another break over here. Then after this break we need the label for phone. Fine. So we'll write here phone, and after phone we have to write here input type is equals to text for phone number. Then we'll write here name is going to be country code. Then we have to write here the value as well. Value is going to be +91. This is the country code of India. Then we'll write here max length. Max length is going to be 3, so that the user cannot write anything inside here. Fine. Save it now, and here you can see we have phone as label and we have a text box. If we try to write anything, you can see we are not able to write. So what we'll do next is we'll add another input box, or we can say the text box for phone number. So we'll copy it from here, we'll paste it again. We are going to use the name as phone for phone number. The value is going to be none, so we'll remove value from here, and then what we'll do is we'll change the max length to 10 digits. Fine. Save it now, and here you can see we have another text box over here. So what we'll do is we'll change the type here. So you can see we are able to write characters here as well. What we'll do is we'll change the type as number. Fine. Save it now, and now you will be able to see that we are not able to write any character over here, but we are able to write a number. Fine. So here is the text box for phone number. Fine. So we are going to use the break tag again. So we'll write here break. Let's use it twice. And after this break tag, what we need is the address. So we'll write here label. Label is going to be address. So we have to write here address. We have to put a colon over here, and after this address we have to put the break tag and a text area. So we are not going to use this text box for this. Now we are going to use the text area attribute. So we'll write here text area. Text area columns are going to be 80 for this area, and rows as 5. Fine. Value is going to be, let's say, address over here, and we are almost done. So save it now, and here you can see on the browser we have a text area for address. Fine. So what we need to do next is we need email, we need password and retype password. We need 3 more options, right? So let's start with email. So what we are going to do is we are going to use break over here twice so that it will be clear for you guys to see. Now what we'll do is we'll write here inside label, we'll write email. So we have the label as email. Then we'll write here input type is equals to email. Then we have ID as email. Then we can write here name as well. Name is going to be email again. So save it now, and here you can see we have a text box for email as well. Now what we need to do is we need another box for password. So we are going to use the break tag twice, And now we are going to use the label tag again. Label is going to be password. Save it now, and here you can see we have label as password. Now we'll write here input. Type is going to be password. Then we have id is equals to pass. In case we need them in the CSS part, that's why we are using the id attribute here. Name is going to be pass again, and that's it. Fine. So we have text box for password. Now what we are going to do next is we are going to use the break tag again. Next up, we need to retype password because this is a registration form. The user needs to retype the password he chooses. Fine. So we'll write here label. Label is going to be re-enter password. And that's it. We need an input box for this as well, so we are going to use this one only. So we'll copy it from here, we'll paste it here, and we are going to use the br tag again. Fine. Save it now, and here you can see we have another text box for a re-enter password. Fine. The next thing we need is the submit button, the last thing. So we will write here input, type is going to be button, then we have value. Value is going to be submit. So save it now, and we are done with the registration form. So here you can see we have everything we need in a registration form. So here we are done with the HTML part only. Let's style this page a bit now. We'll move on to the head section again, and we'll write here inside the style attribute, or we can say the style tag basically. So we'll write here, we are going to use input for type as text. So basically we can do one thing. We can remove it. We can go back to HTML, and we have this input one over here. We'll copy it from here. We'll come back to sign up page, and we'll save it. So here you can see it looks fine. So some of them are not working obviously, because here for email we have used the input as email. So for that to work, what we need to do is we need to write here again after a comma. We need to write here input. Then inside these brackets, we need to write here type is equals to email, and for once more, we need to write here input type is equals to number. Fine. Save it now, and here you can see these two are also working. The text area we can also use here over here. So what we can do is we can write here text area only, and it will work as well. So we need to change the box sizing for this address attribute, or we can say for the text area attribute. So one thing we are going to do here is we are going to write here text area as well. Let's see if it works. You can see we have written text area over here, and it works completely fine now. Fine. So here you can see we have both the pages now. If we move back to our login form, you can see this is a login form and this is a registration form. So it looks nice. So what we can do is we can go over here login form, and we can click on register, and it will take us to a registration form because these two pages are linked together. Fine. So this is how we can create a HTML login or sign up page using HTML and a bit of CSS, we can say. I hope you guys got it. Try doing it by yourself and let us know what extra you did.
So without further ado, let's get started with the interview questions based on HTML. So the first question, what is HTML? HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language, and it is the language of the internet. It is a standard text formatting language used for creating and displaying pages on internet. HTML documents are made up of the elements and tags that format it properly and display it on pages. So we have our next question now. What are HTML tags? So the answer for this question is, HTML tags are used for placing the elements in a proper and appropriate format. Tags use the symbols greater than and less than to set them apart from the HTML content. The HTML tags need not to be closed always. For example, in case of images, the closing tags are not required for an image tag. Now, followed by the second question, we have our third question. What are HTML attributes? The attributes are the properties that can be added to an HTML tag that change the way the tag behaves or displayed. For example, an image tag. An image tag has src attribute with which you can use the source from which you have to display the image from. Now the attributes are added right after the name of the HTML tag inside the brackets. The attributes can only be added to opening or self-closing tags, but never in closing tags. Now followed by third question, we have our next question. What is marquee in HTML? Marquee is used for scrolling text on a web page. It scrolls the image or text up, down, left or right automatically. To apply for a marquee, you have to use marquee tags. Now we have our fifth question. How do you separate a section of text in HTML? We separate a section of text in HTML using the below tags, which are the break tag, paragraph tag and block quote. The break tag is used to separate a line of text. It breaks the current line and shifts the flow of the text line to a new line. Followed by that, we have the paragraph line. The paragraph line is used to write a paragraph of text. And third one, the block quote. The block quote tag is used to define large quoted sections. Now we have our sixth question. Define the types of lists in HTML. So we have the three types of lists in HTML, which are the ordered list, unordered list and definition list. So first we'll discuss the ordered list. The ordered list uses OL tag and displays elements in a numbered format. Next we have the unordered list. The unordered list uses UL tag and displays elements in a bulleted format. Thirdly, we have the definition list. The definition list uses DL, DT and DD tags and displays elements in the form of definition like a dictionary. Next we have our seventh question. How do you align list of elements in an HTML file? We can align the list elements in an HTML file by using indents. If you indent each nested list in further than the parent list, then you can easily align and determine the various lists and the elements that it contains. Now we have our eighth question. Differentiate between ordered list and unordered list. So the answer for this question is, an unordered list uses UL tags and each element of the list is written between LI tags. The items are displayed as bullets rather than numbers. Now coming into ordered list. So for creating an ordered list, you'll be using OL tags and each element inside the list is written using LI tags. The list items are displayed using numbers rather than bullet points. Now we have a sample on the screen right now. So the first three elements are a set of unordered lists which are represented using bullet tags, and the second set, which is the coffee, tea and milk, is an ordered list which is represented using numbers. Now moving ahead, we have the ninth question. How do you display a table in HTML web page? So the table in HTML can be created or displayed using the table tag. So it also uses to manage the layout of the page, for example, header section, navigation bar, body content, footer section, etc. etc. So given below are a list of HTML tags used for displaying table in an HTML web page. So we have table, tr, th, etc. etc. Table is used to define a table, tr is used to define a row in a table, th for header, td for a cell, caption is used to define a caption, and we have the col group which is used to specify a group of one or more columns in a table for formatting. Next we have col, which is used with col group element to specify column properties for each column. Next we have tbody, which is used to group the body content in a table. Next we have thead, tfooter, which are used for header content and footer content respectively. Moving forward, we have our 10th question. How do you display the given table in an HTML web page? So the answer for this question is written on the right side part of my screen. This is the sample code which you can use to represent or display a table which is given in this particular format over here. Now followed by this, we have our 11th question. How do we insert a comment in HTML? So the answer for this question is, we can insert a comment in HTML by beginning with lesser than sign and ending with a greater than sign. For example, as shown in the right side part of my screen, which is hello world. Now moving ahead, we have our 12th question. How do you insert a copyright symbol in HTML? So you can insert a copyright symbol by using ampersand copy semicolon or ampersand hashtag 169 semicolon in an HTML file. Now moving ahead, we have our 13th question. So what is a white space in HTML? So the answer for this question is, an empty sequence of space characters is called as white space in HTML. This whitespace is considered as a single space character in HTML. Whitespace helps the browser to merge multiple spaces into one single space, and so taking care of indentation becomes easier. Whitespace helps in better organizing the content and tags, making them readable and easy to understand. With this, let's move into the 14th question. How do you create links in different sections within the same HTML web page? So the answer is anchor tags. We can use anchor tag along with referencing through the use of hashtag symbol to create several links to different sections within the same web page. Moving ahead, we have the 15th question. How do you create a hyperlink in HTML? So the answer is we can use anchor tag. Again, here the same thing. We can use anchor tag to create a hyperlink within the HTML that links to another web page. The hyperlink can be added to images too. Now moving ahead into our 16th question.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
Define an image map. So the answer for this question is an image map in HTML helps in linking with the different kinds of web pages using this single image. It can be used for defining spaces in the images that are made part of the image mapping process. Moving ahead, we have our 17th question. Why do we use style sheet in HTML? A style sheet helps in creating a well-defined template for HTML web page that is both consistent as well as portable. A single style sheet template can be linked to various web pages, which makes it easier to maintain and change the look of the website. Now the 18th question, what is semantic in HTML? So the answer for this question is semantic HTML is a coding style. It is the use of HTML markup to reinforce the semantics or the meaning of the content. For example, the semantic HTML B tag is not used for bold statement as well as I tag, which is not used for italic. Instead, we use strong and EM tags. Now, followed by the 18th question, we have our 19th question. What is SVG in HTML? So the HTML SVG is used to describe the vector or raster graphics. SVG images and their behaviors are defined in XML text sheets. It is mostly used for vector type diagrams like pie charts, two-dimensional graphs in an XY coordinate system. Now moving ahead, we have our 20th question. What would happen if there is no text between the HTML tags? So the answer for this question is really simple. There would be nothing to format if there is no text present in between the tags. Therefore, nothing will appear on the screen. Some tags, such as the tags with our closing tag, like image tag, do not require any text between them. Now, followed by the 20th question, we have our next question. How do you create nested web pages in an HTML? So nested web pages basically mean a web page within a web page. We can create nested web pages in HTML using the built-in iframe tag. The HTML iframe tag defines an inline frame, for example, which is displayed on the right side part of my screen. You can see the iframe source, which redirects the user to Simplilearn's official web page. Now, followed by that, we have our 22nd question. How do you add buttons in HTML? So we can use the built-in button tag in HTML to add buttons to the HTML web page. So on the right hand part of my screen, you can see the implementation of button to an HTML web page. Now, followed by 22nd question, we have our 23rd question. What are the different types of headings in HTML? So the answer for this question is there are basically 6 types of heading tags in HTML, which are defined with H1 to H6 tags. Each type of the heading tag displays different text size from another, where H1 is being the largest and H6 is being the smallest. So on the right hand part of my screen, you can see the implementation of heading tags from H1 to H6. Now the output for this particular code segment is the H1, H2, H3, H4, H5, H6. So you can see that H1 is being the biggest one and H6 is being the smallest one. Now moving ahead into our 24th question, how do you insert an image in the HTML web page? So the answer for this question is you can insert an image in the HTML web page by using the following code, which is displayed on the right side part of my screen. You can see we have a image source is equals to tulip.jpeg, which is used for inserting an image into your HTML web page. Now our 25th question. What is the alt attribute in HTML? Now the answer for this question is the alt attribute is used for displaying the text in place of an image whenever the image cannot be loaded due to any technical issue. So basically, when you have poor internet connection and you're trying to load an image, you can see some sort of text in place of an image. So that particular text is nothing but the alt attribute. Now moving ahead, we have our 26th question. How are hyperlinks inserted in the HTML web page? You can insert a hyperlink in the HTML web page by using the following code, which is present on the right side part of my screen. You can use the anchor tag along with hrefs, and inside that particular tag you can use the URL to which you want your users to redirect to. Now followed by this, we have our 27th question. How do you add color to the text in HTML? So the answer for this question is, you can add color to the text by using the following code, which is present on the right side part of my screen, where you can add red color and blue color, green color to this particular paragraph and headings. Now followed by 27th question, we have our 28th question. How do you add CSS styling in HTML? So there are three particular ways to add CSS to your HTML. There are inline CSS, external style sheet, and internal style sheet. We'll discuss each of these methods in a bit more detail. First, we have the inline CSS. So it is used when less amount of styling is needed, or in cases where only a single element has to be styled. To use inline styles, add the style attribute in the relevant tag. Now moving ahead, we have the external style sheet. This is used when the style is applied to many elements or HTML pages. Each page must link to the style sheet using the link tag. Now we have the last one, which is the internal style sheet. It is used when a single HTML document has a unique style and several elements need to be styled to follow the format. Internal style sheet is added in the head section of the HTML page by style tag. Now followed by this, we have our 29th question. What hierarchy do the style sheets follow? The answer for this question is, if a single selector includes three different style definitions, the definition that is closest to the actual tag takes precedence. Inline style takes priority over embedded style sheets, which takes priority over external style sheets. Now our last question for the session today. How do you add JavaScript to an HTML web page? So the answer for this question is, we basically have three methods to add a JavaScript to our HTML web page. They are inline, script block, and external JavaScript file. First, we'll discuss the inline. You can add JavaScript to your HTML elements directly whenever a certain event occurs. JavaScript code can be added using attributes of the HTML tags that support it. Now the next one, that is the script block. You can define a script block anywhere inside the HTML code, which will get executed as soon as the browser reaches to that part of the document. This is why script blocks are usually added at the end part of the HTML documents. Now the last one, that is the external JavaScript file. You can also add or import the JavaScript code from a separate file and keep your HTML code clutter-free. This is especially useful if there is a large amount of scripting added to the HTML web page.
This mini project will help you to understand how we can align our content to display to my end user. So lot many things are there. We have got CSS in place, we have HTML in place, and using some CSS3 based effects, using some HTML5 based effects, we'll be creating our mini website having some single HTML page and a CSS and a lot of images will help you to understand in case if I want to develop a website, how to kickstart them. Okay, so let's get started. So this is my folder I've created called WebPro, and in a similar folder I'll be creating some of the files. So my first file will be called styles.css. So in this styles.css, first of all I need to import some of the fonts which I will be using it throughout my development. So I'm saying @import URL, and here I'll be offering the location by saying https fonts dot google apis.com. okay, googleapis.com/css. okay, question mark, we have to use family equal to, here we can use Allura, and with using this pipe symbol we are using Josephine plus cents. So that is the URL for me. In case if you want to verify whether this URL does exist or not, so what you can do, you can just copy this and go to your browser and try to paste this and check if it does exist. Yes, it does exist. That means these URLs are available to us. So this is a URL which I'll be using it for my development. After that, I'll be using this as asterisk and providing some of the core features like a margin, colon 0, followed by other details. Okay, like I'm saying margin colon 0 and padding once again 0, followed by box sizing. This we are saying border box, followed by outline. Okay, none. Okay, and post this will be offering list style. Here we are also saying none. After that, text decoration once again none. uh, After that, font family, so we are using this option which is saying called Joe's fill. Okay, sans, the one which we have used, comma, we're using one more called sans hyphen serif. So this would be a first set of the style which will be global to all. I'll be using this. Well, earlier we have given the common style to all. Now I'll be giving a style to my paragraph. So here in my paragraph, we are trying to say margin hyphen bottom. I want to give all 15 pixels because I want to develop all the styles well in advance before I proceed ahead. We are saying font hyphen size. Yeah, font hyphen size that we want to give it called 14 pixels, followed by line height. Line height, I'll give 20 pixels. After that, color. Color you can give anything. Okay, so there's one very common color called light blue. For that, there's one value called 5F. Okay, 8E, 8E, and again 8E. You can see that is called a kind of light green color which is coming up now. Okay, which is used now. A part of this paragraph will be using H1 title. Okay, H1 title, and in this H1 title we are saying margin bottom. Margin bottom we are saying 20 pixels. After that, color. Orange. Okay, let me put semicolon here. Along with this font family, we're giving Allura. Okay, along with this we also want to give Cursive. Okay, also text transform. This text transform I want to use uppercase. Along with this font size, I would like to give 38 pixels, followed by font size. Yeah, so this font size I want to give is called 38 pixels. Oh, font size we've already given. Word spacing we have to give. This word spacing was given 25 pixels, followed by letter spacing. Letter spacing was given 5 pixels. So these are the details we have given for the H1 title. So, okay, so now we'll be talking about our buttons. Which are the look and feel we have to go or provide to our button. So we are saying once again dot btn. Okay, space a means under my button tag a what I want. So I say width 180 pixels. 1 second. Yeah, width 180 pixels. We're giving height 35 pixels, followed by line height line height we're giving 35 pixels, followed by border. This border will be 2 pixels, solid black. Okay, after that color we want to give it, I would say red would be sufficient enough, followed by display. I want to give it is called block, followed by margin. I want to give 25 pixels, auto, and 0, followed by text align. Okay, center. So this is for BTN A, which we have given. Along with this BTN A, there are some other properties that are also available, like in dot main underscore container. Here we would like to provide position, okay, colon, relative. Okay, after this position, we would like to also provide the property for navbar. So we are saying navbar underscore, or let's talk about navbar. Rest of the stats will be offering it a little later. With this navbar, we are providing this width. Okay, this width will be 100%. Okay, this width will be 100%, and also we provide height. This height will be 65 pixels. Okay, provided by position. Position we are providing absolute. After that we are saying display. Display we are providing flex. After that we are saying justify content. Justify content we are saying space around. After that we are saying align items. This we are giving is center. Okay, along with this we are giving this logo of type A. So inside this logo we are saying font family. This font family we are once again using the one which I have used earlier. You remember Allura and Cursor. We can use the same whatever we have used it earlier. So same condition you can use it here. So we remember earlier what we have used in my previous program. Okay, font family. So the same font family I would like to use it here also. Okay, so logo A, but let me check somewhere down the line. Font weight. Font family. So let me copy the same and placed here right now. Okay, so we have got font family with me, which we have taken it right now to my existing logo A. Along with I want to use for font size. We would like to use 32 pixels. Also color, and as usual I would like to use red. Okay, so that is for logo on which we have basically applied this. A part of this we would like to also use for navbar underscore item space ul, and here we would like to provide margin 0 and padding again 0, followed by list style. Here we are saying none. See, that is the benefit of having this Visual Studio Code, because sometimes when you're going wrong, it immediately give you the idea of like saying like, hey, you're going somewhere wrong. That's why the suggestions were not given to us. So till here we've added. Furthermore, we'll be adding few more styles into my code. Well, navbar till ul we have seen, now followed by same dot navbar, okay, underscore items, followed by ul, which we have it, and along with this we would like to go ahead with this list items also. And in this list items we need Few details. First, I talk about call float. So float left for sure. Then we talk about call width. Width will be 100 pixels. And now we talk about call height. Height will be 40 pixels. Well, float, width, height we have talked about. Now we talk about call background color. Background color we can say light salmon. That looks nice. And opacity. Opacity we can just give call 0.8 followed by line height. Line height I can give call 40 pixels. Okay. Along with this we also want text align. Once again, center. Okay. This is for these items. Now, under the same navbar, you may have some other properties also. Okay, this is for navbar ul li, and we can also have the same property copy. But along with this li, I can also have this anchor tag. We can select multiple elements together. So here, I would like to offer text transform. You see this text transform, uppercase, followed by color. This color we are saying black. And we're talking about called text decoration. Text decoration we want nothing. Along with this I want display, and as usual it will be a block type. Okay, that was li, and within this anchor tag I also can have a hover. Let me copy the same, and with this anchor I can have the property name called what? Hover. So what property you are expecting for this? So here in my hover property I can say background color, and I can use tomato. Okay, well, after this, in the same navbar items, I also want to have after the anchor tag what should happen. So this conditions I want to utilize because I want to offer some of the animations behavior right over there. So what animations I would like to go ahead, that I need to offer under this navigation items li. So I just copy this, paste it below, but this hover which we are talking about, we would like to change from to after. Okay, after. So I'm removing this background color with this because background color can be changed to something else. So I can change to white. White. Well, let me have few more properties to be get added. First thing we are trying to say called position. Position will be absolute. Okay, we want from left side. Left, I want to give 50% space. After this, from bottom, I'm saying 0. Okay, now I want to talk about called transform. You remember it is a property available in CSS, and here we are saying translate x, and inside this translate x I say minus 50%. Okay, and here we are saying after that scale x. Okay, and here we are providing what? 0. So that's what the condition we want to provide it for the transform. And the next thing will be transform origin. Transform origin, so I say 50%, and again 50%. After this, we would like to talk about width. Width will be 100%. Okay, and we also want this height. Height will be 2 pixels. Okay, width 100%, height 2 pixels. After that, we talk about transition. And this transition, we can talk about called transform. Okay, transform to 50 ms. Okay, so these are so far the details which are available with us, which I would like to use it in my code. Okay, that is for after of this anchor tag. So when you talk about hover, you further want to change the behavior over there. So in this case, I would like to use the same condition. I just copy that, and here when you say colon, so you can see li space a colon hover colon after. So what conditions you want to use it here? So transform. Okay, so here translate x. Okay, so here you say minus 50% scale x 1.0, followed by we would like to use again dot navbar. Okay, underscore item. Okay, ul followed by li, followed by once again ul, once again li, and here in this case we want to offer display none. Display none. Okay, so that's okay. And one more conditions I would like to take it here is here when I say ul li colon hover, so I can say li colon hover ul li, so we will say display block. That's the condition. Okay, so far we have written this much of CSS. We would like to go ahead and try to implement some of the HTML behavior and we'll be back to our CSS to make this possible. Okay everyone, so we have developed a lot about CSS. It's time for us to move towards our next UI, that is called the HTML part. Okay, so here I've already kept it just for the kind information. I've just downloaded few of the images, okay, from the internet just to utilize into my application. I'm gonna create the another file and give the name called index.html. Okay, this index.html file, let me have this template with me. Okay, so I have got template with me. Now here we want to use some of the awesome CSS styles for of my usual development. So within my head tag, we would like to use this link. This is for CSS. So say link rel equal to style sheet and href equal to, now I'm going to give the location. So this CSS is anyways is there, that's called style. We want to say called styles.css, and one more style I would like to use in my code, but the location will be somewhere else. I'm saying https cdnjs dot cloudflare.com slash ajax slash libs slash font hyphen awesome. Okay, that is a well-known style sheet. We are giving the version called 5.15.1 slash css slash all all dot min dot css. So that is the location actually. Okay, now I want to just check whether this location does exist or not. So I'll just copy this and paste it in my browser to verify. Well, yes, this style does exist. So we would like to go ahead and continue. Well, I would like to give some title in case if I want. So this is called document. I can just give the name called website. Okay, let's give this W capital. Yeah, website development. Coming to my body tag. Here, I just want to give a div class equal to, let's give the name called main underscore container. Okay, and also we want to give id equal to home. That is a div tag for them. Okay, now along with this, I want to give some other type of div tags too, where I want to use it now. Here within this div tag, I want to give another div tag where I want to provide a navbar. So div equal to navbar. Okay, and within this navbar, I want to use another div tag which says class equal to logo. Okay, within this div tag, we want to provide the one href. Okay, a href equal to, here we want to provide this hash. Okay, and this will be provided to home. So this is, we have a got div class, we have a got div class equal to logo, and under this we are providing this hashtag, and we are saying Simplilearn solutions. Okay, that is the first anchor tag. The div tag is getting closed, and we would like to start another div tag. And in this div tag, we would like to say class equal to navbar underscore items. Okay, within this div tag, we would like to use this UL, and within this UL, I would like to use this li. Okay, and in this li, we would like to bring some ahref equal to hash. That is the link which I need to provide. Okay, so in this anchor tag, we want to provide a location called home here. There's the first list item which is there. Like this, I can provide some other list items too. Like I can talk about call about. We're saying hash about, and here we say about here. So this anchor tag is getting closed. Okay, and here, before I close this list item here, we would like to take another UL tag. Okay, in this UL tag, we would like to paste this list item again, and here with this hash, we can just give the name call something, whichever you want to give it. Again, blank and empty. So after that, UL is also getting closed, li is also getting closed here. Okay, after this, we can provide few more li tags here. Okay, so href equal to, here we would like to provide a real URL now. Remove the hashtag and say https simplilearn.com/corporate-training. Okay, and here we will be giving the option called services. This falls under the category of what? Services. Like this, we would like to provide one more anchor tag for contact us. Let's say contact. One more for call our team. Okay, and here we say our team. Okay, let me go back to my index.html file and check the status. Well, it looks pretty nice now. Here we have got Simplilearn solution with us, and right inside you can see now here in about you see how the things are working for me. These links are coming up automatically. It came because here, if you remember in my code, when I was saying this about, okay, this was a part of our current code, and due to that it is now making it possible for us. And that is possible because here in style.css, if you remember, we were using this a kind of navbar ULLI. Okay, so the moment I try to hover, okay, so this was giving me the complete details, and due to that I was in position to get all the details. So looks pretty nice. Okay, so going forward, what I would like to do is within my program, as I could see in my index.html file, we have provided this tag. So UL is getting closed, this div is getting closed, this div is also getting closed. Okay, now here we would like to start another div. We say div class equal to banner image, banner underscore image. Okay, now within this div, I would like to use one more div tag. Within this div, we say class equal to banner underscore content. Okay, banner underscore content. Now within this div class, we would like to use this h1. Here we can say welcome to Simplilearn. Okay, after this break tag, as you know, that is a for break. And now in this span tag, we can say words. Okay, words number 1 bootcamp. Okay, here the h1 tag is getting closed. After that, the paragraph tag. Within this paragraph, we can say get certified, get ahead, this value. After this, the div tag is getting closed. The second div tag is also getting closed. Let me check. Okay, so that we need to organize it in a better way. So, but initially we have a got welcome to Simplilearn words number 1 bootcamp. Now, how my look and feel is really gonna help, because this banner part, I want to organize it because I do not have a CSS for this. Clear? So certainly I need a CSS to organize this particular banner. Getting it? Because when we talk about banner content, so I need to tell where it needs to go, because I also would have some banner image also too. So I'll go back to my CSS now, and in my style CSS here, let me say banner content, banner underscore content, and here we can say text align center, and say color, we can say white smoke. Okay, and also within this banner content, we want to use the h1 tag. Within this h1 tag, you have to just say text transform uppercase and line height 38 pixels. Okay, and margin bottom, this margin bottom we want to use 15 pixels. Okay, so that's when we have it. Let me close this. Sorry. And here we want to use one more property called banner content with h1 and the span tag, so that I can change the color. So here banner content h1, we also want to use span tag. Within this I want to say color, and you can just say tomato, and let's check, does it affect in my application? Yes, exactly, it does affect. Now you can see it is somewhere coming down the line like this. Okay, so I can further change it to my application, like if I talk about and all, So this I can change it for sure, because if I have some images also, those images I also want to change towards my application, but it is just a simple part. We are talking about called banner part, and we have to take some images too for this banner image. So let's go back and talk about our index.html file and see what some of the banners I want to utilize it here. Okay, now when we talk about called get ahead, I certainly need some of the banner image too, but banner image is not available. So let me go back and try to use some banner image, whichever we have to define under my CSS. Okay, so here in my style CSS, let me go here and say dot banner underscore image. In this banner image, we have to say background URL, background colon. Now we have to say URL, and in this URL, we have to use this image called images slash p4.jpg. That will be my image, and also we would like to use one very common option that is called no repeat, so that it should not repeat it, and I want to fix it to the top and in a center. Okay, now let's check. Perfect, it is coming up, but it is not looking as good as it looks like in. So we want to use few more important things, saying this background size cover, and also want to use width I want to use 100%, and height we want to use it called 600%. Okay, display we want to use it flex, and justify content we want to use it called center, and align items center. Let's check this out. Okay, now you can see it looks pretty better compared to the previous version, whatever we have written it. But this image needs to be look even more better. Okay, and the content needs to be more awesome. But anyways, that is the first thing which we have written. After that, we have to write an about us and other areas. But that is initially which I would like to make it even more better and more look. Okay. Okay, so we have seen the value still call option called get certified get ahead. The div tag is getting closed, and I want to use another div, and inside this div we want to say class equal to about. Okay, and id equal to about. Okay, and within this div tag I want to use this h1 tag. With this h1 tag I say class equal to title. Okay, here I want to say about us. H1 tag is closed. After that, I want to define this paragraph and want to give some details about a Simplilearn. Okay, like and talk about Simplilearn. Words number 1. Training. Okay, we can just provide some details. Training providers. That's it. So we can write it that much about in paragraph tag, and we can use this div again. Within this div, we say div class equal to btn and say a href equal to, and in this href we would like to say colon Simplilearn.com, okay, slash resources, and here we can just give the option name called learn more to this anchor tag. The div tag is getting closed later on. Okay, and now just like in div we have provided here, we can also offer the details with regards to your services. So I can just copy the same and provide about the services. So we can say services ID equal to services, and you can provide anything whichever you would like to provide. Title is same. About us, we can say our services. Our services. So you can give any details if you want. Okay, paragraph. Now here after this paragraph using div class equal to div underscore services, and we may not have any href right over here, so we're removing this href tag. Okay, div class equal to div, once again spelling wrong, di develop div services. Here we want to use another div tag, and in this div tag we want to say class equal to div underscore services underscore item. We have to basically provide, and within this I have to use this option called img src equal to, now you have to provide a location, so I'm saying under this images folder we have a call services, we have a call services1 dot jpg, alt equal to, in case if the service is not available you can just say service underscore image. Okay, within this, once this is closed, you would like to use a h3 tag now, and in this h3 tag I just say class equal to sub underscore title, and here we give the title name called web development. Let me go back and check. Yeah, so I can see this option called about us is coming up. Learn more. If I talk about learn more, you see I'm taking you to the website of this Simplilearn, resources which are available to us. So this link is working perfectly fine, and I can see here called our services. It is the same. Well, going back, so we have a call this our services. So alt equal to services underscore image, sc class equal to subtitle web development, and that's it. So the div tag is getting closed here, and I may choose to talk towards div service item. So let me have another div tag here, and in this div tag we say class equal to div underscore services underscore item. Div underscore services underscore item. Okay, now within this div tag, okay, so what you want to offer now? I want to offer some again certain images. So what those images will be, let me try to copy this, and the s3 tag too, let me copy this again. Service1 I'm giving called service2 service underscore images sub underscore title. Rather than using web development we can say app development. Okay, so this div tag I will copy it again, which is getting closed, and try to use one more. So div underscore service underscore item, again images I'll say service3 instead, service image, and here I can say online certification. online certification. Okay, so like this, all the 3 div tags are getting closed now, and after that we will start. Meanwhile, let me check. So these image sizes are pretty big, so I just want to make them small, but initially they are okay. Okay, you can see we have got our services. Okay, so you can see like web development. So image sizes are pretty big, which we can make them small to cover up the way they are supposed to, but this we will be doing it a little later on. Let's go ahead and talk about the complete HTML portion which we want to complete it now. Okay, so till online certification we have taken. So also the 3 div tags are getting closed. Now here onwards, we want to start the another div. Okay, with this div, we want to say class equal to we want to use contact us. We want to say contact us, and here ID equal to contact us. Let me try to wrap it with this single quotes. Okay, and here we use this h1 tag. Within this h1 tag, we say class equal to title here, and here I say contact us. Okay, that is for the first h1 tag. We are using it now. After that, let's start with another div tag. With this div, we want to use class equal to form underscore wrapper. Okay, div class equal to what? Form underscore what? Wrapper. Div again. Okay, class equal to form underscore what? Input. And here we say the input tag. So it is input tab equal to what? A checkbox for me. So I would like to say text instead. Input tab equal to what? Text, and just say remove the name and ID and say placeholder equal to email. Okay, so this div tag is getting closed. After that, I can also use, so for, I would say subject as well as for message, I copy this form input. So once again, placeholder subject, and once again placeholder equal to what? Message. 3 options, we are using it right now. Okay, div. After this, once it is over, we would like to use another div tag, div class equal to btn, and within this I want to use some anchor tag, a href equal to hash, href equal to what? Hash, and want to use submit. Okay, that's it. Now you can see we have got these 3 properties are coming up at the end, but certainly we can go back and try to fix those images which are there behind the scene. Okay, using what? The style. So first important thing is we have got these images with us. What those images are, if we just check here, we have a call def service item. Okay, we have a call what? Def service item. So that we want to change it, but before that I will go back to my style, and after this h1 span we want to use for dot about. Okay, dot service, we press enter, service, or I can say services, Here we talk about dot contact us. We also talk about dot our team. Okay, so these four properties we are trying to use it by saying text align, center, and padding 5%, 10%. Okay, now we talk about services. So we're saying dot services. With the services, we can say background white smoke. Now we would like to provide the div services where we have these options with us. We say dot div underscore services. Here margin top 35 pixels. From margin top we are saying after that display we are selecting is called type flex. Also justify contents of type space between for div services. Now in this div services we may get many different type of options. Okay, this is the first div service. Now in the same option dot div services space we talk about div services underscore item. Okay, and here we want to say width 30%. Okay, now I copy the same in this div services item. So we want to use image part. That is the most important area. Here we say width 100%. Okay, and margin button. Okay, margin button 25 pixels. Okay. Okay, now you can see this images looks pretty nice. Yeah, looks better. So that's how you see your websites are really creating some difference compared to the previous one. Now they're aligned properly, and you can see here these images are really nice. Okay, that's the benefit. So we have this, let me replace this. Yeah, and once this image part is closed, we would like to talk about H3 part. Let me copy this item, and with this item we say H3. In this H3 we say color, tomato, and margin bottom we say 15 pixels. Okay, for this H3. And when it comes to this text boxes, certainly you can change the look and feel how you really want it. So for this you can say dot form underscore wrapper form underscore input. Okay, form wrapper form input we say margin hyphen bottom 15 pixels. Okay, for form input. Now in a similar line, form input we may have a for text area input text area, and in this text area we want to offer some of the details, like I'm talking about like in width we talk about padding. Let's talk about like in width I'm saying 250 pixels. Okay, we say padding we say 12 pixels and 20 pixels. We talk about height 80 pixels. We talk about resize. We talk about none. We say border. This border we say 1 pixel. Solid and white. This is for this. And in a similar one, I can use it for the text box. So form colon input whatever we have used it. Form wrapper, form input. So let me copy this. Okay, form input, and here we say input equal to type of text. So what combination you'll be using? So I'll be using width, padding, and border. Copy. I need width, padding, and border, height, and resize. We're removing it. And awesome. So they look pretty nice. Okay, so we have this 3 text boxes with us, and all are looking nice the way we are expecting from our application. Okay, so that's the one which my application is offering about this text area and all. So that looks really nice the way we are expecting right now. Okay, so what are the areas we have seen? Diff services, item, and everything whichever we were saying like this. So let's go back and check to my index.html file. So we have a call form wrapper, which is the outermost. Okay, you see now here it contains lot many things. So here in my program, when I see like form wrapper, okay, form underscore wrapper dot form input, and talk about like the other details, talk about like input type equal to text. You see like the border is like that. So if you want to have this border some different color, then certainly use black. Now you can see it looks pretty nice, because earlier it was looking like pretty much different. Now at least I can see here the location has been given. Okay, so going back towards the previous HTML page, so we had a call submit button with us. Okay, after this all 3 div tags are getting closed, and now onwards we would like to start working with theme details. So we are saying div, so div class equal to our team, and id equal to team again. Okay, and now we want to use this h1 tag. Here this h1 tag we say class equal to title, and here I say our team in a h1 tag. Now once it is over, we will use again another div tag which having class equal to our team wrapper, our team underscore wrapper. Now within this div tag, we want to use one more div tag. Here in this class equal to team underscore or team hyphen 1 space team. That is the div tag. Now here we will be using a lot of other div tags inside this, like I say div class equal to team members, okay, and data hyphen name equal to, you can give any name. Let's give the name call Kisley space k. Okay, and within this I want to use one image tag, img space src equal to images slash team1 dot jpeg. Okay, so that's the first thing we have it. So this div tag is closed now. I copy the same. So total, I want to use this 3, 1, 2, 3. And here, team members, I would like to change the name here rather than display. Let me give the name called Abhijit, and one more that is called. Okay, and change the name to 2 followed by 3. Okay, so this is the first div we have used it. So this div tag is getting closed right over here along with this. So there's a second div tag is getting closed. So after having this two div tags closed, we want to use another one. So for team 2. Okay, so I just copy the same. Okay, I would like to go ahead with team 2 team. So team members, and here I would like to say 4, 5, 4, 5, 6, and change the name. Like, you can give anything. I just give the name called, suppose, Aryan, Adarsh, and so these names we are using it. Now let's go back and see how it really looks. So these images are coming like that. Okay, so we want to use those images in somewhere not like this, or horizontal or vertical. So this, for fix that issue, I have to once again look back to where, to my styles. Okay, where this option can be used in better way. I like to go back to my style.css and want to use the first option called .hourly. Background, sorry, background. Now here we say white smoke. Now again our team, wrapper. So in this I would like to say display, flex, and flex direction, space between. Oh, sorry, column. Let's check how it really looks like in. There's no much change, but certainly few more classes can really make a difference. So our team, okay, underscore wrapper. Let's check this is the same name we have used it. Yes, our team. Now in the same way we want to use this team. So again our team wrapper, okay, dot team display, flex, and justify contents, space between. Okay, now here when we talk about team, we also want to say our team underscore wrapper dot team underscore members. Here we would like to give width how much, 30%, and height, this will be auto, and here we'll be having cursor, pointer for sure, and overflow, hidden, and position relative. This is for team members. Now you can see it looks better now. Now we have to basically divide those because we have got separate team members are available, so we have to also divide them too. So here after this we want to say dot our team wrapper and again dot team members space img. These images we say display block width 100%. Okay, height auto. Okay, transition or transition I can say or type all like this. Okay, and in a similar way copy this team and we'll say members over image. Then we can say transform scale 1.1. That's it. Okay, so we have this look and feel appeared. Okay, width, transition, image, hover, so they're all ready with us. Okay everybody, so after writing all those, the only difference I made it like I had used hyphen but I'm using underscore here. Finally when I see my look and feel of this, I can see now it is moving. You can see now it is all moving. Okay, so that gives me the confidence of like, yes, exactly the code is working the way it was expected earlier. In my index.html file, okay, so once this portion is over, okay, we want to go ahead. So 3 div tags are getting closed, 1, 2, and 3. And here we would like to start working with a footer. So here we start footer. So within this footer, I say class equal to footer. Okay. Now after this, I use container div class equal to what? Container, and again div equal to row. Okay. Now div class equal to row, again another div equal to footer hyphen col, call footer hyphen column. Now let me use h4. Within this h4 I say company. Okay, after this we want to use this ul. Within this ul, once again I want to use some link items, uh, list items. Within this list item, a equal to, so this href tag we want to say http. Okay, we have already used the simplilearn.com url here. Let me copy this, come down, https simplilearn.com. Rather than resources I can say about us, about hyphen us, and here we say about us. So it is getting closed. So I copy this line again. Okay, so one more thing, I want to use it, link href equal to hash, and here we will say our team. Okay, after that we want to offer the careers, so we say and we want to use careers. Here reviews, and say Ali when you speak. So this is the detail of this. So the UL tag is getting closed, and after this UL tag is getting closed, we want to use one more div class equal to footer hyphen column. Okay, I copy this. It is getting closed here. Okay, so div class equal to footer hyphen column. So rather than using company, we want to use discover. And here in this discover, we say simplilearn.com, and here we have this option called skill up hyphen free hyphen online hyphen further. Okay, so here we will give the name called skill up. Okay, after this we have this called careers. We say resources. We remove this. Resources. Here we can give the name called resources again. Resources. We have a called tutorials. Tutorials. We say tutorials here. So like this, we can create as many number of URLs as I want. Okay, so once it is over, let me copy this again. And here, footer column, we say follow us. Follow us. Or else we can say this option name called work with us. Work with us. In this work with us, we can have some options with us in UL. Remove this too. In this, we would like to say guest blogging. We say guest blogging. Guest blogging. We can say blog as guest. Blog. Guest. Another link which I have it here, that is called become our trainer. Here we say become hyphen our hyphen trainer, and we say become an instructor. Okay, so like that you're offering it, and once it is done, I can copy it once again, this div, and provide few more footer hyphen column followers. Okay, and followers, we would like to use another div. Okay, we say div class equal to social hyphen links, and this div tag will be closed later. Okay, div class equal to social links. In this, I can have some facebook.com and twitter.com and many more names I can take it. So here in our div class equal to social link, here I will not be using any UL here. I will not be using any li here. Okay, so I'm closing this UL and li. Closing this UL and li. Well, simplilearn.com, or else we can just give the name called twitter.com. Okay, twitter.com/Simplilearn. Okay, so we can offer the user to follow us on a Instagram also, or to the Twitter also. So here we say ahref, but what we need to give it? So we can say twitter.com/Simplilearn. We remove this values whichever we have it. So instead we use this I. Okay, and in this I say equal to fa-Twitter. Okay, anchor tag is closed. So in case if you want to talk about like a typical Instagram, that Instagram also you can use it now. So here we say http www.insta we say instagram.com, okay, /Simplilearn __ e-learning. Okay, and I want to use the same option there also. I and with this remove this. Okay, so here you just give the name called fa-Instagram. Now let's go back and check. Okay, so you can see now we have got this links coming up for Facebook as well as what of this Instagram. So that looks really nice. That gives us a feeling of yes, exactly the code, the way we are looking forward for, it is working the way it was expected. Okay, and if you want to offer any other type of details, that also you can offer, but this is the first thing which we have taken. So this is the navigation links are available. These navigation links you can also change the way they always look forward for. So I'll be providing some links which we can later on use it. Okay everyone, so finally we're all ready. So I have basically added some of the additional styles to my code. You can see here from this point onwards, we've added this image URL. This is for body, this is for star, container, row, UL, this is for footer, this is for footer column. So because we are also using some footer portions into my code, as you can see, we have called footer column and footer class equal to what? Footer. So I've implemented this footer background color equal to black. We have used it padding 70 pixels, footer column because we are using this h4 tag also. You remember like we're using this h4 tag also. So for all h4 tags, this would be the basic setting. For footer column h4, before we would like to give the contents like this by giving this background color, height, box sizing, width, and all. Footer column UL li not last child, we're gonna give this margin bottom, and this is the style for footer column UL li and list items. Clear? And here you can see this font size we're giving it. This is for hover. This is for footer column where we have our social links whichever we have created. So it is showing me the display inline block, margin, border radius, and this is for social links when I try to click on or hover it. So the color will change to this white color. And the media, this is for responsiveness to make sure like in case if I reduce the size of my browser, they look better the way it is expected. So when the line size will change to 720 pixels, so this color will be changed. And this is the styles for arrow, footer one. These all we have implemented. And finally, my application, when I refresh, it actually looks like that. See now, this is the footer area of my application. So I'm sure that this looks even more better and convenient, because when I try to reduce the size, you see now it's still going to give you the responsiveness. Can you see this now? This is going to give you the responsiveness. Reason because here we are using this logic for media. When the change of width will to 720 pixels, if it is going to 767 pixels, so like that you implement that. So guys, our project is now ready. I'm sure that you enjoyed. Thank you very much for enjoying this project. So final, our application is set. and our application is working the way it is supposed to work for us.
In this session, we'll cover the HTML and CSS part of creating a quiz application. The JavaScript part we'll cover in one of the upcoming sessions. So there's a specific reason for not discussing the JavaScript part, because it may happen that many of you guys will not get what we try to do. So this specific video is for HTML and CSS, and in some other session, we'll complete the whole application using JavaScript. So let's move on and let me show you guys what we'll create in this session. We'll create the front end of our quiz application using HTML and CSS. So here you can see on your screen that we have the start quiz button present on the screen. Right. Click on it and you will see the quiz starting. This was interactive, right? All this interactiveness comes with the inclusion of JavaScript. That's the reason JavaScript is so important. Now, you can see these rules for playing the quiz, right? We have 5 rules for playing the quiz and 2 buttons are present here for different tasks. One button is for exit and the other one is for continue. Click on continue and you can see our quiz starts. We have several questions here for the user to play. The question will feed from a JavaScript file and the user will answer them to see the score at the end. Let's answer some of the questions over here. So let's say this is the correct answer for this question. You can see the answer is correct. For now, we have only 2 questions present here. We'll add as many questions as we want. So we'll do it in some other video. Let's move on to the next question for now. Here's our second question. So click on next question over here and here you can see it's a second question. And if you guys know the correct answer for this question, then put it in the chat section. I clicked on the wrong answer intentionally so that it will be marked as red. So here you can see that it is a wrong answer. 2001 is the wrong answer. That's why it is marked as red. The correct answer for this question is 1995. JavaScript was actually developed in the year 1995 by Brendan Eich when he was working for Netscape Communications. So click on next question and a result box tells the user about their performance. I hope you guys must have got an idea about what we'll do in this video. So let's hop into the programming part directly. We have all the required files present here. So if you can see here, we have this HTML file, we have this CSS file. These 2 files are of utter importance. And the script part, or we can say the JavaScript part, we are not going to cover in this particular section, but we have these JavaScript files here as well. So let's do the structural and styling part of this whole quiz application. We'll create the start quiz button first, followed by the info box. So let's create them first. Move to the body section of our HTML document. So here we are going to create a button first, the start quiz button. If you can see here, we have this button over here, which is the start quiz button. We are going to create this one first. So we are going to write over here inside the body tag. We are going to use the div tag with a class attribute. So we are going to write here the class name as, let's say, start underscore button. Then we are going to use a button tag within this. So we are going to write here button and then we are going to write a button name. So a button name is start quiz and save it. And here you can see the button present over here on the browser. Now, the next thing we are going to do is we are going to create the info box. So for creating the info box, what we need to do is we need to use another div tag. Fine. So this time we are going to use div tag for creating the info box. So by info box, we mean this particular box. So this rules box, we have to keep these things in mind. Fine. Now what we'll do is we'll write over here. After this, let's put a comment over here. And we are going to write over here rules box or rule box or info box, whatever you guys want to write, you guys can write over here. Let's say we are going to write over here rule box. And now we are going to create a info box. So we are going to use again div class is equals to info underscore box. So within this div tag, we are going to use the div tag again. So we'll write over here div class is equals to info underscore title. Fine. Now this particular div tag, this info title, this div tag with class is info title, we are creating this div tag for this some rules of this quiz area. Fine. So this is why, that's why we are using this some div tag over here. So now what we are going to do is we are going to write something over here. So we are going to write over here rules and regulations. Fine. Now we are done with this part as well. The div tag is closed. So we are going to do one more thing. We are going to put it within the span tag. Fine. Rules and regulations we are going to put within the span tag. So we'll cut the span tag from here, we'll paste it here, and then we have this div tag closed. Now within the same div tag, we are going to create another div tag. This time we are going to create for this section. So we are going to put 5 points within this particular div tag, the one we are going to create right now. So let's write over here, we are going to write div class. Class is going to be, it's a list of elements. So let's say we are writing over here info list, and then it's fine. So we'll write over here div class, we'll write as info for a information. So here we are going to define our rules. So we'll write over here, let's say you will get within the span tag, we are going to write 15 seconds for every question. Fine. Now we are going to use the div tag again with the same class. So we are going to write here div class as info, and we are going to write a second rule over here. There is no point of going back once you start the quiz. Fine. Now we are going to write another rule over here. So we are going to write div class is equals to info. It takes a lot of time, guys, to write these rules and regulations. So let's go ahead and we'll write over here, you can't choose more than one option at a time. This is a third rule for the quiz, and then we are going to write here div class is equals to info again, and we'll write over here, this is going to be a fourth point. We are going to write here, let's say you will get 1 point for each correct answer. Fine. So that's done with this. We are going to write a fifth point as well. So let's say we have this class as info. We are going to write over here 5. And now let's say we are writing over here enjoy your quiz. Fine. So let's not make it too long. Save it. And here you can see we have all the rules and regulations present over here. You can see we have these 5 rules, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Each of them is working fine. Now the next task for us is to create the 2 buttons we have. Fine, we have 2 buttons, the exit quiz button and the continue button. So if you can see here, we have this exit quiz and the continue button. So let's create them as well. What we are going to do is we are going to create another div tag after this. So we are going to create a div tag for buttons now. We are going to write here div class is equal to buttons. And we are going to write here button. So then we are going to create a button. Class is equals to, let's say, quit for the quit button. And we are going to write over here exit quiz. And we are going to create another button. So we are going to write the name as restart. The class name is restart basically. And the button name is going to be continue. Fine. We'll move to the body section of our HTML document. So we'll design this button first. We have this start quiz button. We'll do it first and then followed by other things, like then we have to design this one as well. So let's start writing the HTML code for this. So what we'll do is we'll start writing over here. Now the first thing we need to do is we need to add a div tag over here. So for that we are going to write here div class is going to be, let's say, start button. Fine. Then we have to write over here, we have to create a button for this, so we'll write button over here and then we'll name our button as start quiz. Save it, and here you can see we have this button present over here on the browser. Let me just zoom it out. So here you can see we have to create this button. Let me just show you guys. So this is the button we are going to create. Now we are done with this. Let's move ahead and we'll design the other info box basically. So we'll write the code for this as well. Now we'll move back to our HTML document and we'll write over here. So this is the start quiz button. So let's put a comment over here. We'll write start quiz button, and that's it. Fine. So the next thing we are going to do is we are going to create a rules button, or we can say info button. So we'll write over here in the comment box rules. And so let's create it. For that, again we are going to create a div tag. So we'll write over here div followed by the class name. So the class name is, let's say, going to be info box. So we'll write over here info box, close this div tag. Now anything we write here will be considered within this particular box. So let's write over here the code. We are going to write over here, we are going to take another div tag basically. So we are going to write the design the title. So we'll write over here info title, and this is our class name. So let's move ahead. We'll write over here within the span tag rules and regulations. Fine. So this is what we are going to do. Now we are done with the title. Now the next thing we are going to do is we are going to write the rules over here. So for that we are going to use another div tag with classes. Let's take any class of your choice. We can take, like, let's use info list. So it is a list basically. So we are going to write over here classes info underscore list. Fine. We are done with the class. Then we have to take another div tag for all the separate points. So we are going to write here info. Fine. So this is our class. Okay, it's a mistake over here. We are done with the div tag. Save it, and here you can see it says rules and regulations. Fine. So the next thing we are going to do is we are going to write over here other things. So we have to close this div tag first, and let's create all the div tags first. So what we are going to do is we are going to copy this from here. Basically we have 5 rules, right? So we are going to paste it 5 times. Now we need to write the rules over here. So for that, what we are going to do is we are going to write the rules over here. So the first rule says you will have only 15 seconds for each question. So let's write it over here. You will get, so we have 15 seconds written differently over here. You can see it's blue in color. So what we are going to do is we are going to use the span tag over here. So we'll write over here span 15 seconds. We are going to write within this span tags, and then we'll continue writing over here for each question. Fine. So this is our first point. You can see it says you will get 15 seconds for each question. Now we need to do one more thing. Just reduce the size of this VS Code, and that's it. Fine, we are good to go. Now we'll write a second point over here. So our second point is there's no way of going back once you start the quiz. Fine. The third point we have is you can't select more than one option at once. So let's use it. We are going to write here you can't select more than one option. Fine. We are done with the third point. Let's give them the numbers as well. We are going to write 1 here, 2 over here and 3 over here. Save it, and here you can see we have 3 points present over here. Now we are going to write, okay, we have the div tag here, so we'll write our 4th point within this div tag. Let's use anything. Let's say we are writing over here, you can't quit the game, quit the quiz in between. Fine. Then finally we have the 5th point. 5th point is you will get 1 point for each correct answer. Fine. So we have our 5 points over here. Now the next thing we need is these two buttons, right? We need the exit button and the continue button. So let's add them as well. For that, what we are going to do is we are going to leave this div over here, and after this div tag, we are going to write over here div class as buttons, and then we have to write over here button class, and let's say the first class name is quit. This is for exit quiz. Fine, we are done with our one button. The same thing we'll do for the second button as well. We are going to use the class as restart because we are going to need this class later on as well. So we'll write over here exit, not exit quiz. We are going to write over here continue. Fine, save it, and here you can see we have two buttons present over here. Let me remove this, save it, and here you can see we have two buttons present over here now. We are done with the HTML part. We have the start quiz button, then we have the rules and regulations present over here, and finally we have two buttons, right? If you can see here, we have these two buttons, exit quiz and continue button. So we have all the 5 rules written over here on the browser for this one. Now let's move ahead and we'll now style these elements. So the first thing we are going to do is we are going to write over here body. Let's define the body color once. The whole background color we are going to define. So we'll write over here background. Background is going to be, let's say, gray. Save it, and here you can see the gray background. So one thing we are going to do is we are going to change the color from here. Okay, this one is a little bit dark. Let's lighten it up. Save it, and here you can see we have our background color. Now the next thing we are going to do is we are going to style the start button first. So this is a start button. This button we are talking about, this button we are going to style it. So let's do it. We are going to write here start underscore button. This is a class name, I guess. Let's check. So this is our class name, start button. Then we are going to write over here position. Position is going to be absolute, and then we have top. Top is going to be 50% because we want this button to be present at the center of the screen, right? Save it, and here you can see we are going to define left as well for this. So left is going to be 50% again, and here you can see the start quiz button at the center of our screen. Now we are going to write over here transform. Transform we are going to write translate minus 50% to 50%. Fine. Okay, we have to write a minus 50% again. So save it, and here you can see the button at the center of our browser. Now the next thing we are going to do is we are going to style this button. So for that we are going to write over here dot start underscore button. Then we have to style the button tag. Fine. So we'll write over here font size. Font size is going to be 25 pixels. Then we have the font weight. So we'll write over here font weight. Font weight is going to be, let's say, 500. And let's see the color. The font color is different, so it's blue in shade. Guys, I have no idea about the font color, so let's do one thing. We can use any color of our own choice. Fine. So we'll write over here color. Color is going to be black in this case. Let's say we are going to use black color only. Then we'll define padding. Padding is going to be 15 pixel and 30 pixel, followed by the outline. Fine, we'll write outline over here. Outline is going to be none for this. Then we have the border. Border is going to be none again. And after this, we'll define the border radius. Border radius is going to be 5 pixels. And then we have the background color, or we can say the background. So let's do one thing. Let's choose any color and we'll write the background color as, let's keep it white. Fine. For this time, we are going to keep it white only. After background color, we are going to write over here cursor. Cursor will change to pointer on taking the mouse over this particular button, and you can see it's working totally fine. The button looks decent. Fine. Now the next thing we need to do is we need to over effect to this button. So what we'll do is we'll copy this piece of code from here. We'll paste it here. We'll put hover in front of it, and now we'll start writing the code. So we'll change the font color to white. So let's say the font color is going to be white. This is the hash code, and we'll change the background color as well. So the background is going to be red, let's say. Let's change the border color as well. So we'll write border color as red again. Save it, and you can see it's working totally fine on taking the mouse cursor over this start quiz button. Fine. So we are done with the start quiz button. Now the next thing we need to do is we need to style a info box, or we can say the rules and regulations box. So what we'll do for that is we'll move to the index.html. We'll copy this info box class from here. We are going to paste it here with the start button, and that's it. Okay, we have to write here dot info box. We can copy it so that we can use it every time we need it. I guess it's fine. You can see the content at the center of our browser, so it's working totally fine. Now the next thing we need to do is we need to style this info box. So before that, let me change the background color a bit. So we are going to write over here 49, 48, 48. I heard this somewhere that this color is nice. This 49, 48, 48. You can see I didn't find any difference. If you find any, you can let me know in the comment section. So let's move ahead when we'll write dot info box over here. This is the class name. We are going to define the width for this info box, which is going to be 540 pixel, and then we'll define the background color. And then we'll define the background color. For that, we'll write over here background. So background is going to be white again. We'll write hash FFF. And it looks fine, I guess, the background. Save it. And here you can see the whole rules and regulations box with white background. Fine. Now we are going to define the border radius. Border radius is going to be 5 pixel in this case. You can see the border is curved now. Now what we are going to do next is we are going to put it here. We are going to use the info title class for a title. So we'll write info title over here. We are going to write height. Height is going to be 60 pixels. Then we have width. Width is going to be 100%, not 100 pixels. Keep this thing in mind. So I will write width as 100%. We'll write border bottom. Border bottom is going to be 1 pixel solid, and let's say light gray. Fine. The next thing we are going to do is we are going to write here display. Display is going to be flex. Cool. We are going to align all the items at the center. We are going to align items at the center, save it, and here you can see. And the next thing we are going to do is we are going to write here padding 0 and 35 pixels. Save it, and here you can see rules and regulations written over here. Now the next thing we are going to do is we are going to define the font size. Font size is going to be 20 pixels for this. It looks fine, and then we have the font weight. So we'll write over here font weight. Font weight is going to be, let's say 800. Fine. So here you can see it looks fine, and let's see if we have any mistakes over here or not. No, we are not having any mistakes as of now. So let's move ahead and we'll now style the rules. We'll style all the 5 rules at once. So for that we have to write over here dot info box dot info underscore list, and we are going to write over here padding. Padding is going to be 15 pixels and 35 pixels. We are done with this. We'll write over here again dot info box, then dot info underscore list, and then we'll write over here dot info. Dot info is the class for each rule. Fine, keep this thing in mind. So we'll write over here margin. Margin is going to be 5 pixels. Then we have font size. Font, okay, we have to write font size over here. We have to put semicolon. So we'll write font size. Font size is going to be 17 pixels. Save it. And here you can see all of them looks decent. So the next thing we are going to do is we are going to write over here the span tag. So basically we need to make these 15 seconds, let me show blue. So let's do it. What we are going to do is we are going to use this particular span tag. This 15 seconds is present in between the span tag, so we'll copy it from here, we'll paste it here, and we are going to use span over here. Fine. So we are done with span. We are going to write over here font. Font weight is going to be 600. Then we have color. Color is going to be, let's use a different color of blue. I don't know. Maybe we can use, let's use the RGB value first. So we'll use 3 comma, okay, not green, let's use blue. For that we have to write 0 comma 4 comma 255 RGB, B for blue. So here you can see they are blue in color. It looks perfectly fine now. Now the next thing we are going to do is we are going to write the code again for buttons. So we'll write over here buttons. So we'll mention info box over here. Okay, we will mention over here dot info box dot info list dot info. Now we need to style these buttons. So we are not going to need this info list and info. We are going to write here dot buttons because buttons is the class for them, I guess. For both the buttons, the class name is buttons. So we are doing good. Let's use the height attribute first. Okay, height is going to be, let's say 60 pixels for both the buttons. Then we have display. Display is going to be flex. So we'll write flex over here. Then we have to align these items at the center. And after this, we have to write flex end over here. Okay, we have to mention display first. Display is going to be flex end. So, okay, no, we have to write justify content. So we are going to justify the content over here. So we'll write justify content at the flex end. And we have to mention padding over here. Padding is going to be 0 and 35 pixels. We are done with it almost. So we'll write border top here and we'll write 1 pixel solid, and let's use light gray again. Fine, we are done with this light gray thing. Save it, and here you can see both the buttons are present at the bottom and in the footer section basically. Now the next thing we are going to do is going to write over here. Okay, let's copy it from here. We are going to style each button. So we'll write over here and then we'll use the button tag. Fine, so we have to put a space over here and we have to write here margin. margin is going to be 5 pixel. Fine. Then we have height as 40 pixel. Okay, so we have to write here height as 40 pixel. Fine. So height we are done. Now we have to write over here width. Width is going to be 100 pixels. Save it. And here you can see both the buttons. Now we are going to write over here border. Border is going to be 1 pixel, solid in nature and blue. And so you can see the blue borders over here. Now the next thing we are going to do is we are going to write background. Okay. The next thing we are going to do is we are going to add the background color to these buttons. So we'll write over here background. Background is going to be, let's say, blue again. Fine. Save it. And you can see the color is a bit dark. So let's choose a light shade of blue, or we can say aqua. So we'll write over here RGB 9 176 and 226. Let's save this and you can see this color. So this is the color. What we are going to do is we are going to copy it from here and we are going to paste it here. Save it and it looks fine now, right? So everything is working totally fine. Then we'll write over here after this background, we are going to write, let's say, border radius. Border radius is going to be 5 pixels. And then after this, what we are going to do is we are going to write over here color. So let's define the font color as well. So for font color, we have to write here font, or we can say just color. Color is going to be, let's say, white. Then we have font size. Font size is going to be 16 pixels. And then we have font weight as well. Font weight is going to be 500, let's suppose. And then we'll write over here cursor as pointer. Save it now. And here you can see these buttons look good. Now these buttons are done. The next thing we need to style. Let's see what we have here for styling now. We have 2 buttons left, the quit button and the start button. So we'll move back to a CSS file and we'll write over here dot button. And just a second, let me check. We'll write over here dot buttons, not dot button. Then we'll write over here button. Then we'll style each button. Fine. So we'll write over here quit. And we have to style the continue button as well. So for that, we'll write over here dot buttons button dot restart. Now we have to check the colors for both the buttons. So for the continue button, the background color is blue basically. Fine. So what we'll do is we'll change the background color over here. And we'll write over here inside the restart, we are going to write background is going to be blue. But just let's do one thing. We are going to copy this background property from here. We are going to paste it here. And we are going to do the same for border as well. Fine. So we'll write over here this. It looks good. We are going to remove it from here. Save it now. And for this exit button, we need to write over here border color. Border color is going to be, let's say, gray. I am not sure. And then we have to mention, we can say, is the font color as well. So for that, we are going to write here color. Color is going to be black. Save it. And here you can see it looks nice now. So we are done with these buttons. Now the next thing we are doing is we are going to add hover effect in these buttons. Fine. So till now what we did is we did the buttons part. Now what we'll do is we are going to use the hover effect over these buttons. So what hover effect will do is on taking a mouse pointer to these buttons, over these buttons, the hover effect will change these buttons, like it can change its styles and all that things, right? So what we are going to do is we are going to add a property here. First we are going to add the transition property here, to write here transition before we add the hover effect. So we'll write over here transition, and we are going to write over here all at 0.3 with ease. Fine, so our transition is done. Now the next thing we are going to do is we are going to copy this from here, we are going to paste it here, and we are going to mention the hover property here. So we'll write over here hover, and now we'll see what we can do while using the hover property. So what we are going to do is we are going to change the color to red. So we are going to write here background color is red. Save it. Let's see if it's working. So it's working. We are going to change the border color as well. So we'll write over here border color is going to be red again. Border is going to be of same color. You can see it's red, and we are going to do the same thing for the quit button as well. So we are going to write over here quit. So we'll copy it from here, we'll paste it here, and we are going to use the hover effect. We are going to write here inside this color, background color we are going to change to red. Same goes for the border color. Border color is again going to be red on taking the mouse cursor over this particular button, and we are going to change the, what we can say, font color as well. So we are going to change the font color to white. Now it looks good, right? So on taking the mouse cursor over this exit button, you can see the font color is changing to white. You can see the background color is changing to red. Fine. So we are all done with this part. So it looks similar, right? Not similar though. Now we need to change these info box. So what we are going to do is we are going to write here, let's say 640. Let's try it. So the resolution, it changes. Okay, so for now we are done with it, and you can see the box is fine. So we have all the rules and regulations present over here. One thing we can do is we can put this space after this fifth point. So we are going to write over here like this, and you can see it's fine. Fine. Let's check it out if everything is correct. The class name is info for all of them. Then we have the div tags closed perfectly fine. Then we have the info list tag closed perfectly fine. We have these buttons present over here, and that's it, right? So the next thing we are going to do is we are going to get back to a CSS file, and we are going to write something over here, which is display is going to be none. Save it once, and here you can see we are at the initial stage of our quiz. So here you can see we have this start quiz button, and if we remove this display, you can see we have this rules and regulations box. Fine, it is working totally fine. So for now we are going to use this only. So now let's move to a HTML file, and we are going to write the code for quiz box. So we'll write after this particular div tag, before the body tag basically. So we are going to write over here div class is equals to quiz underscore box. This is the division for creating the quiz. So let me put a comment over here. We are going to write here quiz box. Now what we are going to do is we are going to use the header tag. Within the header tag, we are going to use a div tag again. So we are going to use the class as title. So we have to write the title over here. Title is going to be quiz application. So let's change the title in this particular code. So we are going to write here code quiz application. Fine. Save it. I think you guys are not able to see it, but if you can see here clearly, we have this simply code quiz application written over here on the browser. So let's zoom it out again. Now, what we are going to do is we are going to add the timer. So we are going to write over here div class is equals to timer, and within this we are going to write div class is equals to timer underscore text, and we are going to write here time left. Fine. So we are going to use another div tag. Now we are going to write div class is equal to timer underscore seconds, and we are going to write over here 15 because we are going to give 15 seconds to the user. We are done with the header section. So the next thing we are going to do, before we move further, let me show you guys that what we are going to create. So this is the part we just created. We have this simply code quiz application written over here. Then we have time left for this time left, and then we have seconds written over here. Save it now. And here you can see time left 15 and all of these things written over here. So we have to write it here like this. The next part we are going to design is this particular part. So we have to add a question over here for that. So let's do one thing. We are going to write over here, or we can say we are going to use the section tag over here. Fine. So we'll write over here section and close the section tag. Then we are going to write div class is equals to QUE underscore text, let's say. Then we are going to close this. Then we are going to write a question, write a single question basically, just for the front end part. We are going to add questions through JavaScript, but this time only we are going to use a simple question for the front end part, just to let you guys know how the front end actually works. So our question is, which one of the following is the latest version of HTML? So let's add it. What we'll do is we'll copy it from here and we'll paste it here. Fine. So we are done with the span tag and this div tag as well. This is the question tag. Next, now we have to define these four options: HTML 4.0, 5.0, 3.0 and 2.0. All of them we are going to define. Anyways, let's move ahead and we'll write over here div again. So we are going to write over here div class is going to be option underscore list, and then we have to give the options here basically. So we'll write all the four options over here. We have four options as HTML 4, 3, 2 and 5. Then we have to add this icon here as well, just to let you guys know that this particular question is correct. And we have to add two icons, right? So one is this. Let me show you again with the other icon. These are the two icons we need to add. So the cross sign at the correct sign. The correct sign will show that the answer is correct, and the cross sign will show that the answer is wrong. Fine. So we need to add them. What we are going to do is we are going to write over here all the options. So inside the option list, basically inside the div tag with classes option list, we need to add another div tag. So we'll write over here div class is going to be option only. Now we are going to add a first option. So we'll write over here span. Our first option is HTML 4.0, and we are done with this. Now we are going to write over here div class is equal to icon. We have to write here icon and tick, and there's no underscore. So we'll write over here icon tick. Then we have to write over here we are going to write over here class as fast for times, or we can say fast for checks for the correct one. So we'll write over here fast for check. We are going to close the I tag over here, and we are going to close the division as well. Fine, so the division is closed. What we are going to do is we are going to copy it from here, and we are going to paste it here for another. Then we have 4 options, so we are going to paste it for 4 times, and we are going to change the options here from HTML 4.0 to 3.0. Then from here we are going, the last one is the correct answer. Keep this thing in mind. So we have to write over here, so all these answers are wrong instead of this one. So for this we are going to use fast check. Otherwise we are going to use a different class over here. The class name is fast wrong, I guess. Let me check. Fast times for icon cross. So we are going to write here icon cross. For this one we are going to write as icon cross. We don't need to add all of them in each option. So let's do one thing. Let's remove it from here. Let's remove it from here as well, because we don't need it in these 2 options. It's just the front end. So we are going to show you how to do it. We have to write here far times. So it's fast times. It's not fast check, it's fast far. Okay, whatever it is. So we are going to write here fast times, and we are going to write over here fast check. Fine. Let's see. You can see we have 2 icons present over here. One is cross and the other one is correct. So this is the tick and this is the cross. It means that HTML 4.0 is the wrong answer and HTML 5.0 is the correct answer. Fine. Now, let's do one thing. Let's create the quiz box footer now. So we are going to write it over here after this section tag. So the quiz box is taking a lot of time. Let me put some comments over here so that you guys can understand it. We'll write over here, let me, this is the quiz box header. So we are going to write over here quiz box header. Then we have this section tag over here. Here we'll write quiz box. What we are going to say is questions. Let's define it like this. Then we have after this the footer section. So let's define the footer section as well. We are going to write over here quiz box footer. Fine. So we are done with this as well. Now what we are going to do is we are going to define the footer section. So we'll write over here the footer tag. So within the footer tag we are going to write div class. So we have to write it here like this. Class is going to be total underscore questions, and then we have to write here after this span. So within the span tag we are going to use p. Within the p tag we are going to use 2. Then we are going to use off, and then we are going to use the p tag again. So we'll write over here like this. Okay, so we have two questions we have till now. So we'll write here 2 of 2. We have to write here questions. Fine. So we'll write over here like this. Save it now, and here you can see it says 2 of 2 questions over here on the browser. Fine. Now the next thing we are going to do is we are going to add the buttons. So if I take you here, so here you can see we have this 1 of 2 questions. We have this SimpliCode logo present over here, and then we have this next question button. So what we are going to do is we are going to add this button first, and then we'll add this logo as well. Fine. So don't worry about it. We'll add the logo as well. Now let's continue. We are going to write it after this div tag. We are going to write button. We have the button class as next tn, and we have the button name as, let's say, next question. Fine. So we are going to add the SimpliCode image over here after some time, because let's style everything first, then we'll add the SimpliCode image. Fine. So what we'll do is we are done with the next button. So let's move ahead and save the program, and let's see if this thing works or not. You can see the next button present over here. It says next question. It is present over here. So now the next thing we need to do is we need to style this quiz box. So for that we are going to use the first class. So the first class is, it's the rule box, quiz box. Fine, we are going to copy it from here. We'll move to a CSS file. We are going to do one thing first. We are going to paste it here first. After a comma, we are going to paste it here, and we have to put a dot over here. Save it, and here you can see it is present at the center of the screen. Now we are going to do one more thing. We are going to go down at the bottom, and we are going to style the quiz box now. So we are going to paste it here. We are going to write here dot. Right over here inside this, width is going to be 540 pixels, or we can say 550 pixels is going to be the width. Then we are going to write here background color, or we can say just background we are going to define. So we'll write over here background as HFFF, which is white. Save it, and here you can see our background is here. Now we are going to write here border radius. Border radius is okay. So we have to write here border radius. So we'll write over here border radius. Border radius is going to be, let's say 5 pixel. Let's try 5 pixel and save it. Here you can see the quiz box looks fine. Now we are going to style the headers part. So we'll write over here quiz box underscore we have to put here. Then we have to write here header. Fine. Now we are going to write height as 70 pixels. Then we have padding as 0 and 30 pixels. Then we have, let's do one thing. Let's check it out if this thing is working or not. And here you can see it looks fine. We are styling this particular section, the header section basically. So we are going to write here background. Background is going to be black. Save it, and here you can see the black background. Now we are going to align these items. Align items at the center. Justify content at the space between. So we'll write over here space between. Save it. We have to write here display as well. So we'll write display as flex. Save it, and here you can see it looks fine now. And we are going to change the, obviously we are going to change the background color and this font color for both SimpliCode quiz application and for time left. For now we are going to write over here border radius. So border radius is going to be 5 pixels, 5 pixels, 0 and 0. 5 pixels, 5 pixels, 0 and 0. And we have box shadow. Box shadow is going to be 0 pixel, 3 pixel, 5 pixel and 1 pixel. We are going to use the RGBA value for this one. We are going to write here 0, 0, 0, 0.1. Fine. That's it. We are done with this. Save it. And here you can see it looks fine. Now we are going to Now we are going to style the title. So this is our title, SimpliCode quiz application, and this is a timer. Fine. So what we are going to do is we are going to get back to the index.html, and here you can see, let me show you. So this SimpliCode quiz application, it has the classes title, and for this timer, So this timer, we have the classes timer, timer text, timer second. There are three different classes. So what we are going to do is we are going to style the title first. Fine. So we'll move back to our CSS part and we'll write over here dot quiz underscore box space header space title. Fine, we'll write over here font size. Font size is going to be 20 pixels. Then we have font weight. Font weight is going to be 600 pixels. And we are going to write over here color. Color is going to be FFF. Save it now. And here you can see the whatever we can say. It says simply code quiz application and the font color is white. We are going to do the same thing for timer as well. So we'll write over here dot quiz box space header space dot timer, and we'll write over here display as flex, and we will align the items at the center. We'll justify them as well, justify content at space between. We have the width is going to be, let's say, 145 pixels for this timer, and we have height as 45 pixels. Let's see. Okay, it's not visible because the font color is, what we can say, black. What we are going to do is we are going to change the background color. So we are going to write here background color as aqua, and it looks fine now. Let's diminish it a bit. Little dark. So what we are going to do is we are going to put this color over here, save it now, and it looks fine now, right? So the next thing we are going to do is we are going to give the border. So border, we are going to write over here border is going to be 1 pixel solid, and let's use the same color. We are going to copy this RGB value from here. We are going to paste it here, save it, and you can see it looks fine. There's no issue. Now the next thing we are going to do is we are going to define the border radius. So the border radius is going to be 5 pixels, and the padding is going to be 0 and 8 pixels. Save it. Here you can see it says time left 15. It looks somewhat same, although the colors are not same because I don't actually remember the color for this one, the actual color code basically. So it looks fine, right? Now the next thing we are going to do is we are going to style this particular timer box. So what we have to do for that is we have to write here dot quiz underscore box space header space timer. Then we have the time underscore text class. If you can see here in the HTML part, if I can show you, here is a, okay, let me see where it is. So it says timer text. Timer text is for time left, and then we have timer sec for 15. So we are going to do what? We are going to write over here font weight. Font weight is going to be 400. Then we have the font size. The font size is going to be, let's say, 17 pixels. And then we have user select as none. Fine. Save it. And here you can see this is the time text class. Let me check timer text. Okay, we have to write here timer text, save it, and here you can see it looks fine now. Timer underscore text, let me check once. Timer text, timer, yeah, it's fine. Let's do one thing. We'll write over here time text so that it won't confuse you guys. So we'll write over here time text, save it now, and I guess it's working. Let's try to change the size. Okay, we have this timer class, then we have classes time text. Okay, user select none. We have the font weight as 400. Timer. Okay, good, I guess. So let's move ahead, and what we are going to do is next is we are going to write here dot quiz box, then we have header, then we have timer, then we have timer underscore. Fine. We are going to write here font size. Font size is going to be, let's say, 18 pixel. Then we have the font weight. Font weight is going to be 500 again. And then we have background. So background we have to mention. So we will write over here background. Background is going to be, let's say, black. Once again, black on black. I love black basically. So that's not the point right here. So we'll write over here height as 30 pixels. Then we have width as 45. Okay. We are in the wrong track. We have to write here width as 45 pixels. There's something wrong. Okay, we forgot to put semicolon over here. So with width, we are done with the width as well. Now we have to save it once. And here you can see we have this box present over here. Now we have to do one thing. We have to color it. So color is going to be white. The font color basically. Then we'll write over here text align at the center. Then we have line height. Line height as 30 pixels. Then we have border radius. So we'll write border radius as 5 pixels. Then we have border. So border is going to be 1 pixel, solid in nature, and of course black in color. User select we are going to define as none again. That's it. Save it, and here you can see your timer box is complete. It says 15 for seconds, and we have time left as well here. So it says simply code quiz application. It looks good though, right? The next thing we are going to do is we are going to style the section. So by question we mean this section, or we can say by section we mean we are going to style this question of ours. So this particular section, basically the other part comes in the footer section. So this is a section with these two logos. What we are going to do is we have the parent class as quiz underscore box. Then we have the section class. So we'll write section over here. And let's define the padding first. Padding we are going to, let's say, right here 25, 30, 20 and 30 again. Save it. You can see there's a change. Background color we are going to define. So let's see what's the background color. The background color is white. So we are going to write here background color as hash ff. Okay, so its cursor is not here, hash fff. It is white. Let me see if there is anything wrong. We're going to see. Okay, so we have to do two things. We have to keep the background as white, but we have to keep the footer background as black. Fine. So we'll write over here. We are going to do one thing before that. We are going to go to the header section and we are going to define the z index and position. Fine. So we'll write over here position as relative, and we are going to write here z index as 99. Save it, and here you can see it looks fine. Let me check once. Okay, position we have defined as relative and z index we have defined as. Okay, we are this part. Let's see if everything is going correct or not. Let me check the code once. We have added the position as relative and we have the z index as 99. Fine. So it looks good. Okay. Now the next thing we are going to do is we are going to move back to the section. We are going to style our section again. So we have this QUE text present over here. So here you can see we are going to style this question text. Fine. So we'll write over here after this section we are going to write dot quizbox space section space dot QUE. Okay, just a second. We have to remove this from here, save it now, and here you can see it looks fine now. Fine, so we are going to style the footer section as well. That's not an issue. So we'll write over here dot QUE text. Now we are going to define the font size. Font size is going to be 25 pixels. And then we have the font weight. Font weight is going to be, let's say, 500, or let's do it 600. Fine, because this is the question text, right? So we are going to save it, and here you can see the question text is bigger in size. Then we have to modify these options. For that we are going to check the class name is option list and option. Fine, we have two classes over here. So we'll write over here dot quiz box. Within the section tag we have this dot option underscore list class, and we are going to put padding here. Padding is going to be 20 pixels and 0. Then we have thing else. So we need something like we are going to write here display as block. Fine. Okay, now the next thing we are going to do is we are going to style every option. So we'll write over here section dot option underscore list space dot option. Option is the last class for each option we have. Remember this, guys. Now we are going to write here background. Background is going to be, it's the background. Okay, it's sort of pink. Okay, that's a different background maybe. Save it. We are going to save it. And let's do one thing. We are going to write over here border is going to be 1 pixel solid and pink. Fine. Okay, it's not working. Let me check if everything is fine or not. Go back to index.html, and here we'll see we have this div classes option underscore list and the other class is option. Fine. So we have this option list, and okay, so here's the issue. We have to write it like this, and now you can see. Okay, let me change the border color. Border color we are going to keep it a bit off. Here you can see, now you can differentiate between the border color, right? Okay, so moving ahead, let's define the border radius. So we'll write over here border radius. Border radius is going to be 5 pixel again. Then we are going to write here padding. Padding is going to be 8 pixel and 15 pixel. Fine, then we'll write over here margin bottom. Margin bottom is going to be 15 pixels. And we have the display again. Display is going to be flex. Then we have to align items at the center. And we have to justify content as space between. Save it. And here you can see. There's a mistake over here. We have 3 options which are correct, and the last one is coming here inside HTML 2.0. Let me see. This is because we forgot to close the div tag over here. Our mistake, my mistake basically. So you can see we have 4 options and we have the cross mark and the correct mark present over here. It looks good, I guess so. Now we are going to write over here cursor. Cursor is going to be pointer. You can see the cursor is also working fine. Now what we need to do is we need to use the last child property. So what we are going to do is we are going to use it here just for the footer section basically. So we are going to put it like option list. The last child of option is this HTML 5.0. Fine. So we'll write over here last child. So we'll write last child. Last child is going to take margin bottom as 0 pixel. Fine. Save it. And let's do one thing. Let's add font over here. So we are going to change the font size inside here. So we are going to keep the font size as 17 pixels. Save it, and here you can see the font looks good now. So we'll copy this from here now and we are going to put the hover effect. Will look nice, I guess. So let's do one thing. We are going to write here color as so we have to change the color value. Save it. We forgot to mention hover over here. We are to change the background color on hovering as well. So we are going to change the background color to, I don't know, let's do it brown. Okay, cool. So what we are going to do is we are going to do it black. Right. It looks fine. Not the best, but fine. Let's settle on this. So what we are going to do next is we are going to use the transition property over here inside this. So we'll write transition as all at 0.3 seconds with ease. You can see the transition. It looks cool. So let's move ahead and going to style these icons as well. So we are going to write here dot option underscore list dot option. Okay, we have to write here option and then we have to write here dot icon. We are going to define the height. Height is going to be 26 pixels. Then we have the width as 26 pixel again. Then we have the border as, let's say, 2 pixel solid, and transparent. Save it, and here you can see we are going to change the border radius as well. So we'll write the radius as 5 pixels. Okay, let me check what the class name for these tick and okay, so we have one as icon tick and the other one as icon cross. So what we are going to do is we are going to copy it from here. We are going to paste it here and we are going to write here the border color is going to be, let's use this one. Okay, it looks odd. So let's change the color. Let's change it to this one. Save it. I think it looks good now. Or maybe I don't know. You guys can let me know in the comment section or in the chat section as well if you are going through the video live. So we have to write here. Okay, we have used color twice. So let's do one thing. Let's make it color. Color is not visible as I thought it will not be. Let's change the color. Okay, so we have to change the color for tick only. So we'll write over here tick, save it. Check. We have to write here dot tick basically. Save it. We have to write here like this. Save it now. And it looks fine. So here you can see it's green in color. Not the green we wanted although. Now if you guys know the color code for green, let me know. It's hard. So here you can see the green color is here. We need to make some changes over here first. So let's copy this border color from here. Paste it here. Visible. Okay, we have to copy RGBA as well. So we'll write it over here. Save it now and here you can see it's visible. Now one thing we need to do is we need to move back here. So transparent, we are done with the border radius. We are going to align the text at the center. Save it. It looks good. We have to change the font size. Font size is going to be 13 pixels. Save it. It looks fine. We have to change the line height. Line height is going to be 24 pixels. Save it. Cool. We will position as relative. Okay, it looks fine, I guess. Let's change the background color to white. Right over here. Brown. Let's see if it works or not. Okay, so here you guys can see it's working fine. Now we have to do the same thing for wrong answer. So we have the class as wrong. Save it. Okay, let me check what the class was. What was the class? I don't know. It was cross, not wrong. So we'll write cross over here, save it. across looks fine. We need to change the color and background color. So here we are with red color. Make it bright red. Let's see if it works. Okay, I guess I need to change the background color for this section, to be honest. So the background we are going to keep this one. No. I have no idea about the colors. So if you guys are facing any issues regarding colors, then do let me know. Okay, it looks fine, I guess. I don't know. So now we have to do one thing. We have to change the RGB value here. We are going to make it red. Okay, cool. So we are going to copy this RGB value from here. We are going to paste it here. We are going to save it. So it looks fine. You guys. Let me check if the code is correct. Okay, it looks fine here. So we need to make it circular, right? So for that, what we can do is we can give the border radius as 50. Let's try it. Save the program, and here you can see. Let me change this green color once, guys. So let's save it. Copy it from here. We are going to paste it here. Save it now, and that's it. We are done with it. Right, the right and wrong are doing great. Not great, but they are fine as of now. So basically we are done with the questions part. What we can do is you can put the question number over here, and for that we have to write over here one dot, save it, and here you have your question. So these are the four options. We are done with the options as well. Now the next part we are going to do is footer. So we are going to write here dot quiz box footer. Then we are going to write over here height. It is going to be 60 pixels. Then we have width is going to be 100 pixels of whatever width it has. Then we have the display. Display is going to be flex in this case. Then we have to align the items at the center. Finally, we have to justify content as well. Space between. Okay, we need to put padding as well. So we'll write over here padding. Padding is going to be 0 and 30 pixels. Save it now, it looks fine. Go back to the HTML part, and here we have this class as total questions. Okay, we have this span tag present within the total question class. So we are going to style this particular part. 2 of 2 questions is not visible over here. Let's see. Okay, questions is here. Fine, not an issue. So what we are going to do is we are going to write over here. Oh, just copy it from here. No? We are going to copy it from here. We are going to paste it here. Then we are going to write over here dot total underscore question space span tag. So we are going to style 2 of 2 questions. Fine. So we are going to write over here, just do one thing, just make it 1 of 2, because this is the first question in our original quiz. No? So we are going to write it like this, 1 of 2 questions. So we are going to write here display as flex and user select as none. So you can see it says one of two questions and next question over here. So we are going to do one more thing. We are going to write over here footer total underscore question span p. P is the paragraph tag. So we have to write here okay. So let me check it once what we have inside the paragraph tag. So what we are going to do is we are going to cut this off from here. P tag over here again. So we are going to paste it here. Save it. One of two questions it says. Okay. Trace low. I'll get back to you guys in 2 minutes. So until then, let's finish it first. So we'll write over here total question span P. So we'll write over here font weight. Font weight is going to be 500. Then we have padding. Padding is going to be 0 space 5 pixels. Save it. And here you can see one of two questions is working fine. Displays flex, width is 100. Okay, we have to write here width is 100%. Save it now. The next question goes here automatically. Fine. Now we have to edit the first child first. So we'll write over here. We'll copy it from here. We'll paste it here. We are going to write over here first. Okay, first child. This is what we are going to write over here. We are going to write padding left as 0 pixel. Then we'll write over here footer space dot next underscore button. Fine. We have to write here height. Height is going to be 40 pixels. Then we have padding. Padding is going to be 0 and 130 pixels. Then we have font size. So we'll write over here font size. Font size is going to be 18 pixels. Then we have font weight. So we'll write over here font weight. Font weight is going to be 400 pixels and border is going to be none. Then after border we have outline. So we'll write outline as 9. We are going to mention the font color as well. Font color is going to be white, I guess. Let's check. Okay, it looks quite big for now. Font color is white and the background color is red. So we are going to write here background. Background is going to be red. We have written 130 pixel. It looks fine now. We have to provide the border radius as well. So we'll write over here border. Let's provide the border first. So we are going to write here 1 pixel, solid and red, the same color border. Fine, we are going to write here border radius. Border radius is going to be 5 pixels. And we have to write here cursor as pointer. Then we have to write here transition. Okay, we have to write here all 0.3 seconds and E. Okay. Now we have to put the hover effect as well. So what we are going to do is we are going to copy it from here, my bad. We are going to paste it here. We are going to use the hover effect. So we'll write hover over here and we'll change the color on hovering the mouse cursor over this particular button. So we'll write over here background. Background we are going to put red first, and we are going to change the red color up to a bit. That's it. Nothing else we are going to do. Let's make it a little bit darker because it's not evident. The color we have to change. So we'll write border. So let's write over here 1 pixel solid, and we are going to copy this color from here. Fine. Save the program, and you can see it looks good now. Fine, maybe good, but I'm not sure about this background color and border color on hover effect. So you guys can create it on your own. You guys can use better colors than me, of course. So let's move ahead, and now what we are going to do is we are going to create the result box. But before that, let me check if everything is right or not. Next button is done, right? We need to see, we need to color it as black. That's the thing we forgot on. Basically, we forgot this. Quiz box footer. Quiz box footer we have to write here. Background is black. Okay, now we need to change the color for this. What we can say? Question numbers. So we are going to write here colors. Okay. Within the span tag, maybe then it will work. So one of two questions you can see. We need to add an image over here first of the Simplicode logo. Basically we are going to add, or you can add any other logo as well. So let me check if everything is fine or not. To everything else is fine. There's one thing. Where's this quiz box? Right here, display in line. Changes nothing, but here you can see that's the change it will get. So basically we are done with this part as well. Now the next thing we are left with is the result section. Fine, so let me show you what the result section is. Choose any one. So this is a result section. This says quiz completed, and sorry you got only. This is because of the JavaScript part, how many questions I got correct or how many questions the user got correct is because of the JavaScript part. Basically we are going to do the HTML and CSS part right now. So let's move back to our HTML file and we'll put a comment over here. So basically we are done this div tag now. Yeah, so we'll write over here comment. So let's say we are writing result box so that I can remember it next time I'll use. So we are going to write here div class is result underscore box. Now within this div tag you can see we have all these images, like we have this crown icon, we have this icon, we have quiz completed written, we have two more buttons. So we are going to use these buttons. Now what we can do is, first of all, the div tag is closed. Fine, now we are going to create another div tag with classes icon, and we'll write over here like this. Now we'll write I class. Class is going to be fast far crown. Fine. was for crown. Save it. And here you can see the crown at the top, right? So what we are going to do is we are going to hit this one as well. So we are done with this. The only thing is remaining is we need to add the photo over here. Fine, so let's add the photo first and then we'll see what we can do. So we have to add the photo over here. So we are going to write here div class is one, and within this div tag we are going to write image img src is equals to images slash simplicode.png alt to write simplicode. That's it. Okay, you can see the image over here. The image is too big to handle, right? So what we are going to do is we are going to style this image. We'll move to this section. Okay, we are going to write here footer. Now I forgot the class name for this image. The class name was image1. Right here going to be 200 pixels. Save it. Okay, the image working. Check. It's working now. We don't need this div tag, or just to use it, not an issue. So we have to reduce the height of this image as well. Height we are going to put, let's say 100 pixels. Save it. Okay, 100 pixels is big, so we are going to put it 50, and we need to reduce the width as well. So simply code. Okay, we are going to do it 140 and 60. Save it. A little bit. So we are going to keep it 55. Let's see, it looks fine. So yeah, here we have our logo. If you can see here. Okay, start quiz, continue. We have this logo. So we have another image where you can see these, basically we have braces over here in our logo, so you can't see it right now, but you can see it in the channel name, or you can see the channel logo, whatever video you are watching. So this is a logo. We are done with it. Now let's move ahead and we'll now continue with the result area. Fine, so we are going to write here div class is going to be complete underscore text. Okay, we forgot to do one more thing here. We'll move to the style section, or we can say the CSS file. Now we are going to find the quiz box. We are going to put the display as okay, this one is yours. So yeah, the display is none. We are back at the initial screen of our quiz. So let's move back to the HTML part again. We are going to write here complete text. Have completed the quiz. Fine. Okay, we have to show the score, which we are going to take from the JavaScript part. So we are going to write here score text. Fine. So let's write something over here just for this, and we are going to write here sorry, you got only Now we are going to use the paragraph tag over here. So 1 out of, then we have to use the paragraph tag again, 1 out of 2. Fine. So save it. Here we have a text. You have completed the quiz and sorry, you got only 1 out of 2. Fine. Are we done? No, we need to add 2 buttons as well, right? So what we are going to do is we are going to add buttons. So the button class, we are going to write over here button with class as restart again, and we are going to write here the button name as play quiz. Fine, save it, and here you can see the button. Okay, we have used the, let me check if we have used the restart button previously. So yeah, we have this restart button and we have used the same class again. We are going to use another button. Okay, so we have to write here div class is equal to buttons. I have to cut this from here, paste it here. We have to add another button with classes. What was the other class? Let me check. The other class was quit. Okay, it's going to be a new class. Basically, I guess we haven't used the quit class yet, right? So yeah, we have the quit class as well. One class is quit and the other class is restart. So we'll write over here quit. And what's the other button we had? Quit quiz. So we'll write over here quit quiz. Fine. Let's check it out. Okay, both of them are here. We have to write here quit. Save it now. Okay, both of them are here. Both are working fine. Now it's time to style them. So basically we are going to style the whole a result box. Fine. So this is buttons, everything is fine. We are going here. Now we are going to style a result box. We'll write the first thing we are going to write here is dot. Let me check the class name once. The class name is result underscore box. So we have to write here, okay, result underscore box. We have to copy it from here. We have to mention this class here as well at the initial where we mentioned all the class names, just to bring it at the center. Save it now, and here you can see. Okay, let's move down, and so the next thing we are going to do is we are going to put the background color as white. Now you can see it's completely visible. Now we are going to put the width. Width is going to be, let's say, 450 pixels. Then we have the padding. Padding is going to be 25 pixels and 30 pixels. Then we have the border radius. Border radius is going to be 5 pixels. Then we have the display as flex, and we have align items at center. And then we have to justify the content here as well. So we'll write here justify content as space between. We have to mention flex direction as well. So we'll write over here flex direction as column. See, it looks fine. So we'll align the text as well. So let's say we are going to write here text align at the center. Okay, my bad. Text align at the center. Now we have to manage this icon. Fine, so this icon we are going to manage. This icon we are talking about. So we'll write over here result underscore box dot icon font size 100 pixels, and then we have color. Color is going to be margin bottom is going to be 10 pixels. Save it, and here you can see it looks okay. Fine. Next thing we are going to do is we are going to style this text. Whichever text we have, like you have completed the quiz and sorry, you got only 1 out of 2 questions, or 1 out of 5, or 1 out of 3, whatever it is. It's not a concern for now. So let's do this. We are going to write here okay dot result underscore box dot complete underscore text font size is going to be 20 pixels, and we have to mention font weight as well. So font weight is going to be 500. Save it. It looks fine. Now we are going to write here dot result box dot score underscore text space span. We are going to write here display as flex. Okay, now we are left with what? We are left with the paragraph, and that's it. Dot score put margin over here as well. So we'll write over here margin is okay, this is a mistake. We are going to write margin over here. Margin is going to be 10 pixels and 0. Save it. Let's see. Let's change the font size as well. We are going to write here font size. Font size is going to be 18 pixel, and we have the font weight, which is going to be 500 pixels again. Or we can say 500 again, so it looks fine. Okay, now we have to write here dot score underscore text space span space p. We are going to write here font weight as 600, and then we have the font weight. We have, let's go back and let's see whatever things we have. So we have 1 and 2 within the paragraph tag, right? So we are going to write here padding is going to be 0 and 4 pixels. So it, you can see you got only 1 out of 2. Not an issue, but let's move ahead, and we are going to write here dot result underscore box space dot buttons. We are going to do, we are going to write here display as flex. Margin is 20 pixels and 0. Result underscore box dot buttons space button. Margin is going to be 0 and 10 pixels. Height is going to be 40 pixels, and save it once. So here you can see it looks fine, right? Padding we are going to give, let's say 18 pixels. let's do one thing. Let's not give padding as like this. We are going to do it 0 space 20 pixels. Save it. Now the text is at the center. Border we are going to remove. We are going to write here as none. Outline we are also going to write here as none. Fine. Font weight we are going to change. Font weight we are going to put it as 500. The font looks good. Border radius we are going to write as 5 pixels. Border we are also, let's see what's the border in this particular. So it's solid and blue, so it looks fine, I guess. We have to change the cursor as well, so we'll write over here cursor as pointer. Fine. And we are done with it. Almost done. And we have to write here transition 0.3 second with ease. These buttons have the same class name, so if you can see here, the class name is restart for replay quiz and quit for quit quiz, and the class name is the same for exit quiz and continue quiz. Fine. So that's why let's do one thing. Let's find the other code for buttons. Button restart. So here are the buttons. What we are going to do is we are going to copy these buttons from here and we are going to paste them together so that you guys won't face any difficulty, or even I also don't have to face any difficulties. So this is the last part. Now we are almost done with the quiz, right? So what we are going to do is we are going to write here, the last thing we are going to write here is let's write over here is the so we have to write here inside the result box, we'll write transform translate from minus 50% we have to write here minus 50, and then we have to mention scale here as well, so we'll write over here scale. So first scale we are going to write here what 0.9. Save it, and here you can see we are done. Obviously this size is different here in this case, so we are almost done. So if you want to see everything from this start, so we'll write over here what we can write, display as none. Fine, save it. Okay. Let me check. So the front end of our application is almost ready. We are done with everything. We are done with the info box. We created the info box. So here you can see it is the info box. We'll move to the result box. Once result box. We're going to write here display as okay, we are going to remove this. So you guys can see, like, we can do is we can put display as none for do one thing. That's the reason it's not going. So what we are going to do is we are going to put it none here. You can see. So what we are going to do is we are going to show it from the very beginning. I'm going to do it, guys. So let me take you through here. Let me just put it as display as none. Save it. So this is the initial point. Let me show it side by side. Okay. Quick quiz. So this is the initial point, the start quiz, and fine. Click on start quiz. So you get this rules and regulations page. So for rules and regulations, we need to remove this. Save it now. And here you can see we have a rules and regulations page, or we can say rules and regulations box. And after this, we are going to put it back here, save it. We have the quiz box. Fine. So click on continue. It takes you to the quiz. And we are going to remove this one now. Save it. And here you can see it's a quiz box, which is somewhat same. So here you can see the quiz box. It looks fine. Yeah. And we have the Simplicode logo as well. Here and here in both the cases. The next question, we have almost everything is almost the same. Fine. Now the next thing is, let me just remove this one as well, and we will go back to result box, and here we will write display as flex. So here is a result box. Click on next question. Here is a result box. So it says you got only 1 out of 2. The quiz is completed. Cool. It looks nice, right? So guys, that's all for this video. And I hope you guys understood the concept of HTML and CSS in creating the front end of a web application, which is a quiz app. Well, that's a wrap on a HTML full course. We hope you found this video informative and helpful. By now, you should have a good understanding of HTML concepts and be well on your way to become a web developer. If you are interested in learning more about full stack web development, then there are plenty of resources available online. You can also check out our website for more information on full stack web development training courses and certifications. So thank you for watching, and we'll see you next time.
Hi there, if you like this video, subscribe to the Simplilearn YouTube channel and click here to watch similar videos. To nerd up and get certified, click here.